Well, good morning. Welcome to Cheltenham. It's a Sunday. Weekend cricket. Goodness me. Whatever next. It's the national county fixture between Gloucestershire and Wiltshire here at Cheltenham. 50 overs a side and a start of Gloucestershire's 50 over season with the Royal London Cup to begin on Tuesday. We've got Alex Duffel from Wiltshire with us, as well as Dan Whiting as normal. I like long form white ball cricket, Dan, don't you?
Oh, I love it. In fact, it's my favourite format of the game, actually. And, you know, England are world champions at it as well. And I don't think we play enough domestic white ball cricket. So I'm really looking forward to this. And it should be a decent game. And it's a chance for the clubbies to pit their wits against professionals. And Wiltshire take the field there with the Super Ones, disabled youngsters there, getting onto the field, and we're going to hear more from them later on. And joining us for this Sunday sermon is going to be Alex Duffel from Wiltshire County Cricket Club. He's going to be joining us on the stream today, and it should be a wonderful occasion. I like this Gloucestershire one-day kit, Ian. I like it.
Well, it matches your hoodie, Dan, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
I don't know who followed who in that, by the way.
They're available in the club shop, and I tell you what, I mean, they're that good. You could go out in the centre of Bristol on a Friday night wearing one. Honestly, they are that good.
So let's give you some team news first of all, and the news at the toss. So Gloucestershire won the toss and are going to bat. The Wiltshire side, drawn heavily from the South Wilts club. 6 of these players come from there. So Oliver Meadows, who has played Gloucestershire seconds this year, young batsman. Jack Minott, a teacher from Dauncey's school. Toby Kershaw, who plays his cricket for Gotaker. Ed Young, former Gloucestershire slow left-arm spinner, played for the club for 3 years as a professional, now their captain. Ben Draper, also from South Wilts. Peter Rowe. Tom Morton, who'll keep wicket, he's the head of the pathway at Wiltshire. Cam Harding, who plays cricket for Clevedon. Matt Burton and Josh Croom, both of whom have played Hampshire seconds this season, and Joe King, the off-spinner from Corsham. Dan will give you the Gloucestershire side in a moment, but it will be Ben Charlesworth to face the first ball, and it will be Josh Croom to open the bowling.
Yeah, a couple of Bens going to open up for the home side. Big Ben Charlesworth and not so big Ben Wells going to be there. Number 3 looks like it's going to be James Bracey. 4 Jack Taylor. 5 Tom Lace. 6 Will Nash. I'll come on to it after this ball.
So here is Croom, left arm over the wicket to bowl the first ball of the day, and Charlesworth immediately steers that down to the boundary, towards the boundary at fine leg. There is a fielder down there, so they'll take one, and there's a slight fumble too, so they're going to come back for a second and throw into wicketkeeper Tom Morton.
There's 7 Dominic Goodman. 8 will be Tom Smith, bowling a little bit of left arm spin. 9 Paul Van Meekeren. 10 Josh Shaw, and 11 will be the star of last week's commentary, Jared Warner, the man known as Jazza.
So 2 slips for Croom. Comes in and bowls, and Charles lets that go through.
He's got a little bit of pace about him, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's played a bit of Hampshire seconds this season, taken 10 wickets in all for their second team. Whether Matt Burton, if he opens the ball from the other, and he's taken 15 wickets for Hampshire seconds. So interesting, and Alex might talk about this later, the geographical pull from Salisbury will be closer to Southampton than it will be perhaps to Taunton or Bristol.
Yeah.
Croom in again. Quite a whippy action.
Yeah, he is.
Steered out to
he's brisk
into the gully. Yeah, Ed Young, 2010 to 2013 at Gloucestershire, so obviously in his younger days, plays now for a club called Valley End. Got nearly 1,000 runs for them this season already, so he will, I'm sure, fancy his chances of getting some runs on this pitch. Quite a short boundary towards the members' side today. Croom in and Charlesworth tries to drive that past mid-off, but bowler partially stops it off his own bowling, and the fielding is completed with no addition to the score. There's Dan in his very dapper hoodie. That's our commentary position from sort of rather straight mid-wicket for Ben Charlesworth. That's a nice drive up towards Joe King at mid-off. Does the fielding.
Good to see Charlesworth back. He hasn't played since the opening game of the season, where he had a stress fracture of the foot, broke his foot in the game against Northamptonshire away.
Yeah, he's had a few injury niggles, Ben Charlesworth, but got a 99 not out in the 50 over competition last year at Bristol. No run, he says here, and the call out to square leg where Ben Draper does the field. The end of Croom's first over. You can see how Wiltshire mix their bowlers up today. Alex might be able to tell us a little bit about that in due course, but the expectation would probably be that Burton might open from the College Chapel end, and indeed he is going to. 16. Yes, that is Matt Burton to open from the Chapel end. So he's the other player who's played Hampshire seconds this season, and another member from the South Wilts.
Yeah, this Wiltshire side seems to be made up of a lot of the South Wiltshire players. There's a club who are playing in the National today, aren't there?
Pottern.
Pottern, that's it. But a lot from South Wilts. As Ian just said, Ed Young from Valley End, Oliver Meadows from Chippenham, and Cam Harding from Clevedon, who play in the Whipple. Here's Burton from the Chapel End. Oh, that's not sure Wells knew much about that, but he's off the mark. And Joe King, who's from Corsham Cricket Club. Josh King. I'm joking. We're going to use that one all day, aren't we?
Yeah, is there a sportsman called Josh King? It probably is.
Yeah, I think so. Did he play up front for Bournemouth? Yeah, he does. Burton in, that's a good delivery. That goes past the outside of Charlesworth's bat. Bit of cloud around, a little bit of overheads.
Forecast is, I think, literally, the forecast I heard this morning was there might be a light shower almost anywhere, but many places will miss them and they'll fly through in 10 minutes. So hopefully we'll have a dry day.
Burton into the crease. Charlesworth goes to try and work him leg side there, but doesn't seem to get anything on there. If you're joining us from Wiltshire this morning as well, if you're a Wiltshire follower, welcome to the Gloucestershire stream. Ian Randall and I and Alex Duffel will regale you. As that's just tickled around the corner. He's got that quite fine. It's a quick outfield. Good bit of work there by Croom. And they scamper through for 2.
And just if you're a Gloucestershire supporter, perhaps don't know about sort of the way Wiltshire cricket works, then Alex will talk a bit more about this. But they play 20 over, 50 over, and 3-day cricket in their season, as all 3 main formats. But for a lot of the players, they fit it in around either studies or jobs.
Burton in, and Charlesworth nudges him round the corner to square leg, no run.
And the 3-day cricket tends to be in the later part of the summer, so if some of the players are involved in education, then they've got more chance of playing a longer form game. So they've had a couple of games in 3-day cricket in the last month or so, last couple of weeks in fact. They played a 3-day game against Shropshire, which they won, and a game against the Wales national county side, which they lost.
Oh, and that's well bowled. That's a full shot there from Charlesworth. That's the end of the second over. And Gloucestershire are 5 for none.
The usual power play rules apply in this game. So first 10 overs, only 2 players outside the circle. Between overs 10 and 44 players outside, and 5 players outside in the last 10. Just looking at the boundary though, on this side of the ground, that's the pavilion side, the gymnasium side, it does look just quite a short hit. There's our email if you want to email us during the day, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. Questions, comments, observations, all welcome. Here is Josh Croom then to bowl to Ben Wells, and he cracks that off the back foot. There may be a fielder out on the rope, and in fact there is. That's a good bit of good work down there. They've got 2. The throw has gone to the wrong square. Now that's an interesting concept, because there are 2 squares here at Cheltenham, and there was the first slip was fielding where the wicket end would be on the actual Cheltenham College square, as opposed to the county square, and he threw to the wrong one. We've not had that before, not this festival anyway. Creaming again to Wells, who defends. Yeah, that's just one of the quirks of the ground. And the fielder at first slip just pointed to the stumps and said, not only is it the wrong end, but it's actually on the wrong pitch. Gets his geography right for the rest of the game. As a result though, Tom Morton is probably standing almost on a wicket end there, with the gloves to Croom. Comes in now, Wells gets that right off the bottom edge of the bat. It's going to go down to deep long leg by the scoreboard. Good return, good throw in, and just 1 more to the total. 8 without loss in the 3rd over. What we're already seeing though, Dan, is the bounce that we saw from a new ball during the 2 championship matches.
Yes, certainly.
Bounce is still there, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's this guy's got a little bit about him. Croom
in again. A nice shot from Charlesworth up to mid-on, but no run there. And again, smart bit of work in the field.
Quite a short boundary over towards us.
We'll have to watch that later if somebody really gets in.
Ian Randall nervous about his laptop.
Oh, a few other bits of kit, to be fair, we're maybe nervous about.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be the first bit of technology to be smashed by a cricket ball. Charlesworth again solidly defends up to mid-off. Joe King does the fielding.
We had some wonderful additions to our cricketing tribute bands the other day. Guy called Tom Flint, who I played cricket with back in North London, came out with a load of them. I'll come on to them after this ball.
Are they Gloucestershire related or not?
No, just general.
General cricketers.
Just general cricketers.
Croom in against Charlesworth, used his feet just a half a stride forward there, but can't beat the man at extra cover. So 8 without loss. Croom's bowled 2 overs from the college lawn end. I'd say Wiltshire have certainly got 2 frontline spinners they would use, both Joe King and Ed Young. You'd expect to have a reasonably long bowl, so you would have thought that the logic would be that Burton and Croom would bowl the first 10 and then maybe keep going, maybe that and the spinners will be introduced after that.
So on the cricketing tribute bands, we've got Swedish Strauss Mafia, Eminembury, Holly Valence Klusner, as Burton comes in, and that's defended out to mid-on.
I think Bracey and the Sunshine Band was actually one of the best ones.
Well, a chap called Hugh Donnelly has gone even further on that one, and he's got Casey and the Sunshine Bandal Felaqueo. Black Eyed Lees. That's defended out. And the crowning glory from Tom Flint. Muhammad Riz One Step Beyond.
I think there were some very inventive ones on was it Thursday's play?
Yeah.
Thursday's play.
Yeah.
That was in the first part of Thursday's play, because when the chase was on, we had to concentrate on the cricket.
Burton in. Ooh, Wells flashes, and that goes through to the gloves of Tom Morton.
From a Gloucestershire point of view, I wonder how much opportunity Ben Wells might get in the Royal London, because he's only played 4 matches and he's hardly had a bat. And there might be the concept that it might be a chance for James Bracey just to concentrate on his batting in one format for the next couple of weeks.
Burton and Wells. It's like a little bit of a swing at that. Doesn't get anything really on it, and it dribbles out to long leg for a single. Gloucestershire 9 for none. No damage yet.
But you would have thought that in the Tuesday game, if Ben Charles gets a score today, he, Harris and Chris Dent would be the top 3 in the batting order.
Burton to the left-handed Charlesworth, who...
And I appreciate that if you put Bracey at 4 there, you've got 4 left-handers.
Yeah. So then do you because Dent's going to come into that side. So do you put Tom Lace in there to split them up? Ollie Price?
Yeah, that might be the other option. But you have to think about how many bowlers you're going to need.
Yeah. Oh, and that's hit a little bit uppishly. Not sure who this is at backward point. Hasn't got a number on his back. There's more than a striking resemblance to Ben Stokes, though. And Jack Longstyle from our office with a ginger beard.
And a big hat too, to be fair.
That's a wide-brimmed hat, isn't it?
That's a proper sort of walking along the esplanade at Hastings in a sort of hat.
Hastings?
Somewhere on the south coast. More not
Sidmouth. You're a Sidmouth man here.
Yeah. But I mean, more Hastings than Skeggy. Croom to continue. This is the 5th over. And Wells just playing that into the ground out to gully. And this is the joy of having a 50 over game, long format game. You don't need to go absolutely crashing at it as you would in a T20 from the outset.
Wiltshire play a lot of their cricket at South Wilts or Corsham or Warminster, and also Marlborough College, where ex-Gloucestershire man Mark Lane is.
Croom, quite a long striding run. Wells has clipped that into the gap at mid-wicket, straight to mid-wicket. That's going to go all the way for 4. That's one of the longer boundaries, but he's picked the gap there. And it was a no ball as well. Umpires today, Billy Taylor, more experienced of the two, and Paul Sparshot. So Ed Young's just going to have a word with his bowler here.
That's Sparshot at this end, isn't it?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Billy Taylor, ex-Hampshire. He was a left armer, wasn't he?
Not sure about that.
Yeah.
So Ed Young's just trotted from second slip all the way up to have a word with Josh Croom. This is a free hit for the no ball. What will Wells do to it? Oh, he's slogged it high in the air. Morton will take the catch, but it won't amount to anything. That's the applause from those who haven't spotted it was a no ball. So Wells will get 1 run.
22 degrees today in Cheltenham. A little bit cloudy. Chance for shower about 4 o'clock.
Chance.
Yeah. 50% chance. That's called hedging your bets, isn't it?
I think so. Croom in again. Charlesworth steers. Oh, that's a nice shot. He's just steered that for a squarish cover all the way to the Sanford Road side of the ground boundary for 4. That came off the bat very nicely. 20 without loss. Croom's got 0 for 16 at the moment, and there you can see on the replay a little bit of width offered, and Charlesworth knew exactly what he wanted to do with it. Wait was the call there.
Billy Taylor played for Wiltshire before making the move to Sussex, where he's part of that 2003 county championship winning side, which was inspired by over 100 wickets, I think, from Mushtaq Ahmed. Then went to Hampshire and was there for 5 years.
Charlesworth, bat raised. He thinks he can pierce the field at mid-off, but can't in fact do it. Joe King again does the fielding. So would that have been Adams's team?
Yeah.
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 They called him Grizzly, didn't they?
They did, yeah.
Chris Adams. Understandably. So almost the midpoint of the power play here. Croom into Charles. They pushes hard at that, and Croom disappointed there wasn't a feather of an edge there. So, including the no ball in that over, he's now bowled 3 overs for 16. Burton's 2 overs for 4, and Gloucestershire 20 without loss. Here's the last delivery. Didn't carry all that high through to Morton.
Drop us a line today to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. You'll see it there on the top right hand corner of your stream. That's us lot. Ian Randall to my right. I'm the tired looking chap in the black and yellow top, having done 2 4-day games in 10 days here.
And quite a bit of mileage.
Quite a bit of mileage, and just 100 overs in the dirt umpiring yesterday.
Was it a good game though?
It was a good game. It was at Luton Town and Indians, who are a lovely club. Good Guinness up there. Good Guinness, Ian.
Good Guinness.
It's a lovely Guinness you get up there. Burton in. That's played out to Joe King. Man who sounds like he's having a laugh.
He's Joseph, technically, I think.
Well, yeah. Yeah, Luton Town and Indians was where Monty Panesar came through. Unfortunately, no tea yesterday. Burton in. That's a pleasant shot by Charlesworth, but fielded there by Ed Young.
He's taken himself from second slip to short cover for Charlesworth, particularly with this short boundary. He's basically packing the short side of the ground here. Backward point, sort of shortish cover, a square cover just in front of the umpire, and a mid-off.
Charlesworth plays that pleasantly down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs down to the chapel end. And that's a lovely shot. He just leant on that and pushes it back past the bowler. Bisects the bowler and Minott. Gets 4 runs, 25 for none. Charlesworth 12, Wells 11, Burton none for 9 off 2.3, Croom none for 16 off 3.
Yeah, just looking at the replay on that, it was all about just getting in the right position, not trying to hit it too hard, all about the timing. And that tends to be the way Charlesworth bats. You know, if it's coming out of the middle, it generally races away.
Burton to Charlesworth, who works that one on the onside, doesn't get any runs for it.
Yeah, that Hampshire game last year at Bristol, it was a chase towards the end of the group stage of the Royal London. He got an unbeaten 99, and I think, you know, the scriptwriter said he should have got 100 out of it, but in a sense it was more important that the side got to the right position at the end of the game, which of course they did.
Burton to Charlesworth. Oh, that's dropped. Goes backward of square on the offside. He sliced that one. And backward point. Can't quite pick up the chance.
It was low.
It was low, but it was one you should hold. And it just popped out, didn't it?
Disappointed to have let that slip. And Charlesworth now has to try and profit from that.
That's played out to Joe King. Who do I see his name? James Healy, who works on the stream here, seems to find it the highest amusement. That's the end of the over. 6 gone. 25 for none.
Yeah, 25 for naught could easily be 25 for 1. Croom to continue, as we expect the 2 quicker bowlers to bowl right through the power play. Oh, Wells has a big drive at that.
I like the look of this lad.
Through to Morton.
He's got a bit about him, I think.
Yes, I don't know how old he is. He strikes you maybe, you know, early 20s. You know, point of difference is a left armour, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's all about the pace, I suppose. So quite a long striding run, cut by Ben Wells. Good bit of fielding. Obviously by the same Wiltshire fielder who dropped the chance a moment ago.
Recently took 2 for 56. Yeah, for Hampshire 2s in their game against Somerset 2s.
9 running strides in. Oh, he was closed the face on that, Wells. He's going to get 1. He might get a couple, but Draper has just turned round and gone to throw. And just by going to throw, he's just checked the call for the second run. So Wells only picks up 1. Both batsmen on 12. Charlesworth having survived a chance, though.
Burton at the other end took 3 for 96 in that. Some good players. Tom Prest played in it. Mason Crane.
Croom. Passed on past Barshop. Then again, a little bit uppish from Charlesworth, but 2 bounces below it before he got to King at mid-off. That's why Ed Young has positioned himself there. Once again for Charlesworth, thinking that if he does just play a little bit early, there's a chance of more of a chance of a catch there than perhaps at second slip. Croom, willowy figure, comes in again. That's straighter from Charlesworth again. The So much with him is in the V. And it's again gone to a tumbling stop from King. It is a warm day.
It is warm. I'm going to have to take off this top. I'm just.
Hope you've got a shirt on underneath, Dan.
Yeah, I have. We don't want to.
Get people in the wrong idea.
We don't want to have me arrested for gross indecency. There's a splendidly named chap in this game at Hampshire.
Croom. And they go into Charlesworth. Again, playing almost a game on their own at the moment. Bowler, mid-off and batsman. And King again does the fielding at the end of Croom's 4th over. Just a single from that one.
Yeah, Hampshire 2s who Croom and Burton both played for on the 11th of July against Somerset. Hampshire 2's got a young 17-year-old from Winchester who goes by the name of Wilfred John LaFontaine Jackson. Seems splendidly posh, doesn't he?
Yeah, very. That's nearly as posh as Xavier Voigt Hill.
Yeah. A little bit of rain.
Who by the way, is one of the statisticians down at Sussex. And I know sometimes follows us on the stream when games from Sussex aren't playing. But I think they have a game at Wormsley today.
Yeah, lovely venue that. Superb venue. Burton in, Wells. Goes walkies down the wicket to him and misses it. Yeah, Wormsley, you've been there? You've been to Wormsley?
No, I've not been there.
Oh, it's a must. Lovely little thatch roof pavilion. Thatch roof scoreboard box. Home of John Paul Getty, who was a friend of Mick Jagger's, who introduced him to cricket. Mick Jagger, big cricket fan, and he wanted the exact dimensions of the oval. Leg by scampered through, big appeal, no run.
Yeah. So it's a big playing area then.
It is a big playing area, yeah. It's also where the red kites were sort of, I don't know what you call it, rehabilitated maybe? Where I think there were only about 20 pairs in the UK in the late 80s. And Burton, Ian, that's a splendid shot there from Charlesworth. No need to run for that. Goes straight to the boundary in a blink of an eye. 31 for none.
Even through a packed offside field, he still found the gap.
Pierced them. Pierced the field. Yeah, so you got all the red kites around there because there was only about 20 pairs at the end of the 80s, and that's why they reintroduced them at Wormsley Cricket Ground, and that's why you see so many floating above you on the M40. Here's Burton to Charlesworth, who plays that in the offside, and that's well fielded.
There's a dark cloud lurking over the chapel at the moment.
Yeah, there is, and Cleeve Hill looks a little bit mizzly up there.
It was clearer than that 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
It's bright sunshine here at the minute, so hopefully this passes round us.
That's sliced backwards of point. Third man comes round, fields, and cuts off the boundary. Just one more to Charlesworth. Moves on to 32. Cheltenham, everyone here saw a wonderful game of cricket which reached a dramatic finale on Thursday between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire. Burton, last baldy over. That's a big swing from Wells, doesn't get anywhere. And end of the 8th over, 32 for none. Yeah, absolute cracking game of cricket, wasn't it, on Thursday?
Very good. And there was so much about that last day which said a lot about 4-day cricket, and two teams, or well, certainly one team obviously trying to win, and one team from a position where they only look to be saving the game, then actually putting a positive declaration at the side who you thought was in the box seat, and then pushing them really hard. 202 in 37 overs as it was. Croom into Charlesworth. That's a nice shot. That's straight down the ground for 4. And
wow, that's a lovely shot.
He does have. I mean, we know that Ben Charlesworth, when he first broke into the team, he was batting down the order and bowling a bit, and he's had some shoulder problems, and he's not going to bowl in the Royal London if he plays in the 11. He will play as a batsman, and I think those in the system at Gloucestershire, those in the coaching system, know that he has got real ability with the bat. Sometimes we haven't always seen it, but he has got some red ball runs, albeit a while ago.
He's a good fielder as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not the worst fielder. Croom in, that's worked. That'll be 4 more.
That's a lovely shot.
It's just all about timing, and it's gone away to the boundary at mid-wicket. Adam's been in touch on the email. Morning, Adam. He says, hello both. How close is the Gloucestershire 11 today to what you would expect to be for the start of the Royal London? I would expect Harris, Dent, Scott and the Prices to come in. Keep up the good work. I think Harris and Dent, yes. I think Scott probably. The Prices are an interesting one, because Tom's only played a couple of games and he's had a lot of red ball bowling. So I wonder if he might be the one who doesn't. Croom in again to Charlesworth, and he's got that past edge youngest going away towards the boundary at sort of a straightish extra cover, and that's a good chase down there. They'll still get 3, but that's well hauled in, and Charlesworth's played a couple of really nice shots in this over. Do you think that's fair, Dan? I mean Harris, Dent and Scott I would think would probably, yeah, you've got to come in and strengthen the batting, but because most of the all-rounders have gone to the 100, Gloucester have got to think about the number of bowlers they've got, and I think you've got to pick more than 5.
Oh, without a doubt.
Croom into Wells, who's square-driven that, and that I think will also go for 4, away to the boundary on the pavilion side of the ground.
Plane coming into Gloucester Airport there.
That'd be coming to Stamford, wouldn't it? Yes.
From Guernsey, private jet.
.47 for no wicket in the 9th. Croom and Wells has pulled that. That'll be 4 more. So this maybe is 1 over too many for Croom, but you can understand why Ed Young has tried to persevere with his 2 bowlers from the Hampshire seconds at the start of this 50 over game, and the 50 partnership is up.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see a change. I wonder if we'll see them maybe take the pace off the ball a little bit. I think that's probably...
logically, Morton, I think, will probably bowl the 10th over, but Crew might be withdrawn after this one.
I don't think you can bowl a spinner from the chapel end. The boundary's so short. I think it would just be...
Croom in once more, and Wells forces that to Draper, extra cover. We might get Alex's thoughts on this in a moment, as to whether in fact the ground is much a different dimension to the ones that the Wiltshire players would play on normally in club cricket. There's a bit of a brains trust gathering at the end of that over, but 9 overs gone and 51 without loss. Charlesworth has really played a couple of very nice shots, ones where he's not tried to hit the ball too hard. It's all about technique and timing, and Morton I think he's going to at least see through the power play, and then there'll be a change in the box and a change out in the middle as well, I'm sure.
Yeah, some good club cricket in Wiltshire. Royal Wootton Bassett, top of the Whipple Wilts, which is a feeder league into the
West of England Premier League.
Well, it's not quite. It's there's a league in between that, and then goes into the. I think it's Gloucestershire and Wiltshire, and then Somerset and Bristol, and then they feed into the Whipple. And then you've got below that the Wiltshire County Cricket League, which Avebury sits up at. Go Taker, well known in the National Village Cup. Burton comes around the wicket to Charlesworth.
Can I just say here, Dumbleton in their semi-final today.
Good luck, Dumbleton. Good luck, gents.
It's away up. Is it Rainford near St Helens?
Ooh.
So quite a long track for them. But best of luck to them with, well, next stop Lords for somebody.
I'm sure there's some like real idyllic village cricket grounds in that. I'll come on to that as Burton comes in. That's good areas, and Charlesworth defence. I'm sure there's some real idyllic village cricket grounds in that. You know, you've got sort of visions of these lovely little places, but Rainford outside St Helens just does not conjure up those images,
no.
I'm afraid.
No. That's, we're probably boxing things off there into fairly predictable areas.
I'm not one to generalise, Ian,
no.
But that's just played out to mid-wicket, misfield, as it just pops up off one of the ends of the squares there, and they take a single. 52 for none. There is a bit of rain up on Cleve Hill, I'm sure.
Yeah, that looks quite misty up there, but
yeah.
Hopefully the stuff that's heading in that direction is going to pass round the ground.
Burton past the umpire. Oh, and that's a thick outside edge. Goes down to third, just for a rather languid single. What was your barometer in your hallway saying, Ian?
I didn't look at it this morning before I left. I mean, obviously we had some rain, certainly where I live overnight, which is only 20 minutes from the ground, and indeed late yesterday. But you'd barely know.
Burton and Charlesworth whacks that. 2 bounces for a boundary over the top of mid-wicket dismissively. He looks in decent nick, Ben Charlesworth, considering he's been out of the side for so long through injury.
Has survived a chance though, and has now got to make capital out of that.
Yeah.
But that was a kind of. He knew there's a big gap up mid-wicket. He clears the fielder. It's running down that slope towards the boundary.
Burton, that's hit the pad and goes through to the keeper. That completes the 10th over. We're going to have a change in the commentary box. I'm going to come out of here and we're going to welcome in Alex Duffel from Wiltshire County Cricket Club.
Thanks, Dan. He'll be back later. I'll try and deal with the emails in between while. Nice to have Alex with us today. And here comes the first bowling change. Cam Harding. Is he a Cam or a Cameron?
I think he's officially a Cameron.
Officially a Cameron.
Be one of those where he probably prefers to be known as Cam, I think.
Yeah.
So.
Well, morning to you. Nice to have you here.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to be here.
How many players from Potton might have played today had they been available, do you reckon?
Probably at least 3, I think.
Right.
I think Jake Goodwin would have walked into the side. Jake's obviously played first class cricket for Hampshire about 4 or 5 years ago, and is the leading run scorer for Wiltshire this year in the NCCA knockout. So he would definitely have got in.
So here's Harding then from the College Lawn End, and Ben Wells has clipped that away to mid-wicket. So now we're beyond the 10th over. There are 4 players around outside the circle. Because I must confess, I looked at Goodwin's runs and thought, right, he's a definite accumulator.
Yeah, Jake's a very good player. Born in Swindon, raised in the Wiltshire area, and is a very talented cricketer. There's a few others at Potturn as well, who I think would definitely have been in and around this side, and in an ideal world would have played today. So they'll be a big miss. So
Harding, right arm over the wicket. Comes in and Charlesworth just works that off his hip. He's got Draper at, I say he's got a deep square. Basically it's 1 or 4 on this gymnasium side of the ground, pavilion side of the ground. It is a shortish boundary. He'd have a job to run a 2 unless it was relatively straight up towards long on, towards the Premier Club marquee. That's the black one. In again. Wells is beaten by that. And through to Morton. So your role at Wiltshire is sort of basically lower down the age bracket.
Yes, so I'm the county under-12 manager. So I deal with the under-12s and our under-12 development side. Our under-12s today are actually playing Gloucestershire as well. So good luck to them. They're playing at Lydney Cricket Club today.
Oh right. Harding in. Wells calls for a single up to King at mid-on. Yes, of course, Gloucestershire first team would have played in the old John Player League at Lydney back in the day. And that's where, obviously, Steve James learned his cricket. Glamorgan in England. Charlesworth has 34. Survived a chance already. And just pulled Harding round to backwards square, and he's placed that well, and he's got 4 more for what just looked little more than a little work off his hip. Again, it's all about timing with Charlesworth. Harding past umpire spar shot, and Charlesworth again says wait with the call up to mid-off, and Joe King does the fielding. So Harding's got through his first over, and now I suspect there will be a double change. Do you share Dan's view that it might be difficult to bowl spin from the chapel end because of the size of the boundary?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I would say is with Glos opening with a right and left hand combination, there will be a short side on the leg side for both players, so it will be slightly difficult, I think, to bowl possibly at either end. So somebody is going to have to do it, unfortunately. It does look like we're going to get a change in bowling.
Yes, Morton is coming off. Sorry, Burton is coming off, as you were.
Or is he? No, he's not.
He's not. That looked to be...
I thought Jack Minott was getting ready then, but no, that would have been a shock. But yeah, it is going to be Burton to continue. And that's well played down to backward point. But Burton's hit his lengths very nicely here, actually. He's bowled a very, very good opening spell. I'm not actually surprised to see him continue. He's bowled a nice heavy length. No, not too many freebies, I think, for the Glos batters to tuck into. And should have had a wicket as well.
Yes, yeah, Charlesworth should have been caught. It was Harding, in fact, who had a low chance. Backward point, not far from the bat. Just couldn't cling on to it.
In comes Burton. And that's a lovely late cut. Pass backward point, third man. It's a good dive, but not quite good enough, and that's 4 more. Ominous signs here for Wiltshire. Glos getting off to a lovely start here.
Yes, these two heading a batting order that has James Bracey at 3. Well, in terms of, we're told James Bracey at 3, Jack Taylor and Tom Lace, and then Will Naish completing the top 6.
Burton in again. Ball's full, and that's a good ball. And Wiltshire probably need a few more of those, a few more dot balls to stop the scoring.
Where is Valley End Cricket Club?
So Valley End
the one that
is
Ed Young plays?
Yeah, so Ed now plays in the Surrey Championship. So Valley End is actually in Surrey.
Oh right.
But still plays his minor counties cricket or national counties cricket with Wiltshire.
I did look on the Valley End website earlier in the week, and it said he's got nearly 1,000 runs there already this season. It looks like it might
Just starting to drizzle now.
Just drizzling a bit.
Here
Yes,
comes the rain a little bit, but umpires just starting to look at each other, but hopefully we'll be okay for the moment.
Yes, you just hope it might just drift round the ground.
Only a light scattering at the moment.
Certainly just a threat even before we started play today, but the covers didn't need to go on.
That's a lovely cut shot again from Wells, and that'll be 4 more. He's played that very well today, picked up on the short ball extremely well, and moves along nicely.
Wells would be wanting to stake a claim, so that in the Royal London, Gloucestershire do have options. James Bracey's played a lot of red ball cricket this year, where he's been forced to keep and bat high up the order, so it would be certainly a change of workload for him if he only played as a batsman.
But then again, that's a much better length. Just tucked into the offside for 1 run, and that will end the 12th. Gloucester 73 for 0.
Yeah, Alex Duffel with us from Wiltshire Cricket here on the stream for today's game. I think okay to keep going at the moment. See, this is very, very light rain. It's sort of stuff that it's almost evaporated before it's got to the ground level. So that's why they're happy to keep going. Ed Young, I think, is just limbering up here. You'd expect the skipper to be on shortly, but it will be Harding to continue. From the college lawn end, and it's defended by Wells. Can you tell that Ed Young has been a former county pro in terms of just his level of performance? Because he's the only one of this side that has played a significant number of first-team games.
Yeah, I think Ed is probably a slightly cut above the rest. He scored 100 in Wiltshire's last weekend against Wales.
Harding in again, and punched out for a straightforward single that Wells will amble through, and Gloucestershire up to 74 without loss. 13th over here at the college ground. They won the toss and decided to bat, and I think that they probably felt that had the best chance from a Gloucestershire point of view of giving the batters a bat and the bowlers a bowl, was to take first use of this pitch. I mean, from a Wiltshire point of view, Alex, the maximum learning comes from the longest game possible, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
From a Wiltshire point of view. So, if Gloucestershire won the toss and said, "I will have a bowl first," and Wiltshire got bowled out relatively cheaply, then there is less to take out of it. Harding in, and again, Charlesworth. This time he's fooled by the bowler off his own bowling. Good bit of work.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for the Wiltshire lads. It's not often they get to play against Gloucestershire boys and first-class cricketers, so it's a great opportunity for them to prove themselves and for some of them to showcase their talents, as many of them are involved in county second 11s, so this is a good chance for them to prove that they can break into first-class cricket.
Harding in. Oh, Charles tries to cut that. I thought there might have been a sound as it went through, but poor Sparshot didn't agree. So might just have stopped, actually. Certainly the clouds over Cleve Hill look pretty thick, but it certainly isn't very much, even if it is still falling. Harding in, and Charlesworth pushes that out onto the offside. End of the over. Harding's bowled 2 overs for 8. And as usual in a white ball game. They use...
Rain appears to have returned, unfortunately, and it is starting to come down a little bit heavier now.
What are the umpires going to do here? 74 without loss. 13 overs. They might think about asking the ground staff.
Charlesworth is
covers on.
having a look at the umpires, but they don't seem to be moving at the moment as Ed Young comes on. So first change from that end for Wiltshire with pace off the ball now. Ed Young with his left arm spin.
Yes, they think they hope it's going to pass through.
Wilshire captain Ed Young.
Yeah, played 14 first-class matches for Gloucestershire, Ed Young. And also, obviously played some games in white ball cricket as well. And there's the usual encouragement from the fielding side. Just that rain was thick for 30 seconds, and now it's stopped again.
On off. In comes Young for his first ball. Full, and that's beaten Wells outside the off stump. Wiltshire hoping that pace off the ball brings them the breakthrough here. Young back to his mark. Wells drives through cover point. Will push for 2, and that's well run.
Going back to your under 12s role, and you say that is there any coaching in that, or are you pure? And you say you're a manager. Does that mean you literally organise everything and other people do the coaching, or do you do any of the coaching as well?
A bit of both. So I do all the managing as Ed Young comes in again. Drops short this time, and that's cut to short third man by Josh Croom-Fieldswell. But I also do help out with the coaching as well. So my dad actually is the head coach, Phil Duffell's head coach. But then on match days I'm his assistant, and then I also help out through the winter with them.
So can you spot at 12 maybe boys that might have some ability to play at a good standard?
Young in, half an LBW appeal, but not given. Leg by signalled.
A tight scramble for a leg by that. Good job. The Wells had his bat
well
down.
Run. Yeah, so part of our job at 12 is obviously identifying those who have the potential to go on and potentially become either Wiltshire players or even first-class cricketers. We've got a couple who I used to coach today, a 12th and 13th man for Wiltshire. And then a few others who we've previously coached who've gone on to either the Gloucestershire pathway or the Somerset pathway. Charlesworth tucks tucks Young into the leg side and pushes 2 again. It's well run. Charlesworth moves to 40.
And would those players who go to first class counties, would they be recommended by you up the chain?
Yeah, so what tends to happen is we obviously report back to our head of pathway, who's Tom Morton, keeping wicket stay for Wiltshire. And Tom has very close contacts with Somerset and Gloucestershire, and they're certainly Gloucestershire are very much involved with our EPP programme, it's the Emerging Players Programme, which is where we put our best county players on. And the Gloucestershire coaches will be looking at them through the winter, having a look at scores in the summer, occasionally potentially coming and watching them, seeing who's doing what. And eventually, if they're good enough, we'll get onto the pathway.
And because Wiltshire is actually a bigger county than perhaps some people think, it's not all about Swindon. If you had somebody from, say, the Salisbury area, and you know that South Wiltshire are strongly represented in the Wiltshire team today, would you point them towards Hampshire, for example?
Yeah, it tends to be Hampshire who come calling for the South Wilts boys. So you look at Josh Croom today, who opened the bowling, left armour. He's now involved in Hampshire 2s.
Harding to continue from the college lawn in. Wells tries to wind himself up for that, but gets it off the bottom part of the bat, and it's out to mid-wicket. There's no run.
But yeah, as you say, Wiltshire is a much bigger county than people think. Swindon to Salisbury is quite a long journey, and as a result, there is kind of a split in between the middle, where you get the north half tends to be Gloucestershire, and the southern half tends to go to Hampshire.
Harding's got a man out now at long on for Wells. It's dabbed over him down to third man, where there is also a fielder, and they'll just take one. I did pose the question before you came on air, so I'll ask it genuinely now. The dimensions of this ground, how would they compare to the club grounds that most of these boys would play on?
Probably not far off, I don't think. It's a shame, actually, the Potton boys who aren't here today would be probably used to smaller than this, because Potton itself is one of the smallest grounds in the county. But yeah, it's probably about your kind of average club-sized ground, I would imagine this, so they should be used to it.
Charles has made 40. And that's where he'll stick for the moment, because that's gone to Ed Young at short mid-wicket. Tom Morton in splendid isolation now. No close catches with him. A fine leg and a third man out. Holding into Charlesworth, who's pulled that over Ed Young and away to the boundary. That wide long on for 4. Young would have had to have been right on the edge of the circle to have got that, and I don't think Charlesworth would have played that shot had he been in that position. But because he's in quite short on this Thurleston Road side of the ground, the leg side boundary to the left-hander, okay, he's played that shot on the opposite side, felt it was safe-ish to get it over the infield. And Charlesworth now 44 off 51 balls.
Looking to emulate his 100 in this game last year.
Right. Which got him into fairly good nick for the Royal London. Going to Charlesworth, cuts that away, that'll be 4 more. That's his 9th boundary.
Wiltshire bowlers a tad too short, I think, here. The short ball seems to be going the distance so far. They've been much better when they've bowled that good to full length. Again there, short and wide, cut away for 4.
So 3 overs for 17 for Harding. Charlesworth got a couple of 50s in the Royal London last year, along with that 130 in the Wiltshire match. So up among the top run scorers, in fact, Van Buren, Jack Taylor, Scott and Charlesworth, all very similar run totals last year in the main 50 over competition. Wilshire, of course, got to the playoff when they lost to Surrey.
Ed Young to continue. Bowling to Wells, who looks to hit that a long way, but he's skewed it out to deep cover. Just the single taken. Ed Young started very nicely here.
Yeah, it is a challenge with the short boundary, but at least he's got the right and left hand combination to bowl at. So, and probably a little bit of help from the pitch, I would think.
Yeah, there seemed to be 1 or 2 just skidding through potentially, and maybe a bit of grip and turn there as well, Fred. And that's lovely use of the feet from Charlesworth as he knocks that down the ground. Good fielding out there at long on to prevent the 2.
Fielding something that's it's a simple skill, but it's a skill you can probably improve quite a lot quite quickly, and the returns have been good. We've seen already, aside from the one that went to the wrong square, and we'll excuse the fielder for that. The level of returning has been comparable with what we've seen throughout the whole festival.
I think Cam Harding will be disappointed with his drop catch. I think he'll be the first to tell you he should have taken that. But generally Wiltshire have started well in the field, which is a positive, and that's a lovely sweep shot and well fielded down in front of us here by Draper to prevent the 4. Yeah, boundary's not quite so easy to come by off the spinner at the moment for Gloucestershire. Preferring pace on the ball, these two. Young in again. That's tucked into the leg side, just backward a square for a single by Charlesworth, and that will take him to 50.
50 for Ben Charlesworth. 54 balls, 9-4.
Almost at a runner ball, a very good knock from the accomplished Gloucestershire left-handed opener.
He's somebody I think they like the look of his ability with the bat.
Another dot ball there from Young, and that will end the over. Gloucester 92 for naught off of 16. I think
he was 17 when he made his county debut. But because of university studies and injuries, it doesn't feel as if at 21 we've seen an awful lot of him. He's only played 2 first-class games this season. As Dan said earlier, he's had a stress fracture of the foot. Matt Taylor's got one of those, and he won't play again until 2023. So it does take a big chunk out of the summer if you get a fracture like that. Ed Young in having a chat with Cam Harding here about his field. He's got a man out at extra cover for the left-hander. Charlesworth still goes in the V a lot, and that's another nice shot straight down the ground once more. Not a real biff, just leaning into it.
See on the replay here, Cam Harding a touch too full there, just into Charlesworth's arc. He drives that straight down the ground for 4.
Mid on and mid off, up inside the circle for Charlesworth, but he's skewed that one out to Kroom, who's on the edge of the 30-yard ring at backward point, no run. I told there might be quite a good number in today. This is probably comparable with the 4th day against Hampshire. And it's the advantage of it being a Sunday and people able to work during the week to watch some good level cricket. It's competitive, and it's not the and it is a full day as well. You get
value for your money
you
today,
do.
hopefully.
You do.
And it'd be a lovely experience for the Wiltshire guys to play in front of this many people. Obviously, a few of them have played either professional cricket or second team cricket, but it won't be often that they get this many at their clubs, so a good experience.
Charlesworth pushes at that. So the Hampshire seconds, there is like a nursery ground at Southampton, isn't there? Do they play most of the seconds game on that rather than on the Aegeus?
Yeah, I think they play most of the seconds games on that. They also play around Hampshire, I believe. There's a lovely ground in the Isle of Wight actually at Newport, which I know they play a couple of games at.
Harding over the wicket, and Charlesworth just checks his shot. But the thing about coming to a ground like this is that it feels like a proper venue, as opposed to just being a nice club ground.
Yeah, it's definitely a step up in venue compared to what the Wiltshire boys are probably used to. They're probably used to playing on, as you say, very good club grounds, but club grounds nevertheless. And playing here does have that feel of professionalism about it.
Making a change. He's got a man out now for Charlesworth at long on. And he brought Burton up inside the circle at fine leg, halfway to the rope, and that's straight where the ball's gone for the last delivery from Harding's over. So 4 overs for 21. The other main spinner for Wiltshire is Joe King, who's an off spinner. So you've got 2 orthodox finger spinners in the side.
Going with just probably the 5 main bowlers for Wiltshire today, which is a bit of a gamble, but gives them all a chance to bowl a good number of overs.
So who would be the 5th?
Joe King will be the 5th, I would imagine,
yes,
with his off spin. So in comes Young. Lovely forward defensive from Wells. Young's settled in very nicely here. He's found his line of length very well so far. He moves into his third over.
Extraordinary how the sky can change in 15 minutes. We can now see Cleve Hill very clearly.
Another dot ball. And it has indeed brightened up round here, which we might even get some sun in a moment.
The dark cloud that was over the chapel is now sweeping away to our right.
And there's the big shot from Wells as he looks to slog sweep. It's gone out to long on. And he'll come back for two. Oh, or will he? Just. Well, some rather lazy running there from Wells, and he almost found himself in trouble.
Whose was that throw? Right from the far end. Is that Oliver Meadows out there?
I'm not sure. He's a very long way away from us. He's actually long off, but he came round to long on to field it.
And the throw ran all the way to the keeper's end and hit the stumps direct.
I think Wells was expecting that to go to the bowlers, and he kind of switched off. Very nearly paid the price for it. Here comes Young, and Wells sweeps again. Big shout, not given. So Young just causing Wells a bit of trouble here. He's now played 2 slog sweeps and not really connected with either. Wiltshire just starting to create a couple of chances here.
I think whilst there would be a thought of getting a good start, there's equally well fielded.
Very good off his own bowling there, Ed Young.
Equally a thought that 18 overs into the innings and there would be a desire to, how can I put this, for other batsmen to get a knock.
Yeah, to start to push on, and
yeah. If it means taking a chance or two.
Yeah, these two have set a platform very nicely. Time to kick on. Here comes Young again to Charlesworth. Ooh, and he prods that in the air, and that falls just short of Ed Young. So an over with a couple of chances in it for Wiltshire. Unfortunately, not quite good enough.
No, the run out was a curious one because, as you say, Wells was dawdling, perhaps not watching where the ball was, and the fact that it had missed the stumps at the bowler's end and was running through. Tom Morton let it go, hit the stumps direct, and Paul Sparsholt therefore had a decision to make.
Would have been a very curious way to get out. I don't think he'd have liked to look back on that one too fondly if that had been given.
So 18 overs gone. And these two, I suspect, will really start to push now. And if it means they lose their wicket, then kind of so be it. Wells into the ground a bit, but up to King at long on 100 partnership for the first wicket in the 19th over.
Gloucestershire opening batters offering a couple of chances, but on the whole a very good platform laid by these two.
Yeah, I think Charlesworth would have been grateful for that spill earlier on, because he would have wanted to have at least a decent time in the middle, and he's middled that as well, worked that to mid-wicket, not that far to the right of Ben Draper.
Beautifully tucked off his legs there from Charlesworth. He's got his timing today.
Yeah, 2 bounces 4.
Found the middle of the bat more often than not.
.58, almost a runner ball. Harding to bowl to him, and this time straight to the man at extra cover. So do your under-12s play proper matches? I say proper matches, that's a bit unkind, that sounds terrible. Do they play matches on a regular basis on a weekend during the season?
Yeah, they tend to. They tend to play kind of every other Sunday as such. With club cricket back in Wiltshire in the Wiltshire Youth Cricket League on the other Sunday. So those games at under 12 level are 40 overs a side.
Charlesworth again. That's quite a long game.
It is.
12.
Yeah, it is a long game for 12s, and it's quite because kind of up until 11s they only really play 20 overs, so it's quite a step up in terms of batting temperament and patience, and bowlers learning how to bowl longer spells. But it's a good learning curve because it starts to teach them kind of one-day cricket and the mentality of how to form a platform and set an innings.
Harding in once more, and Charlesworth plays that almost off a sort of a wide Yorker length out to deep point. If I go back to, this is going back an awfully long time, when I started, and I probably was maybe younger than that, you used to play 8 aside, and you used to have 4 pairs of batsmen that would bat, I think, for 4 overs.
Yeah, that's what I played at under 9 cricket. We used to start on 200.
That's right.
-5 every time you lost a wicket.
Clipped away by Wells for a single. Does that still exist?
I think so. I do, but that's the under 9, so softball cricket is still like that.
Right.
But when they get to the hardball cricket as such, it's proper cricket as such, for want of a better word, with traditional scoring methods and no longer batting in pairs.
And the concept of that pairs game was that everybody got a bat and everybody got a bowl. That was the idea, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's still great for increasing participation levels at the grassroots end. I think when we get to kind of county cricket, certainly under 12s level, it starts to become a bit more, instead of giving everybody a game, we're starting to look at progressing players and developing players, and giving the better bowlers obviously more chance with the ball. And Ed Young to continue then.
Yeah, Dan will join you after this over.
Oh, and Young again beats the outside edge of Wells. He's really starting to cause Wells some trouble here with his left arm spin, turning the ball away from Wells.
I know he can't bowl 20 overs from one end.
No, but he wishes he could though at the moment. And Wells resorts to the reverse sweep, which he has absolutely nailed that for 4.
He's picked the length on that, and you know, it's become probably the one new shot, the one unorthodox shot that people now understand as a real skill.
Yeah, I think almost all professional players can now play it very well. There's Young in again, and Wells off the back foot this time. Knocks that out to deep cover for a single.
Drop that a bit shorter.
Yeah. Slight change in field then for the left-hander. Cam Harding just running across. Over to backward point. And Young just moving his deep square slightly in front for Charlesworth. Charlesworth uses his feet and tucks that one down to long on, and they'll push for 2, but I don't think they'll get there. No, they won't. That's good fielding out that.
Ball, as you will have already noticed, the ball runs very quickly over this outfield.
Yeah, it's very quick, it's very flat. And that might actually be slightly different to what the Wiltshire boys are probably used to, the odd bobble in a club ground outfield, whereas it's like an absolute carpet here at Cheltenham. Young into Wells, who pushes that one slightly airily, but no one in the vicinity. Down to long off. Thought about the second, but turns it down. Probably wise.
And that's not Kroom, is it? Because he would throw left-handed.
Might be Jack Minott down there, I think. Who's putting in the yards down at long off. Young in. Oh, and this time it's Charlesworth who goes for the reverse sweep, but he doesn't connect. Josh Kroom with the dive on the boundaries, just about saved that. And again, some slightly confusion with the running for Gloucestershire. They run 2 byes. That brings to an end the 20th over. Gloucestershire 113 for naught here at Cheltenham.
Alex, I'm going to leave you for a minute and Dan will come back in. But good to have you with us today, particularly with the insight of the Wiltshire players and a bit of background on how you fit into the system and how Wiltshire cricket essentially feeds into the first class system as well. Dan will join you.
Thank you very much. And it looks like it's going to be a bowling change for Wiltshire here. Joe King looks like he's setting his field. So spin from both ends for Wiltshire now. Ed Young has started very nicely with his left arm spin, so Wiltshire have decided that pace off the ball is the way to go. Welcome back, Dan.
Morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Or afternoon? No, it's afternoon.
It's afternoon.
It's
now.
afternoon.
The sun's out.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
Yeah.
Sunday cricket at Cheltenham. What more could you want?
Ah, fantastic. Fantastic. It's even stopped Ian Randall going to church today. It's wonderful to see. 20 overs, solid start from the hosts. One slight alarm when Charlesworth was dropped, slicing behind point.
Yeah, I think Cam Harding will be disappointed with that, and I think Wiltshire as a whole will be slightly annoyed that they haven't taken one of their chances so far.
Ed Young's got a little bit of the Che Guevara about him, hasn't he?
Yeah. Joe King with a bit of bounce on his first ball then. That's cut away just behind square.
That's 50 up for Ben Wells, 54 balls, 76 minutes, 6 fours.
54 balls, 6 fours.
Well played. He's a positive player, Ben Wells. So King
And there is the positivity as he goes over extra cover. 2 bounces for 4. Lovely shot. Ben Wells deciding here that aggression against spin is the way to go.
King into the wicket and Wells just dabs him down to short third. Matt Burton down there. King, and that's a lovely shot. Played off the back foot. Fine placement there from Ben Wells. Moves on to 58. Charlesworth on 60. 125 for none. And does a county, a national county like Wiltshire, I mean, you come here probably not expecting to win, but you want to sort of make a decent show.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that I don't. The Wiltshire boys will be the first to tell you. I don't think they're expecting to win today. But what they are expecting to do is put up a good show, put up a good fight.
Yeah.
As I said, that's why I think they'll be disappointed they haven't taken a chance already.
Yeah.
Although these two Glos batters have batted very nicely up front, I think Wiltshire would have hoped to have taken at least one of their chances by now.
No run there. There was just fired in a little bit quicker from King. Occasionally you do get them, don't you? You do get the national county, upsetting I seem to remember Hertfordshire.
Absolutely. Cornwall beat Somerset last year, I believe.
Yeah.
They're playing at Truro today.
This is one run to long on. That completes the over. 126 for none. Yeah, I mean, there have been some real sort of upsets. Remember Ireland beating the West Indies, I think 69. And but I think in cricket it's not so much like football where you get in the FA Cup where you get sort of some non-league side and you have to go on a bumpy pitch, etc. I think cricket is more like rugby where generally the better sides tend to win.
So that longer format as well. Obviously football 90 minutes. There is the chance that you might just catch someone on their off day with, especially with a 50 over game. You've got the entire day, even if there's a bad half hour or so. Eventually the quality of the better side should come through to show.
Yeah. Luke Charlesworth doing 12th duties there. Running gloves on to his brother.
Gloves and a quick rehydrate for his brother.
Reasonable crowd here at Cheltenham today as well. It's quite a healthy crowd, more than I was expecting. I thought, quite a few have come over from Wiltshire as
It's
well.
lovely to see. It's really nice to see. Makes for a very nice atmosphere here, I must say.
Yeah, and we were treated to a very good game of cricket here against Northamptonshire last week.
Ed Young to continue then. Bowling his left arm spin, and again he finds the outside edge of Wells actually. So that runs down to third man. Josh Croom does the chase and chases that very well, prevents the fall. See, that's a couple of times actually that Ed Young has caused Wells a bit of trouble when he's looked to play more defensively.
Yeah, it does turn here. We saw Zafar Gahar take 10 wickets in the game against Northampton, and Kerrigan and Keogh bowled well. Liam Dawson bowled well for Hampshire.
Young again, firing that one in a tiny bit quicker there. Wiltshire skipper settled in very nicely here into his rhythm in his 5th over now. Oh, and there's the reverse sweep again from Wells, but that was slower from Young. He didn't get any of it. Straight over Tom Morton's head. Just the single.
Liam Dawson, a Swindon lad, actually, isn't he?
Yeah, Liam Dawson is. Yeah.
I think we mentioned Diana Dawes, Melinda Messenger.
Yeah, the Dawson family very heavily involved at Go Taker Cricket Club.
Okay.
Just outside Swindon. Young into Charlesworth, who uses his feet again. Nothing comes of it this time.
XTC, the band, back in the 80s, was Swindon based.
Charlesworth again using his feet, lovely footwork as he pushes that down to long on for a single. Yeah, Dawson just one of a number of Wiltshire based cricketers who've gone on to play first class cricket. Especially in recent years, the likes of Craig Miles and James Vince.
James Vince, or
James Vince is a Wiltshire lad, yeah.
Yeah.
Came through product of the Wiltshire county pathway. John Lewis as well, Swindon lad.
Yeah.
Obviously a Gloucester boy as well. Gloucestershire in England for a long time. Young in again to Wells, who just defends that into the offside, and Gloucestershire scramble a single.
John Lewis, the seam bowler and England bowling coach, as opposed to the shop. We've had an email, Jerry Wolstenholme. Hello, Jerry. Morning, Ian and Dan. And Alex, you missed Alex out. He's good to be with you again. You mentioned some rain yesterday. Well, I should tell you that here in Blackpool it rained for a full 24 hours yesterday, through to around 9 o'clock this morning. Incidentally, I heard you mention Rainford outside St Helens. I've been to some grounds in that area, but not this one. But I should just say there's some rather pleasant grounds in the area, despite what it sounds like. Jerry, I'm sorry, mate.
Doing Rainford a disservice.
Yeah.
We apologise.
I look forward to a good contest today. Good to hear from you, Jerry. Hope you're well. Here's King. As that's played out to wide. Long on. Good placement there. And
Positive running there from Gloucestershire.
Charlesworth scampers back quickly for the second. The rain seems to have lifted this morning. That's just a backward square on the offside. Single. Sort of get out shot, isn't it, when it's a good delivery and just work the ones.
These two have rotated the strike very nicely. They haven't allowed themselves to be bogged down at all.
50 over cricket, there sort of gets to this stage between 20 and 35 overs, which is it's about working the ones, maybe working the twos, and having wickets in hand then for the last hurrah. Those overs towards the end, King coming around the wicket to the left-handed Charlesworth. Having those wickets in hand towards the end, isn't it, where you can go berserk.
Yeah, it was a feature of England's World Cup winning side that Liam Plunkett would bowl in those middle overs to take those wickets to prevent that big hurrah at the end from the opposition. The rain's just starting to fall again here. Slight drizzle.
1 to Charlesworth. The umbrella's starting to go up around the ground. I don't think the umpires, I mean, once they take them off, though, that sets a precedent for the day, doesn't it?
They've done very well so far, I think, to keep them out.
Yeah.
It has been on and off, but at no point has it been too heavy, I don't think. So it's been good to see them staying out there.
Mizzle. Oh, that's well bowled by King. One more. Oh, no, it's a leg by.
Yeah, Wiltshire spinners definitely just starting to have a few chances here. Bit of bounce, bit of turn in the wicket, which I think they're both enjoying.
That's smashed through the offside there. Short, and Charlesworth rocks onto the back foot, smashes it through the offside. There's a young lad in front of us at deep mid-wicket, looks about 12 years old.
He's about 15 16 actually. Kit Blomfield, yeah, he'll be 12th man duties for Wiltshire today, Kit.
Okay.
I used to coach Kit about 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Very talented off spinner.
Right.
But yeah, so he's played a lot for Wiltshire under 18s this year and a couple of games for the second team.
Okay. It's like sort of, you know, you can get like in village cricket where, you know, the youngster turns up with his kit in case anyone sort of doesn't turn up, and I thought it was one of those tonight.
Yeah, no, I saw he was bowling the nets earlier before the game.
He looks about 12.
Yeah, he's I have to admit, I don't think I've ever seen him grow. Yeah, he's another South Wilts boy. Rain still falling here at Cheltenham as Ed Young's at the top of his mark.
Getting heavier.
Tom Morton just moves deep cover around to a bit more deep cover point. Young to Wells then, who just defends that one. Back to the bowler. Yeah, umpire's just having a look around, look up at the sky. It doesn't look too menacing, but rain is falling steadily here at the moment. Oh, Young pulls out of that one at the very last minute.
I wonder if the ball...
Yeah, he's just drying the ball there. Might have got a little bit stuck in his hand, I think, that one. He's just trying to dry it here in his shirt. That's well bowled and well played, out to deep cover. Yeah, Young just trying to dry his hands, dry the ball here. Doesn't want to get in too wet here, doesn't want it slipping out his hand. Another change in the field here as deep square comes in front for the left-hander. And Charlesworth picks out that man with a nice sweep shot, meeting it on the full just for a single. Oh, well, it's bounced just in front of Tom Morton there on an old wicket end. I think Morton's just got one glove on it and it's hit poor Ben Wells in the head.
It's hit him straight on the grill, isn't it?
Hopefully he doesn't have to have a concussion test after that. Oh, and that shot through, that's kept low there from Young, and it beat Wales completely. Unfortunately, it's also beaten Tom Morton behind the sticks, and that's 4 byes. So we have a look here on the replay again. Ed Young just firing this one in a tiny bit quicker. Wales looked to go off the back foot, and it has just missed the leg stump by a couple of inches. Young again, short this time, and Wells has got hold of that. That has gone a long, long way back. And that is the
long
first
way.
6 of the innings. Ed Young's bowled well so far, but I think that's what you call a long hop.
That's 150 up in the 24th over. Just over an hour and a half gone. And good
new balls,
solid
it looks
start
like.
here.
The umpires have gone to inspect a new batch, as that one seems to have either taken a battering or might even be out the ground.
Pair of Bens owning the batting here, both making a case for starting in the Royal London Cup campaign, which starts on Tuesday against Warwickshire here. Might see Jacob Bethel in that, who I don't think he's involved in the 100, who came to Gloucestershire on loan for one game against Somerset, and I thought looked a really talented player. Oh, he's going to the Welsh Fire, Jacob Bethel.
Shame.
So Warwickshire losing quite a few players by the look of it. Got Chris Benjamin, Jacob Bethel, Danny Briggs.
And that's well run there from Gloucestershire's openers again.
Henry Brooks, Alex Davis, Sam Hain, Adam Hose, Jake Lintott, Dan Mousley. And, well, Chris Wokes is lined up, but he's just had surgery, Chris Wokes, so I don't think he'll be...
He will not be involved.
He'll be involved. Gloucestershire. Ian Randall compiled this list, actually, which is very thorough. And no more than I expect from a meticulous individual like himself. Gloucestershire losing Ian Cobain, Miles Hammond, Ryan Higgins, Benny Howell, David Payne, and the Red Bull skipper Graham Van Buren, who got that excellent 100 last week. Van Buren, Hammond and Howell going to go to the Birmingham Phoenix. Higgins and Payne going to the Welsh Fire, and Cobain going to the Trent Rockets. It'll be interesting to see the counties losing their players. I'll come on to that after King. That just goes backward there. The counties losing their players. I don't think the Royal London is going to be all about the big boys, about the Surreys, the Hampshires, the Lancashires.
Well, we saw last year with Glamorgan winning it.
And Glamorgan have only got one player. As that is... Oh, there's a mix-up here. There's a... Oh, and they get through. They get through. The rain is still persistently falling here. So Glamorgan have only lost Michael Hogan to the Southern Brave, and
I think they'll be quietly confident of potentially defending their title this year.
Surrey have lost 13.
Wow.
Hampshire 9. Nottinghamshire 10, Somerset 8. King comes in. Charlesworth punches that out to Ed Young at short extra. Warwickshire have lost 10, Yorkshire 9. So, you know, the big boys do tend to lose their better players. This rain is now getting heavier and heavier. King comes in. That could be out. That's given. Charlesworth trying to work around a straight one there.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at this on the replay.
Charlesworth using his feet once again to the spinners, but Joe King fired that one in at his pads. And that was deemed turning and going on to hit the stumps. So Charlesworth departs for a very well-made 67.
Paul Sparshot there, raising the finger.
And Wiltshire have the breakthrough that they were after. Probably a bit later than they would have liked, but got one through nonetheless. Umpires just having a chat here whilst we're in this wicket break, just about the weather. But I imagine they will keep them out there at the moment. It's slowly easing off, although it is still very persistent. As James Bracey walks out for Gloucestershire at 3.
Yeah, this is Bracey's preferred position. He's been going further down the order in red ball cricket, mainly due to Gloucestershire having an inability to bowl sides out. So they've been in the field for 130, 140, 150 overs. And it's almost impossible for Bracey to spend that long keeping wicket and then to bat. So the youngster trots off with the drinks. Don't know if he's got a Happy Meal in one of those, but
Does look like he's been replaced actually. Matt Faulkner looks like he's on now, so a couple of 12th and 13th men doing the fielding work for Wiltshire at the moment. This will be a good test for Joe King then. Bowling at James Bracey.
Bracey 50 last week, but he hasn't been the best of Nick. He got 100. Here's King into him. First ball. That turns past his outside edge. That's well bowled. Hasn't been the best of Nick recently. Got 50 last week. Got 50 in the game against Lancashire. But he struggled after a decent early season where King comes in. Bracey looks onto the back foot, runs the first one quickly. They think about a second, but turn it down. Bracey got a decent 177, I think it was, against Yorkshire early on. Now it's against a really good attack. Matthew Fisher, Harris Ralph. Let's have a look at this again. So we can have a look at the LBW for Charlesworth.
Yeah.
He just works around a straight one. I mean, he's quite a long way down the wicket, but
Just tried to hit that off, about middling off.
I don't think it's going over the top, and you know, I don't think Charlesworth's going to be too disappointed anyway. He's had a 60-odd decent run out. He'd have liked a century, but he's had a decent run out. He's returned from injury after his stress fracture of a foot sustained in the first match of the season against Northamptonshire.
Ed Young to continue then into his 7th over now. 0 for 31 so far for the Wiltshire skipper. Bowling to Bracey. Uses his feet but doesn't get that away.
He's got something of the rock star about him, hasn't he, with the headband?
Yeah,
and
the long hair and the headband, yeah.
And the beard. Got rock star's name as well, Ed Young.
Make a good drummer or guitarist, I reckon. Bracey looks to reverse dab that one down, but misses out. Yeah, speaking of the 100, Wiltshire lose one player. Jacob Lintop is involved in the Wiltshire, plays a lot of the Championship 3-day competition for Wiltshire.
And he's at Warwickshire.
He is at Warwickshire.
So, I mean, we saw it with the two opening bowlers with Croom and Burton. They play for Hampshire Twos, but also play national counties cricket for Wiltshire. So there's no sort of contractual system, or are the counties quite pleased for them to?
I think the counties are quite happy for them to be playing as much cricket as possible.
Okay, yeah.
Obviously, these guys aren't contracted to Wiltshire at all. Most of them have got either jobs or other commitments, so it's very much a play when available kind of view. So that's driven out to deep backward point by Wells. Look for 2, but nothing there.
Are they paid at national counties level, or I think they get
not that I'm aware of.
They?
Expenses will be covered, I imagine.
Yeah.
But no, I don't imagine they'll be paid.
No.
But it's very much a place for either up-and-coming players who want to showcase their ability and try and push into first-class counties, as Young's in and Bracey looks to sweep that. Half shout for LBW, but nothing doing. Or it's a case for someone like Ed Young, who kind of had his chance and had his go at first-class cricket and is now back applying his trade at the national counties level. And he'll be great for the youngsters coming through to have someone like that as your captain. Tom Morton, keeper and player coach, is very experienced as well. So to have those two leading this side will be very good for the youngsters. As Bracey slog sweeps that, and he's got hold of that. 1 bounce 4. First sign of aggression from James Bracey. We have a look again here. Didn't get all the way down, Bracey. Kind of almost a standing sweep shot there, but certainly got hold of it. It's the end of the 26th over now. Gloucestershire 161 for 1.
Pair of wicket keepers out there at the moment, Bracey and Wells.
Will Bracey have the gloves in the Royal London, do we think, or Wells?
Yeah, we think Wells is going to take the gloves, but Wells been getting a few in second 11 cricket. Here's Joe King. So that's just defended back to him from Wells. A chap called Joe Phillips, good youngster. He's been got 250 in the game against Essex for Gloucestershire. King in, and that's played in the air. It's gone wide of long on, and Bracey's quick between the wickets. He gets through for a second. Yeah, Joe Phillips, young Cornish lad from Truro Cricket Club. Been getting runs. Clifton College schoolboy.
Truro, of course, playing host to Cornwall and Somerset today in their national county game.
King. Oh, that's a little bit of a leading edge there from Wells. I thought he was going to have a sniff of a caught and bowled.
Yeah,
but
just held that one back there, Joe King. Wells just threw the shot a tiny bit early, but gets away with it.
And that's played over the top of extra. One bounce, 4. Dismissive from Wells. Moves him into the 80s.
Looked much more comfortable when he's attacked the spinners so far, Wells. Only times he's really got into trouble is when he's been looking to defend them.
He's only a small lad, he hits it quite hard. King in, and Wells just works him for an easy single into the onside. Cleve Hill bathed in sunshine in the distance.
Slip in for Bracey then.
King around the wicket. Bracey reverses. Can only get him to backward point. That completes the over. 27 overs gone. 168 for 1. Bracey, new to the wicket, is on 6. Ben Wells on 82. Joe King 1 for 27 off 4. Ed Young none for 37 off 7. What do you think? We're over the halfway stage now, Alex. What do you think Gloucestershire are looking at here as a score?
I think it's a side. They'll be looking to push on now. I think they'll probably want 350, I would imagine. Yeah. It's a quick outfield, short one side.
Yeah.
I think with 9 wickets left, Gloucestershire definitely can push on. I think Wiltshire. Ominous signs here. It's a very long Gloucestershire batting lineup as well today.
Jack Taylor skippering in white ball cricket.
Appeal for a stumping there, and that looked quite close. It was very well bowled from Ed Young, just hanging it out the off stump.
Yeah, I'm not sure his foot ever moved.
Yeah, Wells went for the big drive, but quick hands there from Tom Morton behind the stumps. Young in again. And this time Wells just looks to defend that. Yeah, he's bowled well here, Ed Young, apart from the one drag down, which was dismissively smashed for 6. Varying his pace and his lengths and his flight very nicely as that one's fired in. Appeal for leg before, not given. Yeah, Wells just struggling a little bit here against Young.
Billy Taylor, ex-Wiltshire man, umpiring there.
And again, slower and shorter this time. Wells just knocks that into the offside to get up the other end.
Not being kind, Billy Taylor, to his ex-county.
No, I think Ed Young will be having words with him, I imagine. So changing the field for Bracey then as deep mid-wicket goes out. So deep mid-wicket and deep square, both back for Bracey. Young is in, turning it into Bracey, and he's tucked that and he's placed that perfectly between long on and deep mid-wicket. So they will come back for 2 comfortably.
The sun's come out. Very pleasant now, isn't it?
Beautiful weather here at Cheltenham. The rain we had earlier is gone. Might get very warm all of a sudden. Bracey sweeps this one hard behind square now. Work for the fielder to do out there, and he does it very well. 2 more to Gloucestershire's left-handed number 3, and that will conclude the Ed Young over. 8 overs, 0 for 42 for Young.
Just spent last 5 minutes searching for my sunglasses now, like ready to put on. Couldn't find them anywhere and realised they were actually on my head. But there you go. Sunday morning.
I noticed not many of the Wiltshire fielders have their sunglasses with them, so might be 1 or 2 being run out, I reckon, in a moment for fielders.
King in, and Wells works him into the onside. It's a clever shot, that. Ian Randall often talks about weight of shot on commentary, and it's so important there. It's important to pick up your 1s and 2s and not allow dot balls. The batsman in limited overs cricket as King comes in. That's again, that's played too firmly. Man's in quickly off the boundary there, throws it into the dirt, try and soften the ball up. But we talk about batsmen not allowing bowlers to bowl dot balls. A dot ball is not a hot ball, as they say. Bang, that's gone miles there from Bracey, and that's hit something. I'm making it to come through the roof.
It's come straight over our head at the tent.
Yeah, it's 6 runs to Bracey. I'm expecting one. It's hit the chimneys behind, but I was expecting it to come back into the marquee. Went into the brace position. Bracey made me go into the brace position. King, Bracey moves his feet, goes dancing.
First time Bracey's looked to use his feet against the spin. He's tended to sweep so far during this innings. And there it is again. Reverse sweep, doesn't get it away.
So you're a coach, Alex, is that right?
Yeah, I am indeed. Level 1 at the moment.
Yeah.
But we'll look to, just with university and everything else, unfortunately gets in the way in the winter. But we'll look to do my level 2 this winter.
Okay. That's 4. Could be cut off. No, it's 4 runs. It's well placed. It's a full bunger from Joe King that Bracey hits through mid on. And long off can't quite get round. Cut it off. 29 overs gone, 186 for 1. And this, I'm expecting with 21 overs to go, 9 wickets in hand. I'm expecting for the fireworks to start here.
Bracey will start to look to hit a few more over our heads in a moment. Wells on 86 as well, just 14 away now from the 100. A little bit of a meeting here between Ed Young and Joe King, just discussing what the 2 Wiltshire spinners' game plan will be. So it will be Wiltshire skipper Young to continue into his 9th over now. Around the wicket, and Wells reverse sweeps that. That's well cut off at short third man there by Josh Croom. Young back to his mark. Into Bracey, who uses his feet and hits him over mid-off. It's a lovely shot there from James Bracey. 4 more. And he's looked very, very nice here, James Bracey. His first 15 balls or so. He's shot along to 24 already. Very confident start.
Yeah, it's the difference between I think club players here and a guy who's played for England last year. I think that sort of step up, that little golf, is probably quite telling.
Yeah, he's showing his class so far in this innings, Bracey. And this, well, as I say, that is just over the fielder out there at deep mid-wicket. The slog sweep again from Bracey, and at one point I think he was a tiny bit worried there, but it has just gone over the fielder's head for 6 more. So Bracey looking to go on the attack here for Gloucestershire, trying to up that run rate. So now it's 6.7 for Gloucestershire. They'll look to push that up to 7s and beyond as the innings progresses. Young bowls that a little bit slower.
That's well bowled there. Gave that one a little bit more air. Well bowled.
Bracey, little inside edge there, and he's managed to scramble 2 for it. Well run there from Gloucestershire. But yeah, Young varying his pace nicely.
Yeah, often you see spinners, especially young ones, when they get whacked, they fire it in. And Young there is an experienced cricketer who bowls that one even slower and says, "Hit me."
Young fires this one in and Bracey drives that, and that's a lovely shot. Just waited on that, James Bracey, to hit behind square, and that's 4 more to him. And Gloucestershire's 200 comes up. Inside 30 overs.
Do you think the Wiltshire lads will be disappointed by their performance here?
I think they probably will, actually. As that's cut behind square. Yeah, I think they will. I think they probably bowled a fraction too short in these first 30 overs, and I think they'll probably, hopefully, that the last 20 will be a bit better, as I will leave you in the capable hands of yourself and Ian.
Yep.
Thank you very much for that first 20 over stint.
No problem. Well, it's been a good, solid start by the hosts here. 203 for 1. James Bracey's on 36 off just 19 balls. Ben Wells 87 off 86. And Joseph King that is. He's taking a little bit of tap. He's going at 8 and over. He's 1 for 40 off 5. He's going to bowl this one. And Ed Young, 9 for 59 off 9.
Here is King from the College Lawn end on a reverse sweep, fired away by Ben Wells. 4 more. 53 off 33 balls these two have put on. And Bracey in particular has come out with the intent of just attacking from ball 1 here. So the 200 up in 30 overs. The last 10 have cost 85. So certainly Gloucestershire might be looking, if they can, to get to 400 out of this. Wells, again goes for the reverse sweep, and that's well blocked by Tom Morton. King tosses that above the eye line. It's gone in the air from Wells. It's going out towards the boundary at wide long off. It will be hauled in, I think. Just it is, and they can just about get 2. Bit of combination work with Draper returning the ball up to the bowler's end. Although he might be within sight of a century, Ben Wells is just continuing to throw the bat here. And one more as he pinches a single down to deep square. Minott's out there, been doing a lot of the boundary work.
King in, and Bracey just nudges that one into the onside for a single. 2-11 for one. That's just played back with a square there for a single by Wells, who's on to 95. And we're delighted to be joined by Jeanette Tate, who's part of the Super Ones for Gloucestershire, and her counterpart from Wiltshire, I believe. Sorry, I don't know your name.
Harry.
Harry. Hello, Harry. Welcome aboard. And you're funded by the Lord's Taverners, is that right?
Yeah.
Tell us all about what the Super Ones do. Tell us all about it.
Super Ones is enables anyone with a disability to play cricket.
Fantastic.
So we run hubs for everyone to join. We've just come back from a residential, and we go into schools.
Okay.
And just play cricket.
Brilliant. No, it's great, and disability cricket is just growing and growing and growing, isn't it?
It is.
It's great to see. As Ed Young comes in around the wicket, and that is a really good shot. That moves Ben Wells on to 99. And you say you've been away at a residential. What's a residential is?
Well, both of us took some of our young participants off to Avon Tyrrell for 2 nights.
Okay.
And we've been up a climbing wall, at Adventure Park, archery, canoeing.
Young in as Wells plays that into the covers. It all sounds a bit bit hectic.
It's been a bit hectic. It's good to get them to experience other stuff.
Young, left arm around the wicket into Wells, who plays that one, and that's well stopped. He thought he'd got his 100 there, and that was well stopped out extra cover. Oh, and that's well bowled. Young just tossing that one up a little bit higher, and turns the ball away. Young past the umpire, and that's just turned around the corner, and that is a lovely 100 there from Ben Wells.
That's 100 for Ben Wells.
If this is an audition for the Royal London Cup game on Tuesday against Warwickshire, Ben Wells has enhanced his profile here with that 100 off 96 balls, just shy of 2 hours, and a strike rate of just shy of 105. Fantastic knock. So tell us all about table cricket. This is like something that goes on.
Yes, table cricket.
I've never heard of it before.
No, table cricket was done for people with more profound disabilities, and has just developed from there. It's played around a table tennis table.
Okay.
And you have active fielders and a batter and bowler.
That completes the over. 2-1-8 for one. Bracey 38. Wells just got to his 100. King 1 for 49 off 6. Ed Young bowled out now, none for 65 off his 10. So, how does it work? You can score runs, you can take wickets, is that right?
Yeah, you can score runs, take wickets, you can be caught at LBW, caught behind, absolutely everything. They play 6 overs, and as a competition, we both run county competitions.
Okay,
and
so there's actual leagues and...
Well, we run county competitions that go through to regional and then on to the national final.
Okay.
So this year we had two schools that we run a north and a south county competition. They both went to the regional.
Yeah.
And then both schools got through and were playing up in Lords.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ian Randall fancies a go at that, I'm sure, don't you?
Any form of cricket.
He's a cricket badger. He's a proper cricket badger.
This is Jack Minott To bowl from the College Lawn end. And fires that past the outside edge of James Bracey. Looks to be orthodox finger spin. We hadn't expected him to have a bowl today. Almost walks in, a bit like Simon Kerrigan did the other day, and a reverse sweep from Bracey finds the fielder at short fine leg. Josh Kroom is down there, maybe back in the attack shortly. Fired in again by Minott with the spinner on. I might get to ask a question of Jeanette at the end of the over, because it's he whistles through these. Kevin Morton standing up with the lid on. Minott again in, and Bracey goes down the ground. He's got a long off out, so it must be one down to Harding, who returns on the bounce to the keeper. In fact, Wells might take guard here. So what sort of numbers have you got on the Gloucestershire Super Ones, and how many people have you got in the group that you look after?
I have 4 hubs, and the numbers of the hubs vary from 5 to the biggest lot is 25.
Okay.
25 is, we split it into 2 groups for age-wise.
And are those hubs geographically spread?
Yeah, so French A, Stroud, Forest of Dean, and Cheltenham.
Wells with 100 against his name. Ooh, didn't move his feet there. Just tried to play that as a thrash through extra cover, and didn't get a touch. Gloucestershire won the toss this morning, decided to have a bat first, and Ben Charles with the 1 man out. Minott in again, and Bracey goes aerial once more, but there's nobody out at long on, and it'll go 1 bounce 4 up towards the main committee marquee. End of Minott's over, for his first over. So yeah, I mean, so you say those hubs, that's quite a few, you know, in the various groups. Harry, what about participation Wiltshire wise? I mean, have you, again, we were talking to Alex earlier about geographical spread of your county, so you've got Swindon and then a fairly rural area to the south.
Yeah, so same as Jeanette, we have 4 hubs. So one is in Swindon, one's in Salisbury, one's in Westbury, and the final one's in Chippenham. And again, in terms of participation, it's roughly the same. Not quite as well, not towards the upper end. I think our maximum is sort of 15 participants, and again starting at 5, but a very similar setup to you, isn't it? Just in a different area. Yeah. And again, very much the same ethos of just giving individuals with a disability a chance to just get involved and you know, play cricket, which is obviously fantastic.
Yeah. And there are levels of disability, aren't there? So talk us through those. Yeah,
well, I mean, you've got really the whole idea on 2 points is that it's inclusive. So physical and mental are sort of the broad range of disability. I mean, Jeanette's probably better to speak on this than me, but ideally you can have literally anybody with any disability come to the session. So.
And from what age group do you start integrating people, or do you take people?
Yeah, so the age range for our Super Ones is 12 to 25, but at our sessions we sort of start from, I think our youngest is like 8 or 9, and then right up to the top of 25. So you've really got a range of ages, but also sort of individuals, and within those you've got kind of a variation in what people find challenging and what others find difficult. So it's a real mix of really everything. Which makes for quite a nice session, really.
And I guess everything's done with a soft ball too, is it?
Yeah. So we play with a wind ball.
Yeah, we're going to see Josh Kroom back into the attack. 5 overs, none for 36. Switching ends. He bowled mainly from the College Lawn end earlier, and now he's switched to the Chapel end. The clouds are just closing in a little bit here again. One of those days where it's a little bit mixed. So, if there are youngsters either in Wiltshire or Gloucestershire who aren't getting involved in this at the moment but have got an interest in cricket, how do they get involved?
Well, I think for both me and Jeanette, I think we're the main point of contact, and I think the most simple way is probably email or phone, and that's certainly available through sort of Wiltshire's website.
And there's a website, yeah. So yours would be.
Well, ours is Wiltshire Cricket, so
okay.
That's just type that into Google, and that should come up. In what's yours?
And Jeanette, yours is?
Mine's the Gloucestershire Cricket Foundation.
Okay.
I have disability pages on there.
Okay, fantastic. As Crew is just switching the field at the moment. He's dropped a third. He's going to bring him into the ring because he's got to have 5 in the ring, I think. Here he comes, past the umpire. Good bouncer. And I don't know, he's got that there actually. Does that come off his helmet? I think that might have come off his helmet.
Giving his leg by.
Yeah. So that was a good bouncer. I said he had a little bit of pace about him earlier, Crew, and he's just hit James Bracey on the head there. And it's gone about 3 bounces down to third for 4 runs.
Did you say a wind ball earlier on? So what does that actually mean?
Yeah, so a wind ball is basically a soft plastic ball. So I don't know if you've ever seen the sort of orange squidgy ball. So they're a bit heavier than a tennis ball, but they sort of provide that nice mix between a sort of cricket ball and a tennis ball. And we also have, for those that might struggle hitting those smaller balls, sort of a larger orange ball. It's sort of a enlarged tennis ball, if you will, and that also doubles as an aid for a blind person, because they actually have balls in them, so you can hear them coming towards you.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of, if I just scroll back,
bear
in mind my age compared to yours, a lot of talk about blind cricket on TMS and playing with a ball that rattled, so you could actually hear it. So it's for people. You're kind of delivering the project, and you're not missing any play at the moment because James Bracey's just having his head guard replaced.
Just going through the protocols.
Yeah. You deliver it, but someone's got to devise a sensible concept for a ball or a bat, so that the participants, as you called them, can actually get the most out of it.
Quite. Yeah, and I think that's one of the real advances recently with disability cricket in general, is there's a real sort of effort to be inclusive, and sort of one of those ways of doing it is making sure that we have equipment that enables participation for those that potentially can't see the ball, or you name it. There needs to be equipment for them so that they can play.
Provided it's not raining at lunchtime, are you going to have a demo on the
so
lunchtime?
I believe we're in the far corner, sort of over by the New Balance sort of boards there. So yeah, we'll have, I think it's 25 minutes, I think, over there.
Guys, it must be a really rewarding job spiritually as well. You know, when you see sort of youngsters develop. I mean, what do you enjoy about the role?
I think one of the big things, not necessarily something that I enjoy, but it's more just the ability to give an opportunity that isn't always there for them. So, often, a lot of my participants, the only thing they do sort of physically is play cricket, and without that they would do very little. So I think that's really important for them, because I'm sure most of you guys have played sport, the benefits it gives you, so there's no reason why they shouldn't have the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, the rain just closing in here, and it wouldn't surprise me. I think the umpires are going to take them off, because it's starting to come down heavier and heavier as they're going to go off.
Yeah, that probably is the heaviest that we've had it at any point today.
Yeah.
Doesn't suggest it's going to be very long, but 2:29 for 1 is where Gloucestershire are at the moment. And the rain you probably just can hear on the marquee roof here as the players just leave the field. But good that Ben Wells has got an unbeaten century. Luke Charlesworth left out of the team today. He was involved in the squad, selected originally in the 13, but brother Ben got a half century at the top of the order, and 2:29 for 1 in the 34th.
It gives us time to talk to these guys.
Is where we are with the players having to go off the field.
It gives us time to talk to these guys about their fantastic roles, what they're doing within the community. And do you go into schools as well?
Yeah, so More so, I think next year it'll be a focus because the Lord Taverners have brought in sort of an SEND programme, so that is, well, if you know what Chance of Shine is, where there's sort of a lot of school delivery, it's similar to that, but for SEND pupils. So we'll go in and essentially just run cricket as you would.
And to those listeners, tuning in who don't know much about what SEND?
Yeah, so that's special. Yeah, you go ahead.
It's special educational needs and disabilities.
Okay, yeah. And the Lord's Taverners, I mean, they do a fantastic job, don't they? Through sort of their fundraising and through cricket. And they've got some wonderful people involved in there as well, haven't they?
Yeah.
They really have. So,
yeah.
Well, guys, it's been fantastic having you on. I hope you've, we've helped promote the work that you do, and good luck at lunchtime out there in the field. Might be a little bit wet now, but hey, we'll all dry off, and it'll be fantastic.
And so you did the Guard of Honour at the start of the match. So do the participants you've brought up today, do they meet the players at any point?
It would be really nice if they get a chance. It hasn't been booked at the moment.
Right, okay, but hopefully they may. I think the biggest thing is actually to be out there in the middle just doing what they do.
It is, it is, because we in Gloucestershire also have county teams. So the Super Nines aren't here today, but they are in the regional final. For the playoffs, yeah.
Okay, fantastic.
For the first time in their 10 years.
And who have they got in the final?
Somerset.
Oh, a derby! You've got to win that one,
Absolutely.
Jeanette. You've got to win that one.
Well, in the league, they've both of them have won one match. Because our first match was rained off, I was reliably informed that that's why we're 1 point behind on the league, and it's the first two that go into the playoffs. So, fingers crossed, we'll be all right.
Brilliant. Well, look, thank you for coming on, guys.
Yeah. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Jeanette.
Yeah, thanks, Harry.
Thank
Thanks, Jeanette. And fantastic the job that they're doing within the community for both the Gloucestershire and the Wiltshire cricket counties and foundations, etc. So absolutely wonderful. There we are on screen. We had to zip up the marquee because it's all a little bit. Well, the rain was just pouring in there, but the covers are on. We're going to take a break, I think, aren't we, Ian? I think
I don't know how long they'll be before they're back on the field. It may not be that long, actually, but they've only just covered the main the pitch they're using today. They didn't put any of the other covers on, so I don't think it'll be long before we're back. But 2:29 for one in the 34th over. They're bowling the overs at a decent rate. I would not expect any reduction of overs. Bracey 43, as you can see, has been racing along since he came in. Benwell's on 101, and Wiltshire will have a big total to chase. There's the card in short form. Benwell, Charlesworth, as you can see, 67, almost at a run of all, and Wells certainly putting a case, as you said, Dan, for inclusion on Tuesday with that century, and he's a right-hander as well, which might just make the thoughts about the top of the order a little bit different.
They're at a premium here, aren't they, right-handers?
Well, top order right-handers definitely are. The umpire's just going to go out and have a chat with Christian Brain, the groundsman, maybe about the situation with the rain. Certainly it's the Cleve Hill's still pretty shrouded on the far side, but to our left there is some blue sky about, so if they're going to get the players out, actually back on almost straight away, so within a few minutes we will be back underway again. It is a day when we were told passing showers would be kind of the order of things, and it would just depend on how heavy they were. There were a couple in the first instance which they weren't taken off for, but that one was just heavy enough that we were forced off the field.
Well, the covers are going now, so we expect. The issue we've got here at Cheltenham is there are two squares here, so it's is it the school square it's called?
Oh, the college square.
The college square.
The college square and the county. The county square is, as you would imagine, is used for the festival. The college square is used for all the college cricket that is played here at Cheltenham.
But really, when you get a heavy one like that, you need to cover both squares, don't you? That's the issue. And the college square can sort of have puddles on it, can't it? That's the issue.
Yeah, and it also can get a bit muddy as well if
the ends can get...
If it does rain too hard. But the ground's been so dry that rain will go through there very quickly. And Joe King's out on the outfield at the moment with what looks like his young son. And
is that a Swindon Town top he's wearing there, or
it might?
Or Man United?
It's certainly a red one, and he's going to have to go off the field. He's a bit small to be an extra fielder.
He's got number 4 on his back.
Yeah. So
like Glenn Hoddle in his pomp at Swindon, spraying balls from just in front of the back.
And Alex did say before we started today that Swindon were not in their pomp at Harrogate yesterday, where they were beaten 3-0.
Yeah.
So,
not a great result.
Extraordinary that the football season should be starting before the Royal London starts, which is the third different cricket format that we will see of the season, and indeed before the Cheltenham Festival is over. I'll give you the full bowling figures, if unless James can put them up on the screen. Burton 6 overs for 29. Matt Burton. Cam Harding 5 overs for 28. Ed Young's bowled through 10 overs for 65. Bowled a bit better than that actually. Joe King 6 overs 1 for 49, and Jack Minott just the 1 over 0 for 5. Croom's in his 6th over. He's got 0 for 37 at the moment. There we are. There's the full details on your screen. Croom is actually 5.2 overs. It's a marginal point at the moment. But
do you think with our cricketing tribute acts that we could have a Jack Sugar Minott in there? Do you have a Sugar Minott?
I do.
Yeah, he had a good thing going, I think, didn't he?
I think that was right.
Yeah.
You're clearly older than you look, Dan.
What a tough paper around here.
Yeah. But I mean, good numbers in today. I mean, I wasn't sure what the interest would be, but ultimately it shows that it's a weekend. It's an opportunity for people who do work to watch a long form game rather than a T20 game, and to see maybe in Wells and Naish in particular, and the people who might have a chance of playing in the Royal London. I'm not sure Naish would get in unless there were injuries, but if they were looking for an extra option as a bowler, somebody who genuinely does bat and bowl in the middle order, depending on how the campaign goes, he might get a chance.
Well, if you say that top order right-handed batsmen are at a premium, weekend cricket is at a premium.
Oh, undoubtedly. I think I'm right in saying that Gloucestershire do not have any weekend cricket now unless they get to the later stages of the Royal London. In fact, it may even be only the final that's on a weekend. I think the quarterfinals are on a Friday. So it is a luxury.
Yep. So the way the Royal London works, I believe, is that the top 3 from each group go through as Croom continues, and Bracey rocks onto the back foot and whacks him through square, or just in front of square. So 231 for 1. So the top 3 go through in each group, and third place plays second place, with second place getting the home tie in a quarter-final. There are only 2 quarter-finals.
2 winners plus the 2 group winners will leave 4.
Yep, which the winners of the third v second place, as Croom comes in, Bracey works that one off his legs, whips him through square, 1 bounce to deep square, and the throw comes into Morton. So third place second team at home, and the winner of that will go on and play the top side in the group, who get the home tie, I believe.
Yeah, so if you finish third,
You've got 2 away games.
Yeah, you have. You've got the hard route to the final.
Yeah. That's played down through. Oh, misfield. But they don't run the first one hard. Throw comes on. Doesn't miss the helmet, actually, behind Morton by much. Almost threw away 5 penalty runs. And don't know if it's worthwhile just keeping the ball up for a while, because you don't want the ball to get wet.
So
yeah, and then the finals at
on that replay screen there. You just might need to wipe those off.
Oh, yes. Hadn't spotted that. Kroom in. And that's played out through mid-on for a single. And the finals at Trent Bridge, isn't it? Is that correct?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
It's on a Saturday. That I do know, because last year it was on a Thursday, and there was a lot of criticism of that. Just really felt as if it was almost hiding it, which really didn't look right at all.
Saturday, 17th of September. It's become like the sort of Gillette or NatWest used to be, wasn't it? Always with a September final. Always an advantage to win the toss and stick somebody in.
Yeah,
take advantage of the
generally felt the way of it.
Yeah.
So Minott to continue from the college lawn end. Now Bracey will be eyeing this short leg side boundary to the off spinner. In fact, he's pushing another man out. He's got to have 4 outside the circle here, so he's got a long on and a long off and a deep cover. That's cut by Bracey. A partial stop by Kroom. I'll just take one. I'm sure the idea for Gloucestershire today would maybe to have got certainly all the top 5 to have a knock of some sort. Well, Wells is still there, so in a sense he kind of might have to sacrifice his wicket here if that is going to work.
Great to see Tom Lace back in the Gloucestershire side today.
Minott going around the wicket, and Wells again will try to pierce the field at point. Can't do it. I'll just pick up one. But that's the point though, Dan, isn't it? Because if Jack Taylor is at 4 and Lace at 5, then Lace wouldn't want to come in for 3 overs. There's nothing to be gained by that. And reverse sweep again from Bracey. He's picked that up, and that's gone almost probably onto the balcony. It's out of our sight. It's probably gone onto the gymnasium balcony for 6. That's a big hit.
Yeah, good shot from Wells there. Innovative.
Sorry, that was Wells, not Bracey. My apologies.
It's because he reversed and he thought he was left-handed. I get all confused. I don't know.
Minott still into the right-handed Wells, going round the wicket. Wells giving another go. He's hit that on the full. It could be caught. It might just drop short, and it's bounced just over the rope. He miscued that, and didn't hit that as cleanly as the previous shot, but it's still gone for 6.
When people reverse, does square leg stay at square leg and point is point, or does it then change?
No, I think the position is still the starting position for the ball.
I think so.
114 for Wells. Minott in. Goes 3rd time. And a big appeal for an LBW, which was never likely to be upheld for umpire Sparsholt. So still 15 overs to go. Gloucestershire might be getting close to 400 here. Minott in. And Wells has gone big again. And once more, he's cleared the rope on the short side of the ground with the reverse, with the switch hit, probably more than the sweep. And Minott has been expensive here. Just looking for a couple of overs to offer some break to the 5 main bowlers, and he's bowled 2 overs for 24.
Yeah. Wells has got the good thing going, hasn't he? Looks a good player, Ben Wells. I like the look of him. First time I've really seen him.
So he didn't get much chance to bat in the tournament last year. But he might be another right-handed option at the top of the order, and that's when you've got a potential first 4 that are all left-handers. That might be an important one.
Kroom past the umpire, and that is dismissively whacked. 1 bounce towards the scoreboard for 4 from Bracey. That's Bracey's 50 up of just 32 balls. And excellent. Ben Wells, 22-year-old from Bath. Just played the 1 first-class game. He scored 40. Went to Monkton Combe School, Exeter University lad. And he's part of the Somerset Academy. And played for their 2s before signing just over a year ago for Gloucestershire. Played in September last year, made his debut. That's slightly slower there from Kroom. Ball goes out. And that's just a single. Played T20 against the Sri Lankan side, the development 11 earlier in the season. Oh, that's a clever shot there from Wells. It's actually leg byes. I thought he got bat on it, but it's actually leg byes. But it's 4 onto the total. Ben Wells' List A record is 4 appearances. He batted twice actually. He's got 9 runs at 4.5. I'm sure that'll improve on what we've seen today. Kroom past umpire Billy Taylor, and Wells, oh, that was close to mid-on. That's going to be 4 more. And if you want Jack Taylor and Tom Lace to get a bat, Josh Shaw is standing outside our commentary tent here. And I'm sure we can ask Josh Shaw to start doing some ball-by-ball commentary, because as soon as he does, a wicket tends to fall. And he's got this reputation as being, as he calls it, a Jonah. So we'll get Josh Shaw to do a little bit of ball by ball, and I'm sure then we can get Jack Taylor and Tom Lace into the game and watch them have a bat. Banned. He's banned. He's saying he's banned. Kroom in short, and that is pulled by Wells, and that's out. That's caught. Josh Shaw starts talking on the commentary, and immediately a wicket falls. He's about to get signed up by other county streams. That's a great knock though from Ben Wells. Finally falls, caught by Meadows at deep mid wicket for an excellent
124 of 107 balls, and you know, most of those shots were authentic strokes. Yes, he was going for it a bit at the end, and first thing actually when Josh Kroom took his wicket was that he went up and shook his hand as he walked off.
And here's a popular man around Gloucestershire walking to the wicket. Tom Lace scored 100 here last year in the county championship game at Cheltenham. Lovely guy.
And if you'd asked a man, you'd backed a man to get him out, you would not have thought of Joe Weatherly.
No.
That was the real irritant to Tom when he spoke to him after that Hampshire game at the festival last year. He couldn't believe that effectively he had 100 and a part-time off-spinner got him out.
Yeah.
But this season, this might offer a bit of a way back into the team for him. A couple of 70s away from home in defeats in the championship, and then a really thin time with the bat, and as a result, cost him his place.
Groom's going to go around the wicket to him. And he plays that one back with a square. He's easy on the eye, Tom Lace, isn't he? He's a pretty batsman. Some of his cover.
You used to word that a lot about batsmen, don't you?
Yeah, well, I do like a batsman who is, you know, me. You know, I'm a style over substance man, me. But I do like a batsman who is, you know, got an elegant cover drive, and Tom Lace is definitely in that category.
Well, Bracey's got to 50 already. He's had a little bit of fun out there. And I think that the strategy might be they'd like to try and get Jack Taylor in as well if they could for 5 overs at the end. Maybe a bit more than that. So Cam Harding's coming back. I say Minott's bowled 2 overs for 24, so not a surprise that Harding is returning. Alex will be back with us also for the last 10 overs of this Gloucestershire innings. Swung away by Bracey off Harding's first ball. And now Lace will take strike for the first time. The view over Cleve Hill looks a bit greener even now, even than it did 2 days ago. That little bit of rain looks to freshen it up a little bit. It's strange, isn't it? That looks really rather barren earlier in the week.
The outfield here does as well.
Yeah, it's not a lot, but it's just enough. Just to give it that little green tinge back again. Harding in and just dabbed away by Lace. The cry was yes for the single. And throw was very, very fierce. Miles over the stumps, well backed up by is that King at mid-off. That's Minott, I think. There's a fielder now going out for Bracey to you got long on out. And 2 out on the leg side, both at deep square and Draper's at deep mid-wicket. And keeper Morton is calling once again for the lid. Interesting, the scoreboard today. I mean, on the ground, we had some interesting colours during the back end of the Northants game. It was blue for a while, it was sort of aqua blue. Harding in, and Bracey goes big once more. That's another 6. He's just picked that up, and you can hear it going. That's come off one of the turrets, I think. And I wonder if it also might have broken something in the building behind us. James Healy is going to go and check if that might have actually broken a window. Certainly bounced off when it's not within our sight once it goes over the rope. Harding again. Where's Bracey? Driven that has gone. Where did that end up?
These buildings have stood here since the 1830s, and along comes James Bracey and starts smashing them all down.
Yeah, it was fielded by Ed Young at extra cover. I'm not sure whether that might have been a chance, actually. Harding again. Bracey's in a see ball, hit ball mode at the moment. And they're going to take 2 with 1 on the misfield. It's a tight call, but Lacey's a quick runner. And Gloucestershire. Well, the rate's up to 7.5 at the moment. Still with the possibility of a bit more acceleration to come. Bracey with Morton standing up behind the stumps, holding the ball to him. Oh. And that might have gone into the member stand as well, but he didn't quite middle it.
They're quick between the wickets, these two.
Yeah, Harding's had a bit of tap. And now he's bowled 6 overs for 37. And those are the 2 wickets to fall. As you can see, both openers making strong cases for inclusion on Tuesday. We'll be here, Dan and I will be here for that. Start of the Royal London Cup. Busy sort of 3-week period for Gloucestershire, 8 matches in all. One of them here, of course, the other 3 at the Seat Unique Stadium. And Josh Croom to continue.
Croom past the umpire, bouncer. That's probably, I thought that was over the head of Bracey there. Did look over the head. We've got a good view from
I did actually ask whether all of the seating, all the temporary seating for the England ODI was going to stay in for the Somerset match, and I gather that not all of it will, because obviously there are 2 ODIs at Bristol this week, Ireland against South Africa.
Croom in, Bracey smashes that one back over his head, and that goes away down to the chapel end for 4 runs. Bracey on to 66 and looks in the mood to have a bit of fun here.
7 4s and 3 6s for Bracey now. Oh, he's playing with a freedom here, isn't he?
Enjoying himself, isn't he? He's that's hooked. And that, I think, has gone for 6. Another 6 to Bracey.
And I tell you what, the spectators there, just behind that fence, really had to watch that very closely, because that was travelling. It was low and flat, and we've had a situation at Bristol already this season where we've had a spectator perhaps not be aware that the ball was coming in their direction, and end up with, I think it was a fractured cheekbone, wasn't it? The spectator who sat in front of the Thatcher's bar at one of the matches.
Yeah, and we had one last week here where I think it was Ryan Rickleton. No, it was Jack White actually for Northamptonshire. Hit one over the stand here on Wednesday, Tuesday.
Match started on Monday.
And yeah, it was Tuesday. And it went one bounce and hit this bloke on top of the head, carrying a couple of ice creams back from the ice cream van.
I think we were just glad it bounced first, because it would have taken quite a lot of the pace off it.
Croom, Bracey whacks that one through mid-wicket. Not stylish, but quite effective. .288 for 2. Tom Lace is about to face Josh Croom.
Which would quite like Lace to face a few balls, I think, for a while.
Well, I think Dale Benkenstein might as well. As Lace plays that through the onside. I think Dale would as well, because I think, you know, he wants to get Lace back into his cricket and get Lace facing a few balls. Same with Ben Charlesworth. You know, time in the middle is crucial, isn't it? You can have as many nets as you want, but a match situation, even though it's not a first-class match or a List A match, well, it's a List A match, but it's not doesn't count in the records, does it? But they still want their guys to have time in the middle. It's Kroom bowls to Lace, who gets his bottom hand into that, works it through square leg. He's going to retain the strike, 289 for 2. Kroom is now 1 for 63 off 8.
There's still 12 overs to go. So, yeah, Gloucestershire might get close to 400. I think Alex showed me a card from last year which said it was 336, I think, Gloucestershire's total last year in the corresponding game which was played at the Seat Unique. So there'll be more than that here, albeit a shorter boundary on the one side, so we have to account for that.
All Gloucestershire's trophies have come in limited overs cricket.
Harding from the College Lawn end, placed nicely by Lace. He'll get a couple out to Draper. Oh, he should get, well, he might only get one actually, because the throw's quickly on its way. That's well fielded, and the Hardy didn't take it clean. He was well backed up.
The first trophy came in 1973 with the Gillette Cup.
Mr. Draper, has that bowled that?
Under that side of Mike Proctor was in that side, who was on the commentary last week.
Slow bowler. Oh, what's the name, Mr. King. Yeah. Good.
And then they won the Benson Hedges in 77. So Gillette Cup back then was a 60 over competition. Benson Hedges I think was a 55.
Remember, the Gillette started at 65. Scoop shot or ramp shot from Bracey, cleverly over the keeper.
They don't do this against Surrey though, do they? Or Hampshire.
Bracey just, he's got, I say, very much a freedom to experiment out there, I think. No wicket keeping duties for him we gather today. Ben Mills will keep wicket and just playing as a batsman. Holding round the wicket up to middle. Bracey's got a List A wicket, Dan. You knew that, do you?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, just one. He played in a game at Chelmsford where he got a century and played as a batsman. Gareth Roderick kept wicket, and he actually took a wicket.
Ah.
It was in a game. It was the last game of the Royal London. I think of the season now. When pushed out for a single by Lace. Gloucestershire had to win on the last day against Essex at Chelmsford, and other results had to go their way. And of course, what happened was that they won and the other results didn't, so they couldn't get through. But that was Bracey's one List A wicket.
Apparently took one, I'm being told by James Healy, took one for Winterbourne last week.
Bottom edge of the bat, and that's gone for 4. A misfield by Draper on the mid-wicket boundary, and Gloucestershire go over 300. 300 up in the 39th over.
We apologise if you can hear some background noise. There's a Wiltshire fan who's standing right on the edge of our tent, giving us I think he wants to join the commentary team, doesn't he?
Well, yeah, we might just not being unkind to him. Well, Bracey's gone aerial here. There's no one out at long on for Harding, and that's gone for 6 more. He's picked the shorter boundary there of the straight ones, and he's gone short side of the ground, and Bracey, well, he's heading for a very fast century here. He's got 88 of 46 balls. That's his sixth six, I should say. Sorry, 9 and 5. 9 sixes and 5 fours.
Are you a fan of this kit, Ian? Do you like the one-day kit?
The kit?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been slightly redesigned because it doesn't have the prominent yellow on the sleeves, which it used to have.
I like it.
$300 up, 306 for 2.
Here we go, James Bracey for Winterbourne last week. I'll come on to it after this ball by Kroom. Tom Lace plays it out to Ed Young in the covers, and he has a shy at the stumps. So James Bracey for Winterbourne in their game against Froome last week. He's come on about 7th change.
7th change?
Yeah, and he's bowled 0.2 of an over. He didn't actually, he bowled 5 balls, but 3 of them were wides. But he's bowled. That's gone for 4 there, Tom Lace. Not completely in control of that. Kroom's quite quick, and he's bounced Lace. Lace took it on. And it drops out just down to our right. 1 bounce for 4 runs. Yes, so James Bracey, 0.2 of an over. No maidens. 1 for 3, including 3 wides.
You can do better than that, James, I think. As your bowling at Chelmsford about 5 years ago proved.
Yeah. Had a little chat with him before the game today. Wasn't very happy that his beloved Bristol Rovers got beaten in the local derby against Forest Green. Kroom around the wicket. Lace pulls out to deep square where Draper cuts off the boundary.
Alex Duffel will be back with us after this over. And he and Dan will take you through to... Is it me?
It's you.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I hope you'll adjust the invoice accordingly.
As Bracey pulls him through mid-wicket, he's going to get at least 2. Yeah, they settle for 2. 313 for 2. Bracey moves into the 90s. Yeah, I only had 10 overs off.
Did you?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. Kroom is going back over the wicket to Bracey. As Bracey takes on a pull shot, Kroom drops short, and Bracey plonks him over deep square for a 6.
That's quite a big hit to that boundary.
That's a 53-run partnership on 24 balls. And this, 19 minutes, it's carnage here at Cheltenham.
And Lace has only got 9 of those. Bracey's, it's almost like a one-man onslaught, but he's kind of treating this like a T20 game, isn't he?
Yeah.
In terms of aggression, and that is quite. That's still quite a big boundary to the leg side on the Sanford Road side, Sanford Road side of the ground. 1 more of those, 3 figures.
Kroom in, Bracey takes on the hook.
Yeah, come on up. Got a feather there.
Says the spectator at square leg. If you heard him,
That's the end of the over.
he was convinced it was out.
End of the over. 3-1-9 for 2. I'm going to take a break and I'll be back for the start of the Wiltshire innings.
So Dan Whiting back with us, as he said, for the resumption. And Alex Duffell's going to rejoin us here for the conclusion of the Gloucestershire batting element of today. Bracey's really been going for it, Alex, hasn't he?
Yeah, he absolutely has. I think he's been showcasing his class, and he is obviously a cut above the rest today. It's been a fantastic innings so far. He is, as you said, treating it very much like a T20 with his aggression so far.
So Croom's figures, which were tidy after his opening spell, he's now bowled 9 overs for 76. And Joe King's back into the attack. Further fielding adjustments now. Of course, you've got to have, or are allowed to have, an extra man out.
Yeah, I would expect Wiltshire will definitely be making use of that fifth man out at the moment, the way Gloucestershire are going.
So Bracey, could he hit a boundary and make it a 50-ball 100?
It's been a quite brilliant innings so far from him.
And he's swung that high in the air, and actually Ed Young might get underneath it, and it's just dropped safe. Joe King and Ed Young both going for the same ball. I wonder if there was a call, and in the end neither of them was able to reach it.
It's unlucky there from Joe King. He's actually deceived James Bracey for a rare time today. It's not often Bracey's miscued one today. Gets a bit of luck that he probably deserves with this innings so far.
Lace 10 from 10. It's a more measured shot. Swept that right round from probably just about on middle stump. It's a very reasonably comfortable boundary for Tom Lace.
Yeah, he's had to play second fiddle here to James Bracey so far in this partnership, but a lovely boundary there from Tom Lace. Little swivel sweep shot.
Doesn't he now has a long on and long off out. Oh, and he's bowled him. King has bowled Tom Lace, tried to use his feet, and Lace goes for 14 in an awkward position coming in when he did. Doesn't have a lot of time potentially to really play the sort of innings he would have wanted to have done. He would have wanted to have stayed to the end, but unselfishly he has perished, bowled for 14, and Gloucestershire lose their third wicket. But reward for Joe King has been quite expensive. He's got 2 for 55 now in his 7th over.
Yeah, I think he's actually bowled quite well. He's been a little bit unlucky at times. It's not easy as a spinner on this ground. It's a short boundary one side. He's now picked up his second wicket and even had James Bracey in a couple of awkward spots a few moments ago. But yeah, well bowled, Joe King.
So Jack Taylor in at number 5. Not a dissimilar situation to the one he might often find himself in a T20. Perhaps coming in halfway through. So how will he take this on? That's the first up, always to clip the ball to mid-wicket. It's gone straight through the fielder there, and they will in the end up taking one. Harding is the man coming in from long on.
Yeah, Wiltshire's fielding just starting to get a little bit ragged out here. They've been out in the field a very long time. It's just starting to show a little bit there.
Still 9 overs to go. King in. Bracey will just take the one into the leg side. Ed Young's on the, well, 3 parts away to the boundary there, really, at mid-wicket. And the end of a successful over for Joe King. He has 2 for 57 and Croom 1 for 76. Those are the wicket takers. In terms of overs left, Burton's got 4, Harding's got 3, King has got 3. That's more than enough because Jack Minott bowled a couple of overs which went for 24. I don't think we'll see him again. I'd be surprised if we did.
Yeah, I would be surprised. I think we're going to have Matt Burton on now, probably until the end from the Chapel end, which it looks like that change is going to happen now.
Yeah, he's got 4 overs left. So, in a sense, they'll have to fiddle 1 over from somewhere. But Krumer's got 1 left as well. So, just after the onslaught in the last over, they may leave Krumer and bring him back. One would think. Harding and King could bowl out from the other end.
I would imagine that's what they'll do. I thought Matt Burton actually bowled a very, very good first spell. I thought he was a bit unlucky not to pick up a wicket. He bowled a very nice length. So hopefully he can do the same in his second spell. But he's bowling to Bracey, who's on 98 and so far has played a magnificent innings.
Yeah, we've done just what he'd have wanted to do today. Saying not got the gloves. We understand Ben Wells will keep wicket.
Comes Burton then to Bracey on 98, who looks to ramp him. Has he got enough? He has indeed got enough of that. That will trickle away for 4 over short third man and takes James Bracey to a 52 ball 100 off 71 minutes with 10 fours and 6 sixes. Strike rate of just shy of 200. Not bad going at all.
Yeah, he's certainly said, I want to play Tuesday. The only question is where he bats. That will be the only debate, I think. And that I'm sure will be a conversation that's already been had amongst the Gloucestershire coaching staff.
And again, and here this time Bracey just flicks him off his legs, and that has gone all the way for 6 over long leg. That's a quite brilliant shot. Bracey has certainly found his timing today, and he is well and truly in T20 mode now.
Yeah, there are 2 sort of sand-coloured marquees on that side of the ground. The one to the left, just where Bracey's clipped, that is the old Patesians marquee. That's tied in with the Richard Pate Grammar School in Cheltenham. Normally that's well occupied, and is again today. And I see that was all about timing. He didn't really launch that. He knew there was nobody down on that boundary, so it was a safe shot if he timed it well. And someone's gone off in pursuit of the ball now. It literally only just cleared the wicket fence. It wasn't as if it was a long way over that boundary, because it is a long hit down there. But Bracey's clearly picking the ball up very early. That's the most evident thing. And he's now hit 7 sixes and 10 fours. And yes, I know some of those have been towards the shorter boundary, but equally some of them have been right across to that Sanford Road side of the ground, which would have cleared certainly a central pitch on quite a few other grounds. Not that it is a central pitch being used here at Cheltenham today, but one of the things that Dan and I spoke about at various points during the commentary is that, you know, you get full value for your shots here.
Absolutely. The outfield is an absolute carpet here. It's racing away, and as you said, with the short boundary on one side, it doesn't take much. And at the moment James Bracey is pretty much middling everything he touches.
And from a batting point of view, if they are facing a big score here, Wiltshire, then how would they go about it? Would they just in effect just try to build a sensible total and try and bat through the 50 overs?
I think probably Wiltshire will almost set themselves a target, be that 300, 250, whatever, that they feel is what they can achieve. I think this is very much for them a chance to try and prove themselves against the best bowlers. It'll be a good run out for their batters against good bowling. But as you said, it's value for your shots out here. So I think they'll certainly want to give it a go as such and get somewhere near the target and make it respectable. It's Burton in again after that 6, and Bracey looks to ramp him again this time, but doesn't connect.
That's
good comeback that
one
from
of
Burton.
the first really ugly shots he's played, actually. got in a terrible pickle with a ball that was too short to play that to.
It's not often he's been in such an awkward position today, actually, James Bracey. He's looked quite magnificent with this innings.
Run rate now up above 8.
Burton to Bracey, slower ball, back of the hand, and Bracey has picked that up beautifully. Back of the hand from Burton, Bracey just waited on it and deposited it over deep mid-wicket for 6. The man out there did not even need to worry about him. That's gone sailing over his head, and yet another James Bracey 6 to add to his growing repertoire today.
I think he'll be hoping that he's going to save some of this for Tuesday against Warwickshire. It would be, it's obviously, I would think he's going to be selected after this innings today, but he'll have a different attack, albeit not as strong as Warwickshire's normal attack. Dan was mentioning about people there losing to the 100.
Matt Burton is in again. And goes short this time to Bracey, who swivel pulls that, but that's straight to short fine leg, and he won't get any runs for that.
And one of the players they do, of course, lose is Jake Lintott, who is well known in the Wiltshire setup. I must confess, the first time I saw him bowl was he was at a game at Taunton, and he was involved in the warm-ups, in the net bowling at the start. I'll come back to that after this ball.
That's down the leg side from Burton. That'll be called wide.
First wide of the innings. So
yeah, I think that's something the Wiltshire bowlers will be quite proud of, actually.
Yeah, they've only bowled 1 wide and 1 no ball.
Yeah, not
so
bad at all.
You know, that's a good effort from them.
Yeah, they may have just missed the length.
Obviously, Lintott is a left arm wrist spinner, relatively unusual. And I saw him bowling in the nets.
It's a wide full ball that Bracey can just hit straight to extra cover, no run.
And the first question, of course, is who is that? Because you genuinely don't expect to see someone of that ilk. You know, you think you know the first team squad of both clubs, and you think, oh, who is that guy? And latterly, of course, he played a little bit for Gloucestershire in T20 cricket, and in a sense that opened his skills to other people, and he's gone on from there and has actually done really well at the Bears.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's turned himself into certainly a specialist T20 bowler as well at Warwickshire at the Bears, and obviously plays in the 100, had a very good year last year, and he's got contracts all around the world now, plays in Pakistan and the Caribbean. There's Joe King's back on again.
King into Jack Taylor. Did he not, was he not a teacher?
Yeah, I believe he was a PE teacher.
Yeah.
Before kind of being offered a professional contract. But yeah, much like the rest of the Wiltshire boys, he effectively had a part-time job.
Taylor will want 2 here. He's gone long, all the way along the ground up to long on, and they'll pick up a couple. Sun not shining on St Luke's Church as it was at times earlier today, but the skyline's been very odd mix today.
Oh.
The dark cloud at some stage has been very dark, and there may be another shower on its way shortly. They've got a problem with the ball.
No, I believe they've just found the ball that was deposited into the hospitality tents a few overs ago.
Right, so that's gone into the pocket of Paul Sparsholt, and we're back with the other one. King has been pulled by Jack Taylor straight to the man at deep mid-wicket, and Taylor holds out. It's a good catch, well-judged catch out there. I think that's possibly Minott who's taken that. And Gloucestershire's captain departs cheaply. Only made 3, but just trying to accelerate the rate, and is caught in fact by
Peter Rowe out there.
Peter Rowe out there.
Yeah.
Well judged catch.
Good reward for Joe King. He's kept plugging away here with his off spin, and he's now picked up 3 wickets. And Wiltshire will be happy with that. I think they've deserved a few more wickets here, and they're starting to get a bit more reward.
So that looks like Will Naish coming in at number 6.
The new batter, Will Naish.
So he has a couple of half centuries in the seconds for Gloucestershire this season. So I think 1 half century in the seconds for Gloucestershire this season. Learned his cricket at Froster and has been sort of in the Gloucestershire system for quite some time, but this is the first occasion that many people will have seen him. He's going to have Joe King to bowl to him. Bats right-handed, also bowls as well. Whether they're going to bowl today remains to be seen. 346 for 4, so 7 overs to go after this one. And King now has 3 wickets. Oh, and he's bowled him.
Make that 4.
Yeah, but Naish pushing forward, and whether that's playing down the wrong line or he's been beaten by one that's turned. But Naish is out second ball, and it's 346 for 5. A credit to King in this over. He's got 2 in 3 balls. Let's just see if we can get a replay of that last delivery on the screen. Maybe we'll get it at the end of the over. There is in fact only 1 ball to go. And so we're down amongst the all-rounders and the bowlers. Now Tom Smith's coming in at number 7.
Yeah, Joe King, who's now got 4 wickets to add to his 8 wickets that he picked up in the National Counties Trophy earlier in the year. He's Wiltshire's 2nd leading wicket taker in that competition, behind skipper Ed Young.
Well, I did try to look at the formats actually, and he and Young have been the main wicket takers across 20 over, 50 over and 3-day cricket this season.
Yeah, the Wiltshire spinners certainly are their kind of mainstay of the sides. Obviously when you add in Jake Lintott into the 3-day side, that is their predominant mode of attack in 3-day.
What's that? So pushed outside the off-stump. Smith just prods at that, but 2 wickets in that over for Joe King. He's now taken 4 for 59 in 8 overs.
Yeah, very healthy return that for Joe King. He's bowled well today.
He's got 2 overs left. Might not bowl both of them, but we'll see. Burton to continue from the Chapel end, so still 7 overs to go. So I wonder whether Bracey will continue this onslaught where possible.
Here is Burton then with a slower ball, which Bracey, with a thick outside edge off the back foot, has beaten 3rd man. And that's 4 more to James Bracey, which brings up Gloucestershire's 350.
Oh, that struck me as that was back of the hand again.
Yeah,
That's how it looked.
Yeah, definitely a back of the hand slow ball there from Burton, but I don't know if Bracey quite picked that one up quite so well. But a bit of a thickish outside edge, but 4 more nonetheless. 350 up for Gloucestershire now, with just under 7 overs remaining. They'll definitely be targeting that 400.
He's almost going at 2 runs a ball, James Bracey, which is a healthy strike rate.
Burton again, back of the hand again from Burton, and Bracey misses out this time as he tries to ramp him. Yeah, so Burton favouring the pace-off option here as he uses his slower balls.
Just looking round the ground. It is a good sprinkling of spectators for this match. If you are thinking of coming on Tuesday, let's give you some information about crowd details and stuff after this ball.
Pace on that time for Burton. He's beaten Bracey again. So good over this from Burton.
We were told on Thursday, obviously that was the last day of the Northants game. The club had sold, I think, 2,700 or thereabouts tickets for the match, and they were estimating that there may be around a sort of 1,000 members. So the crowd is expected to be somewhere between 3,500 and 4,000. So do come early.
Bracey picks that one up, but doesn't get hold of it as he hits that out to deep mid-wicket. Little fumble out there. Cam Harding out there with a little fumble, but recovers well just to keep it to 1.
And as you can imagine, 3,500 in here will feel pretty full.
Absolutely, I think it'd be a great occasion. 3,500 devoted Gloucestershire fans cheering on their team.
But there'll be someone from Warwickshire as well.
There will be,
I'm
there
sure.
absolutely will be.
It's not.
It's a lovely place to come and support your team and visit for away fans as well, I imagine.
Not the longest trip.
So third man and fine leg both go back for Burton. He bowls to the right-handed Smith. And Smith just clips that off his legs to backward square. Joe King doing the fielding. It's been a good over so far from Matt Burton. He's got a bit unlucky with that first ball and he's recovered well.
Yeah, I mean, he's tried to be inventive against a man who's clearly seeing it pretty well. So Jared Warner used a phrase on commentary last week when he was with us about just trying to bowl your best ball all the time. Well, you probably can't quite do that when Bracey's in this mood. You've got to try and mix it up a little bit.
And that's that back of the hand slower ball again. Bracey's picked that up well this time. Out to Harding at deep mid-wicket as well. Again. 2 more to the James Bracey total and the Gloucestershire total.
Alex, sorry, Alex.
Bracey moves past 120 now. It's a quite brilliant knock, this.
Alex Duffel with us from Wiltshire Cricket on the stream today. Bracey's, I say the one century he got was at Chelmsford, and he didn't get 121 that day, I'm sure. In that Gloucestershire win, as Dan did say earlier, though, this match, it's played under List A rules, it is not counted towards a player's List A record, or indeed the team List A record for that matter. 6 overs to go. Swept by Tom Smith down to deep backward square, and they'll just take 1. So the remainder of the batting order: Dom Goodman, Paul Van Rieker and Josh Shaw, Jared Warner. That's quite a long tail, but more important to get some bowlers some overs today, and that may be how the team looks a little bit in this upcoming Royal London Cup. Bracey goes aerial once more. There's a man out at long on. Drops short of him, 1 bounce, and further rotation of the strike. Smith will pinch a single here into the leg side. Tumbling stop at mid-wicket. Joe King getting through his overs quite quickly here, and not only is Edge having to look at the fielding alterations, but he's going back and forth from deep mid-wicket. Bracey again goes straight down the ground. A good stop.
Toby Kershaw out there at long on his Wiltshire competitive debut today.
Is he from Go Taker?
He is a Go Taker, yeah. He's moved to Go Taker this year.
Some rain, I think.
Up in the air. Just going to fall short. Ben Draper coming in there at deep square, but couldn't quite get there, and the rain is starting to fall.
Yeah, I was hearing some rain on our effects mic. Maybe another one of these short passing showers. King in, and Smith will just keep the strike by pushing a single.
Good over again there from Joe King, no boundary in it at all. 7 off, he'll be quite happy with that.
Credit to the umpires here. They've tried to keep the players out there as long as they can. And we've had just these couple of instances where we might have had, say, 2 minutes rain, and dare I say, if that rain was happening in a Royal London game, some umpires might have taken the players off, but here they haven't done. And with the exception of that one sharper shower, they've kept the innings moving. 5 overs to go.
Yeah, I imagine the crowd are very thankful that the umpires have kept them out there as well. Matt Burton to continue. And that's a lovely drive from Smith. Past extra cover. But long off will get round to keep it to 2.
Yeah, Smith got a... He might have got a 50 actually in the playoff game last season at Surrey, where Gloucestershire were, in a sense, up against it. They got 241, but Surrey's batting side was too strong.
Burton goes full, and this time Smith whips that off his legs, and that will be 4.
And they might have to go off now, because I think
this rain is heavy.
This is a bit heavier.
Yeah, and they are indeed going off. The umpires have signalled for the covers. Stumps are being pulled out, and the players are going off. And unfortunately, sunny Cheltenham has turned rather wet again all of a sudden.
Yes, you've had a couple of these showers. Thank you, Cam, for moving the microphone.
Hopefully we won't be off for too long again. I imagine this is just hopefully a passing shower.
Yes, but it's just blowing a little bit from the chapel end of the ground towards the college lawn end. And stuff getting quickly out to put the covers on, but 367 for 5 with that last boundary. James Bracey 125 not out from 65 balls, 11 fours and 8 sixes, and his innings a bit different to Ben Wells's. Ben Wells made 124, but Bracey seemed to go into sort of real T20 mode quite early.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's come out and shown his intent from the off here, Bracey. Wells clearly crafted his innings in perhaps a more traditional one-day method that you might see, whereas Bracey has clearly come out with intent and come out with power, and he has absolutely demolished a few of the Wiltshire bowlers here.
So 45.2 overs we've had for Gloucestershire's 367 for 5. That is quite a sharp shower. I wonder if the ground staff are going to look to put any covers actually on the...
Yeah, it does look as if they are getting a sheet ready.
They're getting sheets ready to come and put on the run-up, so this may be a little more of a break than we thought. But Gloucestershire won the toss here today. They decided to bat first. Ben Charlesworth did survive a chance off Matt Burton, which was spilled by Cam Harding when he'd made 14, I think it was. But he went on to make 67 with the 12 fours. Ben Wells, say 124. So Ben Wells 124 from 107 balls, 4 sixes, including a couple of switch hits to the pavilion balcony, and then this really aggressive innings from James Bracey, 125 not out, with 19 boundaries, 11 fours and 8 sixes. Tom Lace, sadly for him, bowled by King for 14, and he could have done with a score really. Jack Taylor also perishing relatively quickly, and Nash bowled second ball by King without scoring. So King has some impressive figures here. 4 for 66 he's taken, and Kroom 1 for 76, the other wicket taker. But the ground staff now making sure that the bowler's run up, particularly at the chapel end, is covered. In fact, they've now covered both of them, and remains to be seen, I suppose, whether Gloucestershire will bat for the other 4.4 overs in theory at their disposal.
Ground staff now bringing on a sheet to cover the rest of the square here. I think they are slightly concerned about the shower. It is still falling very heavily here at Cheltenham.
So we're going to take perhaps a slightly unscheduled break, but that's the scene at the college ground at the moment. You can see the sheets being brought on by the ground staff. It's not impossible that I'm sure, I don't know whether Duckworth, Lewis, Stern could be applied to the Gloucestershire score, but it's certainly the heaviest rain we've had today. Had obviously one previous interruption, a couple of lighter showers which the umpires said the players could play through, but 367 for 5 the Gloucestershire total, 45.2 overs. The players have gone off for rain. It remains to be seen whether the Gloucestershire will bat for the other 4.4 overs they were scheduled to do. So it's 21 minutes past 2. Purely from a match point of view, Alex, there doesn't seem a lot of point in going out again for those other 4 overs and 4 balls, does there? So
no, I don't think they will. I think either this will be either Gloucestershire's target, or they will use the Duckworth-Lewis method to adjust it accordingly. But yeah, I think we may have a slight chance of losing some overs here, because the rain is quite heavy.
Hopefully that won't be the case, but we'll bring you any news regarding a resumption or indeed an adjustment to the Gloucestershire total as soon as that happens. Meanwhile, a brief break here from Cheltenham. I hope you've enjoyed the cricket so far. There will be more, obviously, and we'll leave you with a picture of the scene here, looking up towards the college lawn end of the ground, with Gloucestershire 367 for 5, but their innings interrupted after winning the toss by rain.
Welcome back, and the news is that Gloucestershire have finished their innings. They finished on 367 for 5, but with the DLS, the news is that Wiltshire now have a target of 390 off their 45 overs. The game has been reduced by 5 overs, and their target is 390. Might seem unusual that the target's even higher with less overs, but obviously you have to take into account that Gloucestershire are setting a target there as well. So we're going to see Josh Shaw from the Chapel End, and I'm Dan Whiting. I'm on air with Ian Randall. Ian, welcome back to part 2.
Yeah, part 2 after, I think, hopefully the only lengthy shower, but there is some dark stuff about, so we may have further adjustments to this Wiltshire target. 2 slips for Josh Shaw.
He's going to be bowling to Meadows. Oliver Meadows, youngster, 19-year-old. Shaw into him. Hits him on the thigh pad straight away. Ben Wells keeping wicket. Oliver Meadows, 19-year-old from Chippenham Cricket Club. Got a couple of 50s this year for Gloucestershire seconds.
I think he's involved in the pathway system at Gloucestershire.
Is he? Is that where he's come through? Yeah.
I think so.
Here's Josh Shaw. Oh, and that's late on that from Meadows.
So Ben Wells keeping wicket, and Warner and Naish in the slips. Naish got a second baller today, but the highlight of that Gloucestershire total, 2 hundreds, one by Ben Wells and one by James Bracey.
Yeah.
So the wicket keepers union would have been very happy.
Shaw into the crease, and that's pitched up. Jack Taylor doing the fielding at mid-on.
We've got 4 of Gloucestershire's quicker bowlers involved in this team, so Van Meekeren, Goodman, Shaw and Warner.
Yeah, I wonder who we'll see from the College Lawn end.
Although all 4 of those would play.
Shaw in, and that's... Is that shot along the deck, or has he bowled a slower ball there? Let's see if we can see this on the replay. I wonder if Josh Shaw just rolls his fingers across this ball, or whether there's a little bit of inconsistency of bounce with the... Yeah, it's inconsistency of bounce, the shower, I think.
It was quite wide, though.
It was wide. It was too wide to do any damage to Meadows' stumps, but interesting. I wonder if the shower's just done something there. That's pleasantly clipped off the legs. Well chased. Are they going to come back for 3?
Unusual to see James Bracey out in the outfield, but
Yeah.
he was chasing down there with Jack Taylor. When I say whether all of those 4 bowlers would play, I mean, of course, play in the Royal London, which starts on Tuesday. They may play at different points. Whether all 4 would play in the same team, I don't know.
Jack Minott's going to face. He's a teacher, isn't he, Ian? Shaw comes in.
Yeah, he's head of cricket at Dauncey School near Devizes.
Oh, nearly an overthrow there. That's
Also
in the over.
one of the South Wilts crop in this Wiltshire team. There are 6 of them. And we're going to see Paul Van Meekeren from the College Lawn. Alex was telling me during lunch that he went to watch the last of the Holland-England ODIs, and Van Meekeren, of course, played in that game, and They didn't share a flight together, but they were on the same plane going back to the UK afterwards.
It looked rather warm out there, has to be said. Lovely place in Amstelveen, home of VRA. Good bunch of guys there.
So here's Van Meekeren then to the left-handed Meadows, who... is that a drop by Ben Wells? It is, isn't it? It was low. I thought he caught it actually initially. So I can see how much this goes out of the glove. Van Meekeren. I don't know whether he's gone with that with one hand and not got it, or he's tried to take it with two hands. It was low, but you'd expect him to take that. And Meadows waits again for Van Meekeren, who works him away down to long leg for a single. The Wiltshire boys having a wander round. Including Joe King, who got 4 wickets today. Matt Burton shared the new ball. So 2 slips for Van Meekeren. And to bowl to Jack Minott. So Wiltshire really deprived today of their heaviest run scorer so far this season because of that National Club knockout quarter final. Jake Goodwin playing for Pottern in that. Van Meekeren in almost Yorker length, and why not just blocks it into the ground out on the offside. Charles looked in good touch today, didn't he?
I thought he did. I thought he was absolutely fantastic. Some of his driving, especially down the ground, was really good to watch. He's an aesthetic batsman.
In your words, pretty.
Pleasing on the eye, I think my words are. I know that's my...
Minott waits for Van Meekeren and again defends out on the offside. I mean, I say the notional target for Wiltshire is 390 in 45 overs, but Alex Duffel was suggesting that what they might do is they might put a target in their own heads as to where they'd like to get to, and see if they can work to that rather than try and chase the actual target they've been set.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't think they're going to get anywhere near it, are they? Without being condescending.
Van Meekeren, and again into the ground, but they'll take a single. Lace is going to try and throw that at the bowler's end. Has that come off the body of Minott?
Yeah, that would have been tight, you know, if that had hit. Tom Lace very fast across the ground. There's some fielders in the Gloucestershire side who they've missed, who are very, very quick across the ground. Tom Lace is one of them. Ben Charlesworth is another. And they're missing today Chris Dent, who is one of the quickest in that sort of 10-yard bursts.
Hopefully that dark cloud can pass round us, but you've got dark clouds at both ends of the ground at the moment. We're in a bit of a sandwich and the light's not that good.
Sure, bouncer. One for the over. Goes over the shoulder but not over the head.
I think the dark cloud at the College Lawn end is probably the one that's gone. And
no, I think that's the one that's coming, isn't it?
No, I think it's weather's going that. Weather's going. I think weather's going from the chapel to our left towards the College Lawn end of the ground. That's where it's been travelling most of the day, I think. You can still see Cleve Hill, so fingers crossed that's the one that's already had its.
Sure, in. Big appeal for LBW. There could be a run out here. Oh, he had a hit. He had a shy at the stumps there.
Charles can't believe he's missed.
No. Shanked the throw, didn't he?
The umpire was right in my eye line, so I couldn't see. But look, he waits, throws and still misses. And he had 3 stumps to aim at as well.
Yeah.
What? Never know why players don't go underarm in that situation, which is so more accurate. But it appears to be time.
Yeah. Shaw in. That's outside the off stump.
Called as wide. Not surprised he called it as wide. Is that a flannel's gone out of Shaw's trousers in his build up to releasing that? If he may have caused him an imbalance. Foul to dry the ball. I think James Healy's got shares in the pizza outlet on the ground that's been doing pretty good business. There we are. All through the festival.
That's a good shot. That's down to Van Meekeren down at third. By Meadows. He's quite composed, isn't he, Meadows? Oh, look at him.
Yes, I say he's got some runs in the Gloucestershire seconds this year.
Shaw. Charlesworth hot in there at square leg. They think about the single. Meadows turns Minott back.
We're looking on the weather apps during the shower that effectively caused the end of the Gloucestershire innings. There was some kind of suggestion that there might be some more rain around about 4 o'clock.
Shaw in, and that's a lovely shot there from Minott. Square drive, 4 runs.
Excuse me, that was an explosion.
A sneeze, by the way,
yeah.
for viewers at home.
Hopefully that weather app isn't correct. Because it's only fair that Wiltshire should get a decent stab at this target.
Shaw into. Oh, and that's tight. It's Jack Taylor there. And backed up by a combination of Tom Smith and Ben Charlesworth. Into the third over, 13 for none.
And if you've joined us on the stream sort of mid-afternoon, perhaps you went to church this morning. I know Dan would have gone, but he had to be here.
I'm delivering my Sunday sermon with you, Ian.
Gloucestershire won the toss, decided to bat. Innings was briefly interrupted once and then terminally interrupted at 45 overs and 2 balls, 367 for 5. A century for Ben Wells and a century too for James Bracey. 125 not out. Wells made 124. Here is Paul Van Meekeren in, and Minott goes to clip that on the leg side. Doesn't get a touch. There's the odd spot of rain. If you did hear a trolley go, that wasn't a rumble of thunder. That was a trolley going behind the marquee.
I was down there getting my lunch at the end of the innings just before that rain came on, and I thought it was lightning, which made me bolt out from under that tree. Pretty lively.
It did. Van Meekeren, angry with that delivery, that's whipped away down towards the square leg boundary. It will go all the way forward. It'll beat James Bracey. Nice shot from Jack Minott.
There's actually somebody taking a photo and the flash went off, but I thought it was lightning. It made me bolt out from under that tree.
There's a replay of good judgment from Minott. He's quickly spotted that Van Meekeren had got the line and length wrong there. The cry of anguish told us from this side of the ground. Van Meekeren again staying over the wicket, and should be one there. Yes. It might have been a thought from
Bracey's clutching his hamstring there. Oh no.
I would hope that's not cramp. He's gone to go towards that. And that's the last thing Gloucestershire would want. They've got Ajit Singh Dale and Luke Charlesworth on the ground. If there's any thought of a twinge, Bracey ought to be hooked pretty smartly. Van Meekeren in. Bracey won't chase that. That'll go past Tom Lees and away to the boundary for 4. Nice shot from Meadows this time.
Bracey moving gingerly, isn't he, over there? It's not good to see. He's stretched it out.
There is Van Meekeren's second boundary ball in this over. That's a nice shot. Nothing wrong with that. And Wiltshire up to 22 without loss. Van Meekeren seen as the death bowler option in the T20, but wasn't fit for all the campaign. That's punched again by Meadows up to mid-off, fielded by Dom Goodman. So in the end, it wasn't perhaps as effective as Gloucestershire had hoped. Only played 4 games, and he was going at more than 10 and over. The question is, will he get selected in the longer format? Maybe bowlers playing for their places here. Van Meekeren out on the leg side, straight to Charlesworth. Now, if you add Ajit Singh Dale into the mix as well, he might be, and Tom Price. There are quite a lot of options for Gloucestershire in this Royal London. So, will the workload be shared? Will one or two of them perhaps not get a run? Because in Tom Price's case in particular, he's bowled a lot of red ball overs. So, and he might bowl quite a few more red ball overs in the remaining championship games.
Yeah, I mean, he only played in the games. He's played 4, hasn't he? He played in Kent, Essex.
Sorry, Tom Price.
Lancashire.
Tom Price you're talking about.
Yeah, Lancashire he played as well, didn't he?
He's played 5.
5.
He's bowled 110 overs.
Worked round the corner.
I suppose
Sometimes
it's the proximity of those games to each other. That's the thing, isn't it?
They just need to get on with it, don't they? And not like the old days where they'd have to do all that and then
drive to Horsham for a Sunday game and drive back.
Exactly.
I'm not saying that's right, by the way.
But it's all sitting out cricket, and they want to reduce it even more. Shaw in, and Minott plays that out to Jack Taylor. Yeah, it's not like the days of, you see bowlers regularly picking up 100 wickets a season, didn't you? Titch Freeman in 1929 picked up 300. I mean, that's some going, isn't it? 300 wickets in a season. 5'3" leg spinner. Played for Kent. Shaw. And that's out to Jack Taylor. Slight misfield, but Taylor recovers. Titch Freeman's record in the 20s was unbelievable. I think he picked up, let's have a look at him.
I want to say 3,000 wickets in his career.
I think he picked up 3,000 wickets in about 8 years. 10 years maybe. No, 12 years perhaps. Josh Shaw in, that's down the leg side. That's going to be called a wide by Billy Taylor. Titch Freeman. Alfred Percy Freeman. (3,776 career wickets. That's outrageous. That's a nice shot there by Minott. Square drive again. He likes it through there. Yeah, 1928 to 1933. Tidge Freeman took 1,673 wickets in 6 years. In each of these seasons, from 28 to 33, he took over 250 wickets.
Some players don't take 250 wickets in a career now.
Shaw in. That could be a close one. Oh, that was probably out if that hit. Freeman also took 10 wickets in an innings on 3 occasions. Took 17 wickets in a match twice.
He's not quite Simon Harmer then, is he?
He's a leg spinner. Josh Shaw. Oh, it's a beamer. No, not given.
Well, Billy Taylor's been quite lenient there, I think.
Yeah, I do as well. And that one slipped.
It did slip. It was wasn't an attempt to slow a ball. It's gone past the bat. Touch and go whether that was above waist height or not.
Wiltshire, 28 for none. The DLS is currently 41. Gloucestershire at this stage, though, were 21 for none. So Wilshire faring better, but they're behind on the DLS. How does that work?
It's cricket, Dan. That's what it is. It's the quirks of the game. Bit of a chat between Van Meekeren and Skipper Taylor before the start of this over. Comes in a bowl, it's steered really, pace of the shot governed by the ball there. Jack Minott finding Tom Lace, that backward point. I wonder whether, if Gloucestershire think that that top 4, those 4 left-handers are going to provide the bulk of their runs, and if Ben Wells is going to keep wicket, I wonder whether Lacey's place might be a toss-up between him and George Scott, and Scott might get it on the basis he could bowl. Again, a steer into the offside, but the cry of wait sees the ball fielded by Charlesworth, because there isn't a bowler in that top 4. If you play Dent, Harris, or Dent, Charlesworth, Harris, Bracey, and then Wells at 5, you haven't got a bowler there at all.
Bracey's Winterbourne's finest bowler. We saw his record earlier.
Yeah, okay. Tricky one.
But no, I get what you're saying.
It's
you have to have 6 bowlers to get you through 50 overs.
Absolutely you do. Van Meekeren, that's very short. Taken above his head and it's called a no ball. Umpire Paul Spellshot saying that was too short. Tall figure, Van Meekeren. Does get bounce if he really digs it in. That's quite an upright action as well. And that's back of a length, fielded by Lace, but Wiltshire happy to use the pace of the ball just to keep the scoreboard ticking up. It's just sensible cricket.
Muggy afternoon here in Cheltenham. It's warm, a bit clammy.
Meeker into the left-handed Ollie Meadows. Again, no joy. They got talk about height. Gloucestershire got Dominic Goodman in their side as well today. talking in the Championship game about Zach Chappell's extra height. Goodman's, I think he's only played one first-class game this season, so he's not played a great deal. Again, a little bit of injury issue there, but somebody else wanting to get into the side potentially in this format. Van Meekeren staying over the wicket to both right and left-handers here, and Tom Smith is down on the boundary at third man. They'll just take one. The thing with Lace, no, he can't bowl, but as you say, he's a really good fielder.
Yeah.
So, you know, there are probably 11. The Price brothers, Dent, Harris, and Zafar. There's probably 16 that Gloucestershire are picking from, fitness permitting, for this for that Royal London tournament. Again, steered away by Minott down to third man, and he'll take one. So far, MB play has not caught up with the Wiltshire card. Now it has 4 boundaries in the first 6 overs, and overall 33 for no wicket.
Sure.
Jack Taylor giving instructions to Charlesworth. He wants in front of square now by the umpire.
Sure, past the umpire. That's a pleasant drive there from Minott.
Bracey and Taylor again on the chase. Bracey appeared to be moving okay then.
Yeah.
And decent throw too back. It's a long boundary out there, and it was his return.
Got a great arm for a wicket keeper. There we go. There's a replay. Jack Taylor just hauling this in before the boundary. Bracey. Shaw in. That's worked a backward point where Tom Lace is patrolling.
If you'd like to drop us an email, you can. James will put the email box in the top right hand corner of your screen in a moment. There it is. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Thoughts perhaps about the selection for the Royal London? Would you put all those left-handers at the top of the order? Would you put a right-hander in there somewhere, and if so, who and where?
Did Ian Randall go to church this morning? Joshua in, and that's evading the dive of Tom Lace there. That's a nice shot from Oliver Meadows. Did you go to church this morning?
I didn't quite make it.
Did you not?
No. Had to be here early.
Oh. Terrible behaviour.
Yeah, even song might be a bit tight as well.
Will you be struck down by a thunderbolt? Shaw in. That's a nice drive as well. Only goes to Tom Smith and mid-off. But
the thing is, you see, we haven't had much weekend cricket this year, have we?
No.
So
no.
I've tried to sort of get some credit in the bank for one or two that I might miss.
Yeah.
I'm going next Sunday, but I'm going to a wedding next Sunday. Does that count? Well, it does, doesn't it?
I think you only go for weddings, funerals, and when songs of praise are in town.
Well, the church is in the wedding is in a church as opposed to in any other location, I should just say.
Sure. Around the wicket. Oh! That's a good bit of work there by Jared Warner.
It's a good stop.
Slip, yeah. That would have been 4 runs.
So fast bowler, commentator and slip fielder.
Yeah, watch this.
Just short.
Just short of him. He took it on the half volley, took it cleanly. Do you think when songs of praise do turn out like sort of the congregation triples in size? Or
I'm sure that there are numerous invitees,
right,
maybe, that do not come from the normal congregation.
That's dug out with an open face. Goes down to Van Meekeren for a single, 41 for none. DLS is 54, so they're only just behind. Is that how it works then? Songs of praise.
I'm sure that they obviously they have to have room for cameras and such like. So
yeah.
I don't think. I mean, maybe some churchgoers out there who can tell me differently, but I don't think many churches would be packed to the rafters every Sunday with no space. Therefore, in your words, if songs of praise do turn up, there is some flexibility.
Right.
And I think you'll probably find that most of the important people locally probably get an invite.
Right.
Van Meekeren to continue from the College Lawn end to the left-handed Ollie Meadows, who steers that again down towards wide third man. Sliding stop from Tom Smith, and they'll come back for a couple. I also think probably that power play over Smith will be into the attack straight away.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, I think Smith. Wouldn't surprise me if Jack Taylor has a little bowl as well. We saw Joe King, the off spinner for Wiltshire, pick up 4 for 66 off his 9, and Cheltenham was a bit of a Bunsen, isn't it?
Van Meekeren in. Oh, that was quite sharp. Meadows played inside that.
I still think that Croom's the quickest bowler that I've seen on display today so far. It's different from Van Meekeren.
Yeah.
Van Meekeren bangs it into the pitch, doesn't he? He hits the pitch hard.
Yes.
Croom's whippy, skiddy. He's got a little bit about him. I thought he was reasonably sharp.
Van Meekeren with this high stepping run in. Oh, and that's gone past first slip. Warner gets slowly to his feet. Well, he didn't pick that up. He didn't catch it, that's for sure.
No, I think it was too wide. I think it was sort of between second and third, or where they'd have been. Good start this though by Wilshire.
Put the second slip back in, or they're going to put a gully in. Naish is going in that bit, so they've got a gully and a backward point and a squarish cover now for Jack Minott. Very short, it'll be 4 byes from
No ball.
and it's a no ball as well from Van Meekeren. I was talking to somebody the other day, listening to someone the other day, talking about wicket keepers and signals as to whether there's anything. Wiltshire's 50 up in the 8th over. Whether there's anything from the bowler that maybe suggests, say if he's bowling, say you've got an off spinner bowling, whether there's one going down the leg side for a stumping or for a quick bowler, there's going to be a short one, and the keeper in question, I can't remember who it was, said absolutely not. That's a nice shot too. Chase for Dom Goodman out towards the boundary. Deep extra cover. Will he haul it in? He will just, and they'll come back for 3. They'll take one on the arm. So on that basis, Wells would not have known that was coming. It was not a surprise he couldn't reach it. It was a long way over his head. And in the manner of some other sports, the question is, what was the thought process that got you to that was a good idea? Van Meekeren in again. That's pitched up. Good stop by Charlesworth on the bounce. I mean, as bouncers go, that was wild, wasn't it? That short one. Very short.
It was very short. Just did a podcast with Steve Kirby, who used to...
Well, he didn't mind a bouncer.
He didn't mind a bouncer. And he played here a few times. So the pitch was... It's not as lively these days as it used to be. It used to have a lot more bounce in it. But he said batsmen were terrified of coming here and facing Courtney Walsh. Sid Lawrence can't have been too pleasant on it.
I know.
You'd have played him in. Played him with a matchstick, wouldn't you?
Me?
Yeah.
Cool.
Playing with a cocktail stick.
The bat looked like a matchstick in Courtney's hand when he was batting, I know that much.
He averaged 14 for Gloucestershire, which I think is pretty respectable with the bat for a number 11, especially one who's an out-and-out number 11 like Courtney.
I think there was a game here where he and Terry Alderman batted. I think it was against Kent.
Sure, past the umpire. That's a good bouncer. And that is a great catch there. Ben Charlesworth going back over his head. Takes it one-handed. Fantastic effort.
It was a good catch from Charlesworth.
Yep, that's the end of Minott. He goes for 24. And it's a good bouncer by Josh Shaw. That's how a bouncer should be, at the throat there, like that. So when a batsman takes it on, it got onto Minott a little bit too quickly for him, and he hit it off the splice. He didn't middle it at all. And Charlesworth in at square leg. Still had to make up a bit of ground. And caught it over his head. Stuck out his right hand. And it stuck to his mitt.
So
Minott goes for 24.
24 he made. And Wiltshire 53 for 1, chasing this notional target of 390 in 45 overs, which is adjusted after the Gloucestershire innings was cut off by rain in the 46th over.
Did we get that on the cam? No.
The camera was spanning round, so I'm sorry we can't bring you a replay of that. It will be Peter Rowe coming in at number 3. Also plays for South Wilts.
Not Peter Roebuck.
No.
So, Rowe about to face his first ball from Josh Shaw. Oh, and he's bowled him! Pegs back is off stump. That looked like a good delivery. Let's see if we can see this. Rowe goes for a first ball. Golden duck. Let's have a look. Yeah, good delivery. Pitches middle, takes the top of off. That's where you want to be as a fast bowler. And Josh Shaw sends back Peter Rowe.
I'm glad you got that Peter Rowe bucket gag in. It would have been wasted otherwise, wouldn't it?
Would have been. It's a poor gag, actually.
53 for 2, and here's Ed Young, the Wiltshire captain, coming in at number 4. It's his usual place in the batting order.
Wiltshire captain Ed Young.
Bowled his full overs today, and now comes out to join Ollie Meadows. So the two left-handers together. Actually, he bats right-handed. Not. There's the. Oh, that sound's been fairly familiar during this festival. Obviously, the ground is adjacent to the hospital, and
it did take me about 6 days working here to to work that one out.
Actually, that's a fire
It's
engine.
a fire engine.
Yeah, the main Cheltenham fire station is not. It's not far from the hospital, funnily enough. So it's quite useful to that end. Both on the Oxford side of town. Anyway, so
Shaw on a hat-trick. Into the crease. And Young defends that into the offside. Tom Lacefields throws it into the gloves of Ben Wells.
we've had one hat-trick at the festival.
Yeah.
And Kyle Abbott, did Kyle Abbott get 10 wickets in that Hampshire win at Scarborough the other day? I think he did.
He did, yeah.
He had
He got 10. Tom Bailey got 11 for Lancashire. So there were wickets all around. There's, you know, and it's those guys who are always there in the top of the wicket takers. They seem to be in their pomp. That's a nice shot there from...
hits the stumps at the non-strikers end.
Yeah.
Alex Duff will be back with you down at the end of this over.
Yep.
Probably Ben Draper at 5. So the order I've got says Josh King at 6.
Kershaw.
Croom, Harding, Burton, Morton and Kershaw. Needs to be seen if that is actually the order.
Kershaw, teenager from Go Taker. Shaw past the umpire. That's a good bouncer as well. That's pulled, but Ed Young rolling his wrists over the top. Hits it firmly, but can only find Ben Charlesworth at square leg.
It's proper crowded house weather today, isn't it? 4 seasons in one day.
Oh, very good.
I
was thinking, always take the weather with you.
Well, you could do that if you like. Yeah, you could do that if you like.
I was thinking, where's Ian going with this one? Short in. That's a nice shot. That's well fielded again by Charlesworth. Square leg. Completes the over. 2 wickets off the over. 54 for 2.
End of the power play. That's 9 overs gone. Actually, it should be the end of the power play because we're down to 45. So, should we stick to 10s?
Let's do 9s.
Let's do 9s. We're good at maths.
Well, you are, Ian.
Yeah.
I struggle somewhat.
Yeah. So I'll leave you for a while, and Alex Duffell's going to come back in.
There's the voice of Ian Pythagoras Randall.
Change of bowling from College Bowling, Jared Warner.
We can see Jared Warner into the attack. And I'm delighted to be joined back by Alex Duffell, the knowledgeable man from Wiltshire.
I don't know about knowledgeable, but...
Well, you know these guys, you know them. Good start, but those 2 wickets just...
Yeah, up until that
pegging them
over,
back.
I think 2 openers would have been delighted with those first 8 overs. Were very good.
Is Jared Warner off a 28-metre run, as he told us last week. Jazza, Sheffield United fan. Lots of chat out in the field from the glorious Gloucesters.
Yeah, not sure I'd fancy steaming in off 28 metres every day.
No. I don't go that far on my holidays. Warner in, that's nice. Work through the leg side. Bracey out there. What an arm! What an arm! Not bad for a keeper.
He won't be having the gloves back anytime soon if he can field like that.
No. There we are. Jazza at the top of his mark. Oh, that was quick.
Squared him up.
That was quick. Came onto our stream numerous occasions last week, Jared Warner. Spoke very well.
Started very nicely with the ball here.
Yeah.
Good pace. Bit of bounce.
So, who's going to come in after Young, do you think?
Good question.
Kershaw?
I think, well, Toby Kershaw's a young player,
Yeah.
but he has played a couple of games for the Wiltshire second 11 this year.
Okay.
And done very well. Tom Morton, player coach, will come in pretty much when he wants, I imagine, as that's edge pass slip and runs away for 4.
Who bats 11?
Who bats 11? Oh, might be Josh Croom, I reckon, today.
Okay. Can King bat, J King?
Yeah. Most of the Wiltshire players will be able to hold a bat at least, I think.
Yeah.
Even Josh is definitely not the worst number 11 in the world.
No. And Peter Rowe, does he normally get runs?
Yeah, Peter Rowe's a good player.
Yeah, he got a good ball there.
Yeah, he did. Peter Rowe this year for South Wales is averaging just shy of 50
Okay.
in the Southern Electric Premier League.
Warner in, and that's
edged and gone.
Edged and gone. And Jared Warner, a bit of extra pace there. Makes Ed Young nick off. And now Wiltshire is 60 for 3. Caught by Ben Wells.
Yeah, Wiltshire skipper just slashing it a wide one there. Not a whole lot of foot movement or head to the ball. He'll be a little bit disappointed with that, Ed Young, I think.
Yeah, I think the extra pace from Warner just sort of hurried him up a little bit, didn't he? But Meadows is still there, young lad as well. He's 19 years old. He's left-hander. Got a couple of 50s for Gloucestershire seconds in the games against Sussex and Warwickshire. And Chippenham.
Ben Draper coming out to join him now in the middle. And really, Ollie Meadows just needs a partner at the moment, because he has started very nicely here, Meadows.
So South Wilts playing the, was it the Southern
Electric? I don't know if it's still the Southern Electric Premier League.
So that's the Hampshire side.
Hampshire, yeah, it's the Hampshire League.
Okay.
Which just shows how far the travel is within Wiltshire. That Salisbury, it's easier for them to play in the Hampshire Leagues than it would be in the Wiltshire Leagues.
Yeah.
So a lot of the teams, South Wilton and in the surrounding areas down south, play in the Hampshire Pyramid.
Some strong sides in that. Havant are a good side, aren't they, in that? And who's the oldest club down near Portsmouth? Hambledon.
Hambledon, yeah. That's why they've been having some anniversary games, I think, this year down at Hambledon.
Probably their 1000th anniversary, 1000th-year anniversary. Here's Warner in to Draper, and that hurries him up a little bit. Warner's coming through. This is the quickest I think I've seen Warner bowl for a while. And that's the end of the 10th over. Wiltshire 60 for 3.
Disappointing last 2 overs for Wiltshire, that. I think they were going very well after 8 overs, but quick flurry of wickets. And Gloucestershire well on top here.
So Alex, unlike Ian Randall, were you at church this morning? Or
no, I'm afraid I wasn't. No.
Heathens, all of you. I wasn't there either. We're going to see into the attack. It's Josh Shaw.
In comes Shaw to Meadows. Off the back foot, working that nicely into vacant mid-wicket gap. And well run. For 2. Ollie Meadows looking quite set out there now, actually.
Yep. The Chippenham a good side, the big club.
Yeah, Chippenham big club. Northern part of the county.
Yeah.
a lot of their players have strong links to Gloucestershire. It's nice and easy to get there. Just a couple of junctions down the M4. Beaten on the outside edge this time, Meadows, but he has looked quite assured so far in his stay at the crease. The dark clouds that were surrounding us a few moments ago seem to have left, which is very good news. Shaw is in, and this time Meadows is clipping him through mid-wicket. Bit more force on that one, and that will be 2 more. Yeah, overcast here at Cheltenham. Couple of break up in the cloud at some point, but a little bit of blue sky up there, but not sure if it'll quite reach our way. Shaw comes in from the top of his mark. And Meadows off the back foot again, is punching this one through the offside this time. And that will be chased to the fence. Good chase there from Charlesworth, who's having an excellent day in the field so far.
In the national village, Dumbleton from Gloucestershire. 166 for 9 off their 40 overs. Rainford from St Helens. They're 8 for none. Semi-final of that. Winners go to Lords. It's still sponsored by the cricketer.
Short again from Shaw, and that's hurried Meadows. Good bounce of that in at the rib cage.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire have been very good with their bounces so far, just hurrying the Wiltshire batters. Got their lines much better, I think, than the Wiltshire bouncers when the Wiltshire opening bowlers bowled short earlier.
Yeah.
Much more in at the body, cramping batters for room. Shaw goes short again. This is down the leg side and will be signalled wide.
I did my research for this, looking and saying Wiltshire is famous for its ham. White horses on hillsides.
White horses especially. The logo of the cricket club is a white horse. There's about 7 or 8, I think, around the county.
Monuments, I believe.
Stonehenge, Avebury.
Yeah.
2 of the oldest stone circles in the world.
Almost as old as Ian
Salisbury
Randall.
Cathedral.
Almost as old as Ian Randall, Stonehenge.
It's a lovely shot this time from Meadows. He pushes that full ball outside off. Just a gentle push past mid-off there. And that races along the carpet here at Cheltenham College for 4.
Yeah, very pleasant shot.
Have a look at that again. Yeah, that's a lovely shot from Ollie Meadows. Just a push, nothing more. Slightly too full there from Josh Short. I'll be wanting to drag his lengths back a tiny bit. Wiltshire move along to 71 for 3.
Salisbury Cathedral, another one.
Yeah, Salisbury Cathedral. It's very nice.
I did watch the Salisbury Poisonings or whatever it was on TV. I thought it was an excellent series. He hasn't done a lot for the reputation of ZZ in the town as
probably not.
As a dining establishment. And that's a good ball there from
quick.
Jared Warner. I mean, it's funny, isn't it, how your business can just go through no fault of your own, just like suddenly just take a massive downturn.
I can't say I've ever visited ZZ's in Salisbury, but
no.
I imagine they were, and they still are, very good, but I can't quite say that they probably get as many clients as they once did.
No. Warner. Rhythmical approach into the crease. Oh, I think there's a bit of bat involved there. But that hurried up. Draper.
Yeah, very good from Warner so far. Quick, hostile.
Yeah.
Hasn't given the Wiltshire batters any room to play any shots so far.
Here he is. I think he's probably, him and probably Ajit Singh Dale are probably two quickest in the Gloucestershire lineup.
Long walk back to his very long run up.
Tough start for his football team. Away at newly relegated Watford. Sheffield United fan. That's played back with a square there by Draper.
Relieved to get off the mark, I think, there, Ben Draper.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for Peter Rowe. It's not quite what you want.
No, I'm sure
First
all
baller when
these
he's been
lads
done by a very good ball.
Yeah, I'm sure all these lads as well. I mean, you know, a lot of clubs stream games now, don't they, with fixed cameras, but you know, they haven't got the quality of James Healy producing that stream, you know, so James looks like he needs a good coffee to wake him up. Warner's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Meadows. I think all of us are just absolutely shattered, having done 2 4-day games in 10 days. And it's hard work, this commentating lark, Alex. It really is.
It's been a long week for you.
Everyone thinks, you know, you're just watching a bit of cricket and talking about it, and let me tell you, it's a tough old gig. Warner. That's a nice shot, but not really timed. Meadows looks a well-organised player.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's why he's been involved in the Gloucestershire youth setup and through to Gloucestershire seconds. He's certainly one to keep an eye on, I think.
Yeah.
As I said, several in this side have played county second 11 cricket, and likes of Meadows, Toby Kershaw, Josh Croom. Certainly the youngsters who've got plenty of time to make their mark on the game.
Yeah. You see Tom Smith replace Josh Shaw at the Chapel end of the ground. Going to wheel his way with his left arm spin.
Exact same as Wiltshire then, left arm spinner from the Chapel end. See if Tom Smith can get the same out of the pitch that Joe King and Ed Young did earlier. A little bit of spin and bounce from the Wiltshire spinners, so Tom Smith no doubt will be hoping for the same result. Ben Draper facing. In comes Smith off his long run. And that's down the leg side, will be signalled wide. And that's probably the worst start for Tom Smith, actually. 5 wides to start.
A lot of wides in my league game a couple of weeks ago. I think there was something like 60 in the game. Anything down the leg side in limited overs cricket is wide. I was umpiring and I felt like that statue of Christ the Redeemer at Rio, standing there with arms outstretched all day.
Smith again this time, he does find his line, and that's punched to mid-on for a dot ball. That's one thing Wiltshire will be very happy with. I'm pretty sure they've now won the wides battle. Only a few bowled in the Wiltshire innings. Cotswold bowled. Beating him on the outside edge. Half appeal for a stumping, but Ben Draper doesn't drag his foot. Tom Smith now settled in, found his line, finding his range here. Punch down the ground to mid-on again for no run. Got very... His action, Tom Smith, he comes almost from behind the umpire.
Yeah, he
jumps
does.
out at the very last second.
Yeah, he does. He's
Draper onto the back
keep your
foot.
eye on him.
Yeah,
Well, we watch him at Bristol. We work out the flats overlooking one end of the ground, and he does disappear from view and then suddenly ducks out from behind the umpire.
different challenge for him now as he faces the left-handed Meadows.
So we spoke about Marlborough College earlier.
Yeah, one of the grounds that Wiltshire play at quite regularly. It's where we did our youth pathway trials last winter. We're at Marlborough College. Lovely facilities down there.
It's a lovely little
Yeah,
town,
it's
isn't
fantastic,
it?
Marlborough.
Yeah.
Not the easiest to drive through. Traffic can be a bit of a pain, but yeah, it's lovely to visit. Ooh, bit of bounce there for Smith. As that wraps the gloves, I think, of Meadows. Scampered through for a quick single. And that will end the over.
Yeah, it's a lovely little town. Mark Lane there, who is spoken in revered terms here in Gloucestershire. Part of that side that won so many trophies in the early 2000s, well, into the 90s, into the early 2000s. There's Paul Van Meekeren, you can hear in the background. Sounds like Dutch to me, I don't know what he's saying. Jared Warner. $79 for 3. Meadows on 29. Draper's on 2. Jared Warner's 1 for 7. Just started his third over. Just got one slip in play. Got Tom Lace there at backward point. We've got a third as well. Let's hit Meadows on the thigh pad. And we've got James Bracey just in front of my cover point area.
Moving a bit better now, Bracey, than after he was when he stretching his hamstring a bit earlier. A few worrying moments for Gloucestershire supporters around the ground, but he does seem to be moving a lot better now.
Goodman at mid-off, Van Meekeren at mid-on. Jack Taylor at mid-wicket. And we've got a long leg in as well. Warner in. Bowling good areas here, Warner. I think this is... He's desperate for his place in this side.
Yeah, certainly bowling like a man with a point to prove at the moment, Warner. Good test here for Ollie Meadows, who's looked very calm so far in his innings, but the pace of Warner has troubled other batters. So.
That's a nice shot. Round the corner. Single.
Yeah, these two just starting to rebuild after that quick flurry of wickets. Overs 9 and 10.
Yeah, score on 60. Score's now on 80. What a sleepy Sunday afternoon here. Cheltenham in the Cotswolds, on the edge of the Cotswolds. Oh, that's an edge. That's well bowled by Warner. Just a single, goes down to third. Oh, nearly overthrows. Nearly some buzzers. But luckily, Van Meekeren doing the backing up.
Fell just wide of second slip there. Warner finding the edge again though. He's bowled very well so far.
Warner with this smooth acceleration into the wicket. Keep your emails coming into us to commentators at glosscc.co.uk. That completes the 14th over, 81 for 3. The DLS is, was that 166?
It is indeed.
I mean, it's just not happening, is it? It's just not happening.
Bit of a tough ask that, I think, for Wiltshire. As I said, I
Yeah.
think they'll probably have a revised target in their minds that they're going to look to achieve as a team. But yeah, I think Gloss's revised target of 390 is probably out the window a bit here. As Smith comes in and Draper tries to pull out the sweep. I think he may have got a top edge on that as that runs away for 4. Has indeed come off the bat. So boundary to Draper. Not necessarily where he was aiming it, but 4 runs nevertheless.
Adrian Thomas has been in touch on Twitter. Hello, Tommy. I'm sure everyone at Gloucestershire knows Adrian.
Well, this is in the air, and this is going to be caught. And that's the end of Draper. Done by the spin of Smith there. A bit more bounce than he was expecting. Came down the track, tried to work that in through mid-wicket. Just a leading edge up to mid-off. And a very, very simple catch in the end there for Tom Lace.
In the T20, down at the Aegis Bowl, South Africa 191 for 5 off their 20 overs. Quite a stiff target, that. Hampshire, well, the wickets can vary in quality. The one Gloucestershire got down there wasn't particularly good. Adrian Thomas on Twitter has said, the DLS seems much fairer in 50 over cricket. He thinks it's spot on today at Cheltenham than the 20 over format where they can't get it right due to the quality of pitches and the wicket stroke resources left. I agree, because you've got 10 wickets there, haven't you?
Yep.
And really, you've got to be going some to lose all
when
10
you see
wickets.
sides winning games, having been 70 for 7 on
Yeah.
Duckworth Lewis, you do think something's a bit wrong here.
Yeah.
I appreciate it's very difficult for the guys who do all the calculations to try and work out the perfect formula. The new batter is indeed young Toby Kershaw from Go Taker on his Wiltshire competitive first team debut today. Toby
This is
he played 1 friendly for the first team, scored 80 in a game against Devon, I believe, earlier in the year, but that was a very young and inexperienced Wiltshire side. This will be his first proper game for the team. He's got a tough test here. It's Tom Smith.
So you got a ringer in. I mean, you just pulled in a ringer. Also.
Yeah, he's averaging just under 44 for Go Taker this year in West of England Premier League Division 2, Gloucestershire, Wiltshire. And he's off the mark here as he tucks one into the leg side out to deep square. Yeah, Go Taker are top of that league this year, looking to win back promotion to West of England Premier League Premier Division. Benny Howell was playing for them yesterday, scored 158.
Reasonable.
Yeah, off about 80 balls as well, I think.
Yeah, reasonable.
It's quite a small ground there at Go Taker. I think he quite likes it.
Where is Go Taker?
Just outside Swindon, so just past
Okay.
Royal and Bassett.
Okay.
On the way to Calne. For those of you who know your Wiltshire geography.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I
lovely
am
little
an-
village.
I'm an aficionado of the M4.
Yeah.
Coming up from London. Know it intimately.
Smith to Meadows. And that's pushed into the offside and well fielded there at backward point by the tall Van Meekeren, who did well to get down there to his left.
Alex, I'm sure you've travelled the M4 on many occasions.
Oh, plenty of times.
Are you-
M4 and M5.
Are you more of a Lee Delamere or a Membry man?
Ooh, good question. I've got to go Lee Delamere, I reckon.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because generally I'm heading west from Swindon most of the time,
Yeah,
it seems.
yeah,
Do like Membry or Reading on the way back from London, though, at times.
Reading's reasonable. I like Membry. I did stop off on the way here. I've been stopping off at Oxford services, which are very nice, very pleasant. But £4 a cappuccino, they should be. They should be very nice.
That is steep.
The Gloucester Farm shop down the road as well. That is not a cheap service station. Ethical, well-sourced stuff. Fair enough. $11.95 for a lentil curry in there. As Warner comes in, that's just tucked away by Kershaw.
Yeah, lovely shot there from young Toby. Nice start for him to field bat on ball.
Someone on the stream seems to be confusing Jared Warner with David Warner. Talking about sandpaper. Here is Jared. Defended. From the same club as Josh Shaw, up in Yorkshire. Wakefield Thorns.
So you wouldn't have thought a club in Yorkshire would be so good at producing Gloucestershire cricketers.
Well, it's a production line, it's talent pipeline, feeder club. Warner, past the umpire. That's well played by, they just called him Nick Kershaw. Toby Kershaw. Nick Kershaw was a singer in the 80s. Toby Kershaw.
We've been doing too many bands, that's why.
We have. It's
Musical
starting to
theme
affect.
continues.
Yeah. What have you seen, Nick Kershaw? The Riddle, I think. Warner. Knees pumping. That's a lovely shot.
Timed beautifully from Ollie Meadows. He
Really?
picks up another boundary.
Really nice. Lets the ball come on to him. Plays it under his head and just works it. Flicks the wrists at the last minute. Works it leg side. Working on the angle as well. Warner's coming around the wicket at him. And the ball just angling in at him. And he works it on the angle past Dominic Goodman at mid-wicket.
Fourth boundary for Meadows. He moves to 34 from 42 balls. Nice start for the Wiltshire opener.
Warner defended to Bracey, who goes to hurl the ball at stumps. Oh, he's got licence now, he can just start hurling it about whenever he wants. Oh my word. Oh my godfathers. Ben Feasy on our PA here in the corner of the marquee. It's come out. Oh, it's Ian Randall. Tom Morton Harkett from Aha. Oh, that's beasted into the pavilion there. That's a shot. Meadows just picks that one up.
Ollie Meadows with his best James Bracey impression there.
Yeah.
Picked the short ball up early, rocked back, and whips it away for 6 over square leg. Ed Young going to fetch the ball from under some temporary seating down to our left. Meadows moves to 40. First 6 of the Wiltshire innings.
Yes, Ian Randall with the Morton Harkett.
Smith to Kershaw. He's defending this one. The leg side. Both mid-off and mid-on up at the moment. Deep cover out and a deep square leg. Oh, that's a leading edge from Kershaw. Almost make its way back to Smith, and we've already seen it a couple of times in this innings. Again, the bounce and the turn from spinners causing batters a little bit of trouble. Just trying to work it into the leg side with the ball turning away. That one almost carries back to Smith. And again, aerial from Kershaw, but this time gets away with it and scampers a single. And that's the 100 up for Wiltshire in the 17th over.
Well batted, well batted. I do apologise to Ben Feasy for associating him with such a joke, but Ian Randall tried, guilty as charged.
Well stopped there at mid-wicket.
There's the young Wiltshire 12th man.
A few old faces I remember there from coaching days gone by when they were about 12. A few of them haven't grown since, I don't think.
They're not that much older now.
Smith bowling well here. Comes in, left arm over. Meadows is whipping that one down to long on for a single. Nice wrist work again from Meadows. It's been a feature of his play so far today. Very strong wrists.
So this would be my last over on the commentary for a while. Ian Randall's given me out. He's given me a signal of one more over. So if we are continuing the theme of tribute acts, there's a couple of players in this match who we could put in there. Draper Lace. Warner. That's a thick outside edge, goes down to third. Meadows moves on to 42.
Yeah, nearing a very well made half century if he gets there.
He deserves
Very
it.
deserved
He
as well.
deserves it, yeah. It's bad well. I like the look of him. Warner into him, into Kershaw, and that's run down, down to third again. I wonder if Wiltshire lads just using the pace of the ball to nerdle it about, and I'm wondering if it's worth Jack Taylor just taking the pace off.
Yeah, I think Warner troubled the Wiltshire batters in his first couple of overs, but I think they've just started to get used to the pace now. Starting to use that extra pace, run it down to third man, fine leg.
Here he comes around the wicket. And again, Meadows lets the ball come on to him, plays it late with soft hands. Just down to third. And adds another one to his tally. 104 for 4. The DLS is 206. I mean, it's just... well, it's outrageous, isn't it? 206. Just not happening.
Yeah, you do well to be 206 for 4 after 17 and a half overs. that would be some game of cricket.
Warner. One into the ribs there of Kershaw. Leg by given.
These two just ticking it over nicely.
Yeah.
Minimising the dot balls where they can.
Interestingly, I know Wiltshire haven't got James Bracey down the order, but at 20 overs, Gloucestershire are 115 for none. Wiltshire are almost on parity with runs scored, although they've lost 4 wickets, which could be crucial, and they haven't probably got somebody like James Bracey down the order who's going to vandalise and terrorise the pavilion. That's a lovely shot there. Bobbles just before it gets to Goodman, who does well to recover and has a shy at the stumps. It's also a no ball from Jared Warner, so we're going to get a free hit.
A big chance for Toby Kershaw to show us what he can do here then.
Yeah.
Free hit.
My money's on the orange marquee, which is exactly where the fielder has gone out there. Just straight to mid on, no run.
Yeah, just towed that one, unfortunately, Toby Kershaw. Nice strong base, but didn't quite get all of that.
Warner in, and that just drops short of. Is that Naish? No, Wade Naish is at second. I think is that Dominic Goodman? No, yeah, it might be Goodman. Yeah. Anyway, that completes the 18th over. Wilshire 108 for 4, Meadows 44, Kershaw on 6, and I'm going to hand you over to the dulcet tones of Ian Randall and Alex Duffel.
Yeah, another edge just falling short there. Wiltshire batters have done very well so far, playing with soft hands. Those edges haven't carried. But Warner, again, a feature of his bowling so far is that he has found the edge so far, but bowled very well. There's Tom Smith to continue. Left arm over to Ollie Meadows. Meadows again whips that one into the leg side. Slight misfield there at mid-wicket, but gets away with it. Welcome back in.
Yeah, I wonder whether we're going to see Dom Goodman at some point. Warner's bowled 5 overs for 28.
Smith again plays that one to mid-wicket, no run.
You know, if you're going to have all your quicks in the team, you may as well bring the. I don't see Goodman purely as a death bowler.
And this time Meadows rocks back onto the back foot, and he's placed that perfectly. Between deep cover and the man in extra cover. It's another lovely shot from Ollie Meadows.
Yeah, that 6 off Warner's as good a shot as we've seen from anybody today. He picked it up really quickly. Yes, he might have faced him a bit in the nets, but it was still a really good hit.
Again, working it to mid-wicket, no run.
If you have sort of joined us towards the end of the day, Gloucestershire scored 367 for 5 in 45.2 overs, then the rain arrived. That's why we've got an adjusted target.
Oh, and this time that does find the edge, and that is the end of Ollie Meadows. Played for the turn, it's gone straight on, and Tom Smith has his man.
And that's a pity, because Meadows deserved a half century out of that. He's got 48 off 55 balls with 5 boundaries, as well as that 6 we've spoken about, and he should get a good hand as he walks to the pavilion. But Wiltshire now 112 for 5, and Meadows walks off having made 48 of those. Almost a runnable, 48 off 55 balls.
Yeah, very good hand from Ollie Meadows. Thin outside edge though. Good catch from Ben Wells.
I'm thinking this is probably Tom Morton
That
next.
is indeed Tom Morton, I believe.
So the question is, what's the batting like below him? So that would leave Harding, Burton, Crewman, King in some order. What about the batting abilities of those 4?
Harding's a good bat. Harding's averaged 30 so far for Clevedon this year. And with the bat, I would say he's a bowling all-rounder, but he certainly can bat. Matt Burton and Josh Croom, 2 opening bowlers, are definitely more to the bowling scale of things, I think. May occupy positions 10 and 11.
And that would leave Joe King above,
yeah,
those 2.
I would guess.
He's going to need to get his pads on now, because he's just wandering around in front of us.
Might be wandering around to go and get them on, I think. Yeah, so Tom Morton, Wiltshire player coach.
So Tom Smith now with 2 wickets. Shaw with 2, Warner with 1.
And the sunshine has come back here at Cheltenham.
Yes, that shower that we were forecast to get at 4 o'clock didn't arrive, I'm pleased to say. At the end of the 19th over, I say Wiltshire's notional target is 390. But in reality, they'd like to get a decent total, and Jack Taylor's going to have a bowl from the College Lawn end. I wondered if he was going to give Goodman the ball for a moment there, but the skipper's going to come on himself.
Seen Tom Smith getting wickets with spin and decided he wants a piece of the action. Does seem to have been a theme today that wickets have fallen to spin. This Cheltenham pitch certainly has a bit of grip in the surface for the spinners, a bit of bounce for them.
Jack Taylor bowled 12 overs in the T20, 12 overs across 7 matches, so that's not a huge amount. And last year in the Royal London, he only bowled 3 overs and 2 balls. So
his first ball is dropped short, but Toby Kershaw misses out there. Is that mid wicket?
Yeah, not a lot of bowling since he's reverted to his leg breaks. Taylor in, just pushed out on the offside by Kershaw, but fielded by Will Naish. Got a second baller today. Bulk of Gloucestershire's total from their top 3, 67 from Charlesworth and centuries from both Wells and Bracey. Taylor over the wicket. Tossed up quite a long way, that. Very full.
Yeah, I think Gloucestershire's middle order will feel like they've missed out a little bit today.
Taylor won't take long to get through his overs, that's for sure. Big appeal for an LBW. Not upheld by umpire Sparsholt.
Toby Kershaw just playing around his front pad there, trying to whip that through square leg.
That was the one that went on with the arm. Well, again, going back. And just forced to defend. There's a slip in for Jack Taylor.
I'm having one. Yeah, Ben's having a cup of tea.
Chopped away by Kershaw this time, and straight to Josh Shaw. So the end of Jack Taylor's over. That was a maiden, the first of this Wiltshire innings, and it's 112 for 5 off 20. The Wiltshire card, there it is. Ollie Meadows, quite a what I would call a well-constructed 48. Jack Minott played some nice shots at the top of the order. Since then, no one's really got a start yet, so can Kershaw and Morton here stabilise the innings a bit. Morton got a big 100 in the 3-day game against Shropshire, I saw.
Yeah, he did indeed. He's a good player, Tom. Well, in this side, he's Wiltshire's longest serving player, made his debut for the county in 2006. And he's off the mark there, just working that one into the leg side for a single.
When I say I saw he got the 100, not that I physically saw it, but I saw from the card that he got it.
Played some very good shots there. It was at Caution, I believe, that one at Station Road. That 3-day the other week. And Wiltshire played a 3-day last weekend against Wales, which they played very well on the first 2 days, and then Wales had an excellent final day to turn it around and complete a comeback victory. So much like Gloucestershire, Wiltshire coming off the back of a red ball block of fixtures.
Yeah, four wickets they won by Wales in that fixture. It was quite a big chase too, from what I remember.
Yeah, it was. Smith is in and Kershaw works that one to mid-wicket. Yeah, it was. Jacob Lintop bowled very well in the first innings, and then Wales went after him in the second innings, I think. Smith is in and Kershaw gets out the reverse sweep, and he's got enough of that. It's going to go down to the third man boundary, chased all the way. And he'll get 2 runs for that. Yeah, Wiltshire 4th at the moment in the National Counties Championship Western Division 2. In fact, they're 4th in every competition so far this year. 4th in the National Counties T20 Group 2 and 4th in the Trophy Group 4 as well. That's worked airily through mid-wicket for a single to Toby Kershaw. That will end the Smith over. Wiltshire 116 for 5 off 21.
Interesting that shower earlier on, which caused us to have the break at the end of the Gloucestershire innings. The areas on the worn wickets then look quite dark and muddy, and even an hour's sunshine has just dried that out, and they're almost back to where they were before.
Yeah, still the darkest area of the ground. That shower does seem to have rather greened up the rest of the outfield here. Those brown tinges that we saw earlier seem to have disappeared.
Taylor in some hazy sunshine now. Bowles and Kershaw pushes that out to Will Naish. Short at he's on the single really there. Shortish extra cover. Little dab past Warner at slip. Kershaw's got at least 2. Josh Shaw's on the chase down towards the rope. In fact, the ball will beat him. It'll go all the way for 4. Deft shot.
Yeah, first boundary for Toby Kershaw, and that'll please him very much. Nice little shot that, just played it nice and late under his eyes and ran that down to third man for 4.
I wondered if that was rain on the roof then of the marquee, and it was Ben Feasy undoing a wrapper with a cake inside it.
Ooh, now that has turned and bounced. That's
Nice
a good ball from Taylor.
Would have liked the look of that. Kershaw waits, bat raised, and again Not prepared to play late here, and another chase for Shaw. That may also beat him to the rope. It's going down towards the boundary at third man, and that will also go for 4.
Yeah, 2 lovely shots there from Toby Kershaw, just playing it late, down backward of point in the offside.
Pretty confident that Jack Taylor isn't going to bowl the one that goes the other way and then go with the spin away from the bat. Use that to Wiltshire's advantage. Josh Shaw's had 2 fruitless chases now down towards the boundary at third man.
Just what you want as a fast bowler.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite expensive today, Shaw. 2 for 36 from his 6 overs.
That may have been the one that went the other way. I'm not 100% sure if Toby Kershaw's picked that. It's certainly bounced more than he was expecting. Just wraps him on the gloves there.
Nice to have Alex Duffel with us today with his knowledge of the Wiltshire setup and the players and how this game fits into their season. So you've played 2 3-day games. Is it only 3-day cricket from here on? Have you got other?
So it's 3-day cricket. There's 2 more 3-dayers. There's one on the 14th of August against Cornwall, which is at Salisbury and South Wilts Cricket Club. And then the week after they played Devon away at Sidmouth.
And so I say that because I know the ground at Sidmouth really well.
There is a short T10 weekend, I believe, to finish the season. Smith comes in and wraps Morton on the pads, and that's been given.
Can have a look at this. Morton LBW for 1.
Yeah, just going forward there, Tom Morton.
Perhaps not forward far enough.
No,
he was
unfortunately not getting any bat on it.
Half forward.
Yeah, forward press and beaten by the one that just goes on with the arm there from Smith as he picks up his 3rd wicket. Very healthy return for him so far.
Yeah, 3 for 22 he has, as you can see, bottom of your screen. Now, Dan and I have shared a few stories about Sidmouth Cricket Club over this summer because I think I mentioned it was right on the seafront there, literally between. You go over the ball clears the playing area, literally bounces onto the road and then onto a pebbled beach right on the front of the Esplanade. But the story I originally told was particularly appropriate given we've had some rain today and had a break. I went there when I was probably early teens for a holiday with my parents. We found the cricket ground on the first evening. You arrive on the Saturday, it's pouring with rain, and you think, oh, shame, won't be any play tomorrow. And they were playing at 11 o'clock the following morning.
Fantastic.
And the reason of that, of course, is that it drains so well through the ground there. We couldn't believe they were playing. And it remains one of the most picturesque grounds at at Wiltshire's level, or indeed at club level, I've come across.
Yeah, it is a lovely ground down there. Sidmouth is Cam Harding, the new batter for Wiltshire of Clevedon Cricket Club, fielding in his white floppy hat earlier today. Stuart Broad-esque. Yeah, Wiltshire 124 for 6 now. A spot of bother here. Smith comes in and that wraps Harding on the pads, but only a half appeal this time.
Yeah, had a bowl as well. I think he certainly started while the openers were still in, but he was also around when Wells and Bracey were really accelerating.
Smith past the umpire and Harding gets down and sweeps that, but straight to Paul Van Meeker in it. Short fine leg.
Joe King, the most successful of the Wiltshire bowlers today, 4 for 66 from his 9 overs.
Tom Smith looking for 4 of his own here. Oh, and Harding has left that, and that's beaten everyone. 4 byes. That's turned and almost taken keeper and first slip out. Let's have a look at this on the replay again. Look at that turn from Tom Smith.
Yeah, the only thing you'd say from a batting point of view is it was kind of too wide to be dangerous. That's the only thing. But if he bowls that on middle stump, that's almost doing too much.
This Cheltenham pitch still taking a fair bit of turn here. Tom Smith, last ball of the over. In. Harding just places that down.
Another look at the Tom Morton LBW if you can here. This is from the analyst camera. Oh, yeah, that looks as though that's going to hit probably
Midland leg, I reckon.
Halfway up, doesn't it?
It's just sliding on with the arm, that one.
He's played for the turn and it's gone straight through.
Tom Smith in that over though, clearly getting some to go straight on and some to spin very sharply, very dangerous there.
Yeah, and you know, Smith, he doesn't play red ball cricket now. He's concentrating on doing his coaching badges. I think he's level 3, doing level 4 this winter, and playing in white ball cricket. Jack Taylor in to start in his 3rd over. And Toby Kershaw just again forced to defend. So King, Croom and Burton still to come. Worked up to mid-on this time. Still Goodman awaits a chance to have a bowl. Jack Taylor with a little hop at the start of his run. And turned away by Kershaw down behind square. Smith will field. Dan Whiting was talking about Steve Kirby earlier on today. I had a challenge with Kirby that involved batting against him in the nets. That's clipped straight to Goodman at mid-on, and Harding is out without scoring. A wicket for Jack Taylor. Harding looks ruefully at his bat.
Yeah, tame dismissal, that one from Cam Harding.
Fairly straightforward catch to Goodman. He's a tall figure. Took it in chest and waist height, and Harding has to depart for North Wiltshire. 129 for 6. 129 for 7, I should say. So the challenge with Kirby was to face him in the nets and record the incident.
Okay.
Or the challenge, which was quite interesting. So I'm right-handed, and I had recorders in those days were much bigger than they are now. So it wasn't quite as simple. But the principle was the recorder was strapped to me, and I would describe facing him. So I'm a second 11 player who bats at number 11, and this is a long time ago. So he bowled me one ball off about 4 paces. I don't think I saw it. The second one I think I saw but didn't lay a bat on, and then he decided actually I'll bowl some off breaks because you might be able to hit them then, and that's what we were down to. But even bowling off 4 paces, you realise just how quick a professional cricketer is when you're playing against a very average social player at a weekend, not somebody who's playing in a decent club standard, but social cricket, and it was quite an eye-opener, I must say. And even then, even though it was only an exercise, Kirby still wanted to get you out. It wasn't going to bowl anything short, obviously, but he still wanted to get you out.
Don't think he ever bowled a ball in his life without wanting to get someone out. Josh Croom is at 9. He's slightly earlier than I was expected for Josh Croom, but good opportunity for him. Plays his cricket at South Wilts in summer, and then in winter heads over to Australia. The last 2 years been playing at Glenelgan District Cricket Club just outside Adelaide.
And that would be what, as a club professional?
Yes, he goes over as part of the. So Darren Lehman runs a cricket academy for youngsters, where a lot of English, young county players and county second team players go over, and then get assigned clubs and plays over there. But yeah, so he plays over there. Alex Carey plays for them. So it's been a very good experience for Josh.
Jack Taylor staying over the wicket, despite the fact that Croom's a left-hander. Just pushes that out on the offside. So the skipper's perhaps getting into the rhythm he might need for a few overs in the Royal London Cup. He said he's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 11. Tom Smith certainly getting that way. 3 for 22 from his 6 of the 5 bowlers used so far. Still no Dom Goodman, but we're going to see Goodman now from the Chapel end. And I say he's only had 1 first-class game this season. Dom Goodman, which from memory was the game at Hampshire. 21 overs, just the 1 wicket. Did quite well last year in the matches he played.
So the tall figure of Goodman takes the ball from the umpire.
Yeah, I think that, and with him coming through the Gloucestershire system, I think obviously Gloucestershire signed Zach Chappell on loan from Notts for a few matches this season, but without Chappell, Goodman's point of difference is his height and bounce.
Here he is. And he comes and he wraps Kershaw in the ribcage immediately. Bit of thigh pad and ribcage there. Good bounce there from Goodman. First ball. Yeah, it's been a long time since this Wiltshire side played a 50-over game. That's the slight quirk with the national counties scheduling, is that the 50-over competition is played in May and June. So.
And you play the T20 in April, don't you? Is that right?
Yes, it's been a while since this side have played white ball cricket. But yeah, so 2 wins and 2 losses for Wiltshire in the 50-over competition this year. They beat Dorset and Staffordshire, but lost to Wales and Buckinghamshire. So,
and you say there's a T10?
Yeah, T10 weekend at the end of the season, I believe.
People who don't like the 100, the
I know.
The T10 is just
it's even short.
One stage too far.
It is at least 6 ball overs still, I must say that. But yeah, it is short and quick cricket. As in comes the tall Goodman and finds Kershaw's edge there as that one runs down to 3rd man for a single.
Jared Warner's down there.
Yeah, and those of you who remember this game last year, which took place at the Seat Unique Stadium, may notice that there's quite a few changes to the Wiltshire side actually. 8 changes in total from the game last year. Only Minott, Young and King, only 3 to survive due to people either moving or being unavailable due to club cricket today.
It shows the flexible nature, because I think you used the phrase earlier, it is all down to players play when they're available.
Absolutely, it's still these players are not professional. It's their hobby as such.
But someone like Ollie Meadows would be trying to make a career as a first-class player, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely, which is why a lot of the youngsters are probably more available and playing more of the games. Those slightly older in the side obviously will have jobs or families and other commitments. But yeah, the likes of Ollie Meadows, Josh Croom, their summers at the moment are spent devoted to cricket, trying to push into those first-class systems. Goodman to the left-handed Croom, who pushes at that one and is beaten on the outside edge. Croom, who bowled with good pace earlier. First time you've seen him. What did you think?
Yeah, first time I've seen him live. He's got a sort of a rangy run, quite a whippy sort of action. Obviously, we're not in absolutely the right place to judge how much he swings it or moves it off the pitch, but certainly at the outset, look to have a good organised action, not too complicated. You'll know from a coaching point of view what you want is something that's simply repeatable, not too complex.
Yeah, ideally not too stressful on the body either.
Yeah. Bowled quite a full length generally.
He wasn't afraid to bang it in short either. He wrapped James Bracey on the helmet once. Probably wasn't the wisest thing to do actually. I think Bracey woke James Bracey up a bit actually, that. But yeah, Josh is impressed those certainly down south at Hampshire. He's been involved in quite a few of their second team games this year.
Is he of an age where you can allow one more year of that sort of level?
Yeah, so he's 20 at the moment, Josh, I believe. As that's pulled away.
Yeah, pulled away. Shortish ball from Jack Taylor, a long dive and a good chase down there, but it has gone for 4, I think. Indication from James Bracey that did actually go all the way to the rope. He couldn't haul it in. Wilshire up to 136.47. In theory, they've still got 19 overs to bat, so they want to see as many of those through as possible, with also trying to be as positive as possible.
Yeah, nice pull shot that from Toby Kershaw.
He's played a couple of nice little sort of dab cut type shots off the back foot against Jack Taylor, and then picked the short one and pulled that away. 23 he's got. Taylor in, pulling from quite a long way behind the front line there, just to vary the length.
Nice little variation. There's Mark Watt who does that, isn't it? The Scotland and Derbyshire bowler. I believe Mark Watt bowls the odd 24-yarder I saw him bowl the other day for Scotland against New Zealand.
I had someone I used to play club cricket with did that once, and I asked him why, and he just said, well, you're just changing the length of the batsman. It's another variation.
Yeah, spinners always looking to find variations and ways to disrupt batters in this ever more modern 6-hitting game.
I saw one correspondent on Twitter the other day who does a lot of commentary, and said, do we have to be careful about the balance between bat and ball, and if it becomes too much a batter's game, the value of a 6 just doesn't appear. Attempted stumping by Wells, but Kershaw's foot was solid. In a sense, the joy of cricket at Cheltenham is that championship-wise, we've had a 4-day game where the side on the last day has been set 202 in 37 overs, and because even though the pitch has been turning, they've still felt that they can chase that target and win, which they did. On some grounds, the pitches get so flat that you just don't sense that it's a genuine contest. And I must confess, I do like the idea that in a white ball game, bowlers still can get wickets.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. It's what I've liked about the feature of the ODIs that have been played this summer actually so far, is that we've gone away from 350, 400 being a par score, and it's been back down to about 280, 260. Those middle overs, all of a sudden the ball is still doing a bit for bowlers, which has been nice to see. You always want that even contest between bat and ball as much as possible. And as you say, in the championship this past week, we had some games that were barely getting to the third innings. So in comes Goodman, and Kroom drives that quite beautifully. Top of the bounce, straight down the ground, past mid-off for 4.
Nothing wrong with that shot.
Got very long levers, Josh Kroom, and he used them very well there. Leaning in on that.
We've been again talking a bit about during the week about where some of the Gloucestershire lower order batters would bat in a club game. Someone like Jared Warner, for example, who would have batted 10 or 11 for Gloucestershire today, and who might well bat at 3 or 4 in a club match.
That's a good bouncer there from Goodman.
Where would Kroom bat in the South Wilts team?
Probably not far off, about 8, 9, I would imagine. Mainly because about half of the South Wilts team is playing today.
True.
But generally speaking, yeah, I think if you look at certainly professional cricketers and the upper end of the county scale, the bowlers do bat a lot higher when they play club cricket. It's Kroom off the back foot this time. I mean, someone like Craig Miles, obviously ex Gloucestershire bowler, now at Warwickshire.
Yeah.
Is originally from my club in Purton, just outside Swindon. And when he was first coming through as a youngster and still playing for Purton, he would bat 3 in our first team. And still bats about 3 or 4, I believe, at Leamington Spa these days in the Birmingham Premier League.
Warner apparently got 79 not out yesterday.
There you go. Goodman in. Ball's
Batting
full
at,
to
batting at
Kroom.
3. James might just tell me who that was for. He's going to check who that was for.
Yeah, it does just show though that they may be bowlers, but they can still hold a bat. Most definitely. Tall figure.
You must play, surely.
Yeah, I still play at my local club in Purton. And that's a lovely cut shot there from Josh Croom off the back foot. 4. Yeah, I was in our second team yesterday. We were away at Wilcott, just outside Pewsey near Marlborough. It's a lovely little traditional village ground there. Couple of runs, but 29 with the bat as we won as our second team chase promotion.
That Warner knock was for Clevedon yesterday.
Yeah, it's good to see players playing club cricket on a Saturday. Well, it's almost one-handed there from Josh Croom. Off the back foot. Which took the hand off the bat there. Timed it nicely though, as he gets 2 more. Just the extra pace of Goodman showing there. Put bat on ball and you'll get some runs.
End of the over. So I think, I'm just trying to mentally think about the rotor. So does that mean it's Dan and I now for the next night? I hope you're back with us again for the conclusion, Alex. It would really seem right that you are. But another change in the box. Wiltshire 7 down here, 147 for 7. And with still 18 overs to go, Jack Taylor is in here. And he's cut away once more off the back foot. 150 up for Wiltshire. And still 3 wickets in hand. Clouds coming in, Jack Taylor in. Ooh, and again to fold the Kershot's gone out, so he's push forward.
Croom looks a decent cricketer to me.
Yeah, he's played 1 or 2 nice shots, and he's lively with the ball earlier on today. Oh, given. Kershaw fired by umpire Sparsholt for 27, and it's 8 down. Again, he may have played for the one that was going to turn, and it didn't. Let's have a look. Here can we tell? It was not that easy to tell because Croom is in the way there, but Kershaw ruefully walks away. But he's held the middle order together here with 27, Toby Kershaw.
$151 for 8. Joe King.
Joe King coming out at number 10. That will leave Matt Burton at 11. Interesting, most of the wickets have fallen from the college Chapel End bowling. Smith's 3 and Warner's 2 both did. Obviously Jack Taylor's trying to rebalance that a bit from the college lawn end. Which would like to get to 200 here, Dan, I think, wouldn't they? Whether they can or not, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
got plenty of time.
Yeah, there's just pride, isn't it?
Taylor in and defended by King.
And I think you'd use it as a net, wouldn't you? You know, you just use it as a practice. You're facing some good bowling out there.
Taylor in and King once again defends. Going Dawkins in charge of the team today. He seems to be the main coach on the ground. Taylor in. King squeezes that round to Tom Smith at short. Fine leg. So I wonder wonder how he'll report back when it comes to the selection of the team, which I'm guessing for Tuesday will be named tomorrow. Squad will be named tomorrow. So they've probably got 16 to pick from. Whether all 16 are included remains to be seen.
England, Germany 0-0.
England, South Africa? I'll check. England 57 for 3 in the 10th over, chasing 192.
Oh.
Roy, Butler and Milan all out.
Oh.
Bairstow and Moeen Ali together.
Here's Dom Goodman from the Chapel End. Bouncer. Over the head, no ball. Spar shot, just giving his...
And Alex just says Moeen Ali is also out now, so England 4 down. That's the decider in that T20 tournament. T20 head-to-head. You missed the me batting against Steve Kirby story, Dan.
Here's Goodman. Is it a good one?
Well, only in the sense that I was batting in the nets against him with a recorder to record the incident. I said to Alex that he bowled me one ball off 4 paces, I didn't see it. He bowled me the second ball off probably a little bit less, and I just about saw it but didn't lay a bat on it, and he then decided he was going to bowl some off breaks.
Before he killed you?
Not quite.
Goodman.
At least the off breaks I had a chance of getting a bat on 1 or 2, but I said to Alex that the principle was still the fact that he wanted to get me out.
Yeah.
That's his default position.
Yeah. Takes no prisoners, Curbs. Goodman. That's played out to point. Kroom likes that area by the look of it. Point, backward a point. Opens the face. Ajit Singh Dale just walking past us. There's another option. Short ball there, just nudged backward a square on the leg side. 154 for 8. Kroom goes on to 11.
I don't know whether they've had a rain break at Rainford in the Village Cup semi-final between Rainford and Dumbleton. Dumbleton 166 for 9, Rainford 27 for 2 off 11. That's a 40 over game there, so I don't know whether that's delayed or not. My scoring app doesn't tell me that, but
who's the other semi-final between them?
I don't know, Dan. I wish I could tell you.
Goodman in, and that's tucked away behind square. Ben Charlesworth and Van Meekeren together.
There's been quite a lot of chat around the boundary today, which has been, refreshingly old school.
Yeah. Van Meekeren telling Charlesworth off there. It's played backward a square again by Kroom to Charlesworth. So, Thornbury played Clevedon yesterday in the Whipple. Jack Taylor played for Thornbury. 27. And he was bowled by Matthew Carpenter. He took one for 32. Jared Warner played for Clevedon. Got 72 not out.
Here is Taylor in, and Joe King defends.
Cameron Harding of Wiltshire, he played in that as well. Got one for 28.
Taylor wheels in again. Use of the feet. And good stop by Tom Lace.
Looks like an absolute classic game there. Clevedon 192. No, sorry, Thornbury 189 all out. And Clevedon
192 for 9.
192 for 9. Let's see him the last pair put on. The last pair put on 23 to win the game by 1 wicket. Wow.
Ben Wells, I think, has missed a stumping chance there. It's gone for 4, but that was really off an involuntary shot from Joe King. Was this a missed stumping opportunity? It looked it, because he'd gone shuffling forward. Oh, he's gone.
That was filthy.
Off a thin edge, and he's got one more off the back of that boundary.
That was a filthy swipe across the line there, wasn't it, Ian?
It wasn't. Wells couldn't stop it. He's got Kroom to contend with now. That's a bottom edge. He swept that away. Round to Ben Charlesworth, end of Jack Taylor's 6th over. He's taken 2 for 26. And I wonder if there might be a change coming. Taylor might just indicated to, I think, Van Meekeren that he might have a bowl at this college lawn end next up. So the 2 tallest players in the team potentially in tandem here. Goodman and Van Meekeren together. Goodman's to continue, and he bowled 3 overs at the moment. Wiltshire card 161 for 8 from 30, so 15 overs to go. Ollie Meadows top scorer with 48.
Goodman in, and that's played out to mid-on. In other news, Berkshire have beaten Middlesex by 6 wickets. Hundreds for Berkshire from Johnny Connell and Dan Lincoln, who's played for Middlesex in the past.
Did Middlesex not get 350 in that game?
Yeah. That's hooked. Fielded down there, that's Jared Warner.
So they got 300. Middlesex got 350 and lost.
Yeah, Berkshire got it 4 down.
140. So Cracknell got 147 for Middlesex
147.
and finished on the losing side.
Yeah. Berkshire were.
Interesting bowling figures there, I should suggest. What are we to 8 overs, 1 for 70?
Berkshire got it in 40 overs. That's the dot ball, goes through to the gloves of Ben Wells.
To be fair, most of the Middlesex spinners there have had a bit of tap.
Oh,
Holden 4 overs and 3 balls for 42.
Tillan 1 for 70. Anderson 7 overs, 1 for 60. Ooh, some big apples there. That's wide ball. Middlesex having a bit of a tough time at the moment.
And Herefordshire giving Worcestershire a pretty good game, we gather, at Eastnor as well.
Well, these are they're banana skins, aren't they? Gloucestershire will be pleased with this. Oh, he's bowled him. Bowled him. Slower ball. I think it's the off cutter. Rolls his fingers over it and completely deceived Joe King. He's bowled for 6 by Goodman. Maybe he's chopped it on. He's chopped it on, I think.
Yeah, inside edge.
But that is now 163 for 9. And the end is nigh. Gloucestershire, professional performance this.
Yeah, and they would have wanted to win the game. Obviously, the 3 of their top order batters got runs. That was the important part of the day. I appreciate that Lace and Jack Taylor in particular didn't, but most of the bowlers have had a bowl, and I think those people who have decided to spend their Sunday at the college would have felt it's been worthwhile. They've had a look at a few people who may well be in the team on Tuesday.
Definitely. I mean, we've seen the positives. Ben Wells, 100. James Brace, we know he can get those. We know what he can do. He's destructive. But you have to change your mindset from red ball to white ball cricket, and he's done that today. Ben Charlesworth's come back from injury with 67 on debut. So Gloucestershire will be pleased with this. They'll be pleased with the workout. And they've unveiled their new kit. And I think this is lucky. I think Gloucestershire are going to have this lucky kit which will bring home the Royal London One Day Cup. And that goes up in the air, and that is just over the head of Josh Shaw at mid-off from Burton. He almost went for a Burton there, first ball.
Sort of attacking shot he felt he could play because Shaw's up inside the circle.
Yeah.
So the two left-handers, now Wiltshire's last wicket pair.
The two opening bowlers as well. Goodman in. But, these guys, they're club cricketers, they'll remember this day. Some of them will not go any further, and this will be the pinnacle of their careers, and some, I think have got a future in the game. I think Josh Kroom has got something about him. He's at Hampshire second 11. I think he's got, with bat and ball, I think he could be a useful cricketer.
And I think Ollie Meadows certainly showed enough to say that, somebody might keep persevering with him. And that club might be Gloucestershire too, because I say he's been in this system for a while. And Paul Van Meekeren is to come back from the college lawn end. The DLS says Wiltshire should be on 3-7-1 from this position. With 9 wickets down.
I don't think you're allowed to bowl the ball into the ground anymore like Van Meekeren's doing there. Because I think it's something to do with altering the ball.
The condition of it.
Yeah.
Here is Van Meekeren into Burton, who just squeezes that away on the leg side. Simple single to Ben Charlesworth. So thoughts then go to Tuesday in the Royal London. If you are coming, a reminder that some crowds somewhere between 3,500 and 4,000 is expected, so please come early.
We'll be here early, won't we, Ian?
Yes, I wonder about what time to set the alarm for actually on Tuesday morning. Not quite as early as Dan, I suspect. Van Meekeren in, and worked off his hip. That may go all the way for 4. It will do. It's very, very fine, that. The ball races away. And Wiltshire up to 169 for 9. But your point earlier about, who Warwickshire have lost. Mousley, Lynn Tott, Brooks, Briggs. Obviously no Wokes because he's injured. Quite a few bowlers out of their team, more than batsmen necessarily, although, to be fair, Hayne's been getting runs in all formats this year. Van Meekeren in, bottom edge.
Does Hayne play in the 100?
He is playing in the 100,
is he?
Yeah. He's gone to, he's at the Welsh Fire.
He's dogged, isn't he? Hayne? Like Jonathan Trott. Another man from Warwickshire. Who's their batting coach, I think, now.
I say they lose 10 players. That's a big chunk out of their team.
They'll bring a few down the M5.
Kroom waits for Van Meekeren. That's down the leg side. Will take by Ben Wells. Wonder how he'll reflect on his batting day. Clearly was good. Wonder how he'll reflect on his keeping. we have said that James Bracey has kept a lot, both in the Championship and obviously in the T20 as well. So it kind of feels fair that Welsh should get an opportunity though in this format.
But he's not had the best of days. He put one down off Van Meekeren in the first ball of the second over of the game. Put down Ollie Meadows.
Van Meekeren in, or that's hit Kroom awkwardly and dropped dead weight out on the offside. The card says, well, the card's been corrected on your screen. It said Burton was, in fact, both batsmen, which of course he wasn't. Kroom's made 17. He's the fourth top scorer at the moment. With power to add, he'll get one there out to Dominic Goodman.
This might be wrapped up in time for you to get to Evensong here.
6:30. Yeah, it'd be close.
Yeah.
Got some packing up to do, as we always have at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But be the usual camera team back with us on Tuesday. Thanks to James and Matt, who've been operating in the cameras, and Cam, who's been assisting us in the background today. And that might be it. I think it's an edge off Kroom, and it's taken low by Wells. So Van Meekeren gets a wicket to conclude the match, and Wiltshire have been bowled out here for 172. So technically, under DLS rules, they've lost by 218 runs. And Gloucestershire wrap up the victory here, and it's only fair that we actually bring Alex back in on our spare microphone for just a few thoughts from him on Wiltshire's day, if you like, and how it's gone, how the coaches and the players might feel it's gone to play at a venue like this against a Gloucestershire side in this Royal London Cup warm-up. Ultimately, it's of more use, if I can call it that, as a warm-up game to Gloucestershire than it is mid-season for Wiltshire, but it's still an experience to fulfil the fixture.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously Wiltshire will be, I'm sure, very disappointed with that result, especially with the batting. I think they'll have probably wanted a lot more than 171, but as you say, today is kind of mid-season for Wiltshire. It's in the middle of their red ball season, so it's slightly unusual to have a white ball game in the middle of the red ball, but it's a great day for the players to test themselves against first-class opposition. And as I said, there were some highlights today. Ollie Meadows with the bat, beautiful 48. I thought he was unlucky not to get a half-century. Joe King picked up 4 wickets. So I think there's certainly positives for Wiltshire, and they will take the positives from today. So a unique experience playing at Cheltenham College in front of a good crowd against very good opposition. So I think the players all have enjoyed today, although at the end of the day they'll be disappointed with the result.
And quite a few people on social media actually have been saying, from a Wiltshire cricket point of view, nice to have a stream covering the game, which you may not get ordinarily.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the national counties games, they might occasionally be streamed live, in which case you'll have one fixed camera. More often than not, they're not live, but you can see highlights afterwards. But to actually have it live streamed with a proper camera setup, commentators as good as yourself and Dan on, will be a fantastic experience and I'm sure Wiltshire fans who've been watching this have loved it.
We've paid him a lot to say that. No, it's been a pleasure having you with us today as well to give us the Wiltshire insight. There are the final bowling figures: 3 wickets for Tom Smith, 2 for Josh Shaw, 2 for Jack Taylor. In fact, everybody's got at least 1 in the wickets column today. And actually we've been quite fortunate with the weather too, with some showers about. The one serious interruption didn't impact on things too much, Dan, did it?
No, I think it's been a lovely day. I think the crowd have had a good day, and I think, as I said, some of these players who play club cricket will remember this day for a long time, and some, this, as I said, will be the pinnacle of their careers, and some will go on further in the game, and I think some of them have got bright futures. I think Josh Kroom's got a bright future ahead of him. and I think Oliver Meadows has got a bright future ahead of him as well. So no, it's been fantastic. And Alex, you've been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you very much.
We
It's
wish
been a
you
pleasure
luck.
being here.
Yeah, we wish you luck for the season, and hopefully you guys go well in the national counties.
Thanks to everybody then for their part on today. James Healy and I say the camera team as well, to Alex and to Dan. We'll be back with you on Tuesday, 10:30 toss for 11 o'clock start, Gloucestershire against Warwickshire in the first game in the Royal London Cup. Team news will be announced tomorrow. Follow the club on social media for that, and we'll be back what we hope will be another dry day and certainly a big atmosphere here at the College Ground on Tuesday. So hope you enjoyed our coverage today. Hope it's enhanced your Sunday, and we'll see you on Tuesday shortly before 11 o'clock for what should be a really intriguing 50 over clash. So from Cheltenham, Gloucestershire have won today technically by 219 runs on DLS. Goodbye.